time for some Friday LCO. Ladies and gents, welcome back for the final day of week 3 of games. It is going to be a banger because, look, we're done with the first round of the round robin and we're about to get into the second round. So it's rematch city, and that's where we're going to see a whole lot of emotions flying back and forth. But before we get into today's games, we have to look back at what happened on Wednesday. So have a look at this one.
Dives deep into the backlines. Gun Crab the focus down early, and now Claire starting to drop HP. Swaith, however, also will fall. And at the moment, it's really hard to say which way this is going, but Direwolves starting to bring it back, and Boma has run out of mana and only full HP, chasing them down. It has just turned back on its head. And now Chaz forced to ulti back, but Isaiah is there. This works out for Gravitas, and here comes a snowball right on top of Seraphine. Might have been better placed on Pabu, but it was back. And so far, no one going down. Oh, maybe Affy dies. Oh, what is that? Violet chunking through so much HP, and all of a sudden it looks like the game bit too little too late. Mammoth, they've been engaged upon. Look at the combo. Incursio dives in off the back of the Gnar ulti, and Mammoth have been decimated.
Some really great games coming up on Wednesday. And look, it's not just me on the broadcast today, of course. I'm joined by two beautiful faces. That, of course, is going to be Jubes and the Skim Master over to my left here, or camera right for you guys at home. So, you know, Jubes, mate, give us a little bit of a yarn. You know, where you been? What have you been up to?
Well, it's good to be back. I feel like I've missed out on almost a lifetime of content. I mean, I've been there in Twitch chat. I definitely participate a little bit too much in the copy and paste, for sure. Unfortunately for me, I'm a moderator, so I actually can't get banned for spamming the copy and paste, so that's all well and good for me. But no, the games have been good, and it's been very good to watch as a spectator.
Yeah, no, good to hear. And what about you, Skimmy? What's your John Dory? What you been up to?
It's been a hot minute. I'm just actually buzzing out by the lighting, the differences between me and Jubes right now. It looks like I'm insanely tanned, which I'm not. I'm as white as anything, and Jubes is like the albino meister. He's the bright light, the shining star in a region needs stars. So no, for me, I've been waking up early. I've been fortunate enough to actually cast some of the amateur leagues over in America, which has been nice and fun. Getting to see some of the new talent pop over there. But now we're back to business, back to the home region of OS. Which isn't a retirement home, which is where the better players play.
But not just yet, because we actually, we've had a chat with FBI because he's been doing wonders overseas for 100 Thieves. So let's have a quick look at what he had to say.
The FBI playing, I play 80 carry for 100 Thieves. Yeah, over here in NA, I've just been grinding, practicing pretty hard for the LCO Split, and yeah, trying to win the Split and go to MSI and win next Split and go to Worlds. I think we get along really well as a team, and it's really easy to just give criticism without anyone taking it like poorly. And yeah, I think we have a pretty good environment here at 100 Thieves. In terms of skill, in comparison to other bot laners in the LCS, I would say I'm pretty good. I would say I'm not in the best form at the moment, so I don't want to say I'm the best, but I feel like I'm definitely one of the top players in my role here, and on a good day, I am probably the best. Yeah, I would definitely say that the most stick-out moment for me while I've been here in America would probably be beating TSM in the playoffs. It was a really good feeling, and yeah, I mean, we versed them again in the later stage of the playoffs and got reverse swept, so that was probably the worst feeling that I've had while being here. So yeah, that playoff run probably gave me my best and worst moments here. Yeah, you can definitely take a lot of inspiration from international bot lanes. They're obviously really good, and I would say I watch a lot of Korean 80 carries and try to learn from them, like Ruler, Teddy, Gumiushi. They're all really good, Deft as well, and yeah, I just try to take what I can from watching them play and implement it into my own gameplay. Yeah, I still keep in touch sometimes with my former teammates who are now coaches, like Spooks, Choo-Choos, and they're just really good people, so I like to keep in touch with them. And yeah, not really too much else with the other OS people, but yeah. Yeah, so I've watched a bit of the LCO, not too much, but it's still pretty entertaining to watch OC, my home region, and I would say there's a lot of new players that I don't really know who they are, but I still recognize a lot of the names here, like Internet's roster and a couple of the others, and yeah, it's pretty entertaining to watch, and I hope they can have a good showing come MSI. The team I'd be most excited to verse would probably be Pentanet, I guess. They're coming first, so yeah. Yeah, I would say Clash is a really strong champion in the meta at the moment. She fits into a lot of comps and is generally pretty safe to pick blind. So she's definitely a really solid pick, even after the nerfs. Most annoying champion for me to play against? I don't know. Probably, I don't really like versing Twisted Fate because his ultimate's a bit too broken. Don't really like it when I'm getting teleported on by their mid laner. So I would say I hate versing TF the most, and I generally always ban him in solo queue. Yeah, I would say for the OS players back home, just keep grinding. I think if you really work your heart out and really want to succeed and maybe make it to an overseas scene as well, just keep grinding, and yeah, I think you'll be recognized. So keep it up, and yeah, good luck.
So while that was going on, you know, he said he wanted to play against Pentanet, and I'd be a little bit worried for FBI there because he's only got a 6-kill game overseas in the LCS, whereas Pradith, he's rocking, what, 17 at the moment? So, I don't know, compare the pair. What do you reckon?
I mean, Skibby, I'll let you take that one. I'll get handball that one.
I'm so used to Juice taking the mic first, and when he
probably
hesitated, I knew Juice was instantly like, Mac, we need to have some conversations off stream. Look, I mean, yeah, I mean, you're comparing two massively different regions right now. FBI obviously had that standout breakthrough season on Golden Guardian, showcased what he's all about, really got the hype around these OS imports going, and as he admitted himself, right, not being the flashiest at the moment, but on his game, can pop off. Was fortunate enough to play with Juice, so going to be far more intimately familiar with the player than I will be, but you know, it continues to be that sort of that inspiration story, right? That, you know, if you are good enough, if you've got those fundamentals, you can go and get placed into any roster anywhere and continue that evolution.
The one thing that I learned from FBI while playing with him, if there's one thing the guy's always doing, if he's not playing the game, he's actually watching a VOD. He's no joke when he says he watches Ruler and he watches all these 80 carries overseas. That guy is like either playing or watching. And he's probably watching more than he's playing, and like you could always see that he was going to be successful, you know, and to what level was going to be up to him. But you know, getting a compliment from Double Lift is probably better than any win or loss, since he doesn't compliment many players, and he did give FBI a compliment back in that famous playoff run last year. So FBI, super excited to see him grow.
Yeah, and that's the reason he's overseas playing for 100 Thieves, you know, absolute superstar. Obviously, for anyone that took offense to what I said before in chat, I was joking. You know, I was joking. Just to put it out there, because I know some people in Twitch chat sometimes take things a little bit too seriously. And that's not me at all. Anyway, let's have a look at the standings where everyone currently is sitting in the LCO. At the top, of course, Pentanet still undefeated, 7-0. Peace following them with just the one loss to Pentanet so far. Direwolves have climbed their way up to 3rd, tied with Chiefs there. Order hanging in at 5th after a couple of roughies in the last round of games. Legacy out of the bottom of the table with 2 wins, and Gravitas and Mammoth both still sitting at the bottom on 1 and 6. So, Jubes, we haven't heard from you on the standings since all this has happened. You want to tell me what your thoughts are where everyone currently sits?
I think the ladder is starting to shape up how we expected it. If you were to, you know, rate a majority of these teams at the start of the split, you know, maybe a few surprises. Did expect Direwolves to probably have a better record, but you know, their game against the Chiefs was what we expect from them, right? It was clean, clinical, and concise, only being a very big factor in that game. So again, you know, first round robin done, and I think yeah, we're well on the way to seeing what the ladder is going to look like come end of season.
Yeah, I think I'm really excited, Mac, for that 5th place, that 5th and final spot, right, for playoffs, because that run, I think that was always one of the biggest positions up for debate in this 8-man league as to really who would fit into that. Currently, obviously, occupied there by Order, but I don't discredit Legacy at all. I think they can make a late run. They've been showcasing that if we can tidy up some of those mid-game to late-game decision-makings, we've always got these fantastic early games. If we can bring that through, then we can look to try and knock out whoever's in that 5th spot as well. So I think the power rankings or at least what the initial fan favorites of where teams should be. I feel like it's kind of what we're seeing in this first round robin, but I feel like that 5th spot is still up for debate.
Yeah, so, Order going up against Gravitas. Gravitas has potential for a bit of an upset there, and Legacy and Chiefs as well. That's going to be one where it could go either way if Legacy play like they have been lately. But we're not up to that yet. Of course, Mammoth and Pentanet will be coming up first. And speaking of Pentanet, if you have a quick look here, they are the only undefeated team so far in the league. So, Jubes, do you want to tell me why you think that is?
To be blunt, I think Pabu's the best jungler in the region at the moment in terms of performance and form. The way he plays around his team's lanes and plays to the lanes in which need the most resources or need the most protection, he does that probably better than most junglers. He's also willing to sacrifice himself to get leads for his team. So he's been a surprise for me because I think he's added another dimension to his game where he's a lot smarter now. Mechanics was always there, but I think in terms of decision making, he's really helping facilitate his team and a big reason as to why they're 7-0.
I feel like, it's going to make it a whole lot easier today going up against Mammoth, starting that second round robin with what should be a win. If there is an upset, it would be a crazy upset. But at least Mammoth, they at least have, the spirit to try and pull that off, which is going to be the first game of the day. Of course, after that at 7 p.m, we do have Chiefs and Legacy going head-to-head, which I feel like might be the closer one of all these matches. 8 p.m, we've got Order and Gravitas as well, which, has upset potential with what we've seen from both teams lately. And then 9 p.m, Peace and Direwolves. That one is going to be interesting, though. So we have seen Peace drop the ball a little bit, even in early games against some of the lower ladder teams. And Direwolves, they are only on the up and up right now. So what do you think? What are your thoughts, rather, for upset potential in that one, Skimmy?
Yeah, I think that first time they met was a really close game. We saw that Direwolves came into that one with these high expectations of them for the amount of experience that they had in that roster, but weren't able to come away with the dub. They were able to get the Baron steal away, but the game was too far gone by that point. I think for me, this game is going to be quite personal for a number of different reasons, right? The fact that they've been able to sub in both Lisa and Kevy interchangeably in the jungle position for Peace, an ex-member there of the Direwolves as well. So I think there's going to be a lot riding on this one, more so than your typical game. Direwolves will be wanting revenge. They'll be wanting to make it personal as well, and they'll be using that as the their inspiration, if nothing else.
Yeah, I'm sure it'll go well for them. And we're going to be looking down at that bot lane as well in terms of the supports today for the key picks. And if you want to go through this one, look, we've got Rel, Alistair, Thresh, and Rakan, which we've chosen. And Jubes, look, you're the masterminds here on the desk. Do you want to tell us why these are the key picks?
Well, first thing, I think the Rakan's the key pick because the Peace bot lane just keep picking it every week, right? They keep picking the Zyra Rakan, and so it's ultimately just popping up every single week. But the Rel, the Alistair, I mean, you just have to look back to last week's games, or not even last week, this week's games. You see beats on the Rel landing like 5-man ult engages and just turning team fights on his own. And Rel really just has the potential to do that. Alistair and Thresh are two champions that lane very well into Rel. So it's like almost this three-way of just trading champions, right? You take Rel, we'll take Thresh, Alistair in return. And all these champs, have a job in the meta where they start fights and they bring in other members of the team, right? Some junglers are carry-orientated. So sometimes you need to make up with a tankier support or something with a bit of engage so that your jungler can be secondary. And I think that's why we're seeing a lot of these key picks right now.
Yeah, I really liked what I've seen from, Alistair in particular, as well as Rel throughout all this. And even Thresh, when you look at Direwolves, you think of Cupcake, you think of Thresh. That man has been very good on that champ lately. Unfortunately, I think it was Rusty called him a bit of a one-trick. So let's see if that one comes to fruition as we go through the day. Not to put words in his mouth. I know he's going to be yelling in Twitch chat. It was more of a worry than than anything else, no shots fired there. Cupcake, we know that he's got a lot of experience under his belt. But look, going forward, you guys, speaking of you guys at home, you've been lazy. You've got no content for us from the fans today. So make sure, well, technically, there was a lot of content. There was just a lot of copyrighted content, so we couldn't use it on the broadcast. But I'm sure you've seen it around Twitter, and you'll enjoy that over there. But we can't bring it up here. So, get rid of the copyright stuff. Get something original. Put it up there at LCO, hashtag LCO. Follow every LCO bloody social page. You got the Instagrams, the Facebooks, the YouTubes, the Twitch, which you're hopefully watching on, and of course Twitter there as well, which is the main way to get this one done, to get it over the line. The main eyes, I think, are on Twitter rather than Twitch. But look, going forward from that, it is, of course, asking us questions. That is the theme for the week. So if you have any questions about, why my brain path goes around in circles and you can never really follow what I'm saying all the time, or why Jubes is so damn good looking, please, at LCO, send in your questions and we'll answer them throughout the day, not even just at the end of the broadcast. If you send enough in, we'll have all the content, of course. So that brings us one step closer to the match, of course. It is going to be Mammoth and Pensanet to kick things off here. And let's talk Mammoth first. Of course, it's going to be quite difficult for them in this matchup today, knowing Pensanet they haven't lost yet. So if that trend continues, Mammoth, they're in trouble.
Yeah, I think a win for Mammoth would be being competitive in this game. Because, there's a few games where it hasn't been too competitive. Way's been trying to hold the team up on his back end. Sometimes I think their drafts are suffering a little bit because they're just trying to enable Way to be this 1v5 player. In which sometimes, just doing a job is enough to win a game. And maybe it's almost just a trust thing where they need to all trust that everyone can do a role and then they can get to a performance like they had against Gravitas that's on our screen right now. This was good. Everyone kind of did their job. There was no person who felt that they needed to carry and be, better than the other. So maybe just back to a little bit of normality for Mammoth will make this a lot more competitive for them.
Yeah, I'd love to see them just find an identity and just be able to stick to it, right? A lot of their games have been over very quickly. They've definitely had a few moments where you're thinking, okay, how are you going to look to try and take down this team? I don't think if you try and go for a standard draft, you'll win. You'll just get simply outclassed in every single lane. But when they've showcased that they have something creative, that they can look to try and bust out something a little bit different, I think that's when you can try and cause a bit of chaos, a bit of carnage, and throw a spanner in the works of things. And as Drew's quite rightly mentioned, I'd just love to see them look to try and pick up small victories. It's going to be a massive undertaking for them to try and take down Pensanet. Who can forget, obviously, the very first game of the LCO? It was done in 19 minutes and 30 seconds. Bit of a wake-up call that there is a major disparity between these two. I'd hope that the game isn't as quick this time around, but I'd just love to see. We always talk about it, small little victories, right? Be it, getting a dragon or not getting solo killed, for instance. Just little things that you can look at from a coach and say, that's an improvement upon last week.
Just give me a sec. I'm just going to check, because Pabu said he's going to go for an even faster speed run this time, try to beat the world record, or is it just, everything nice laid out on the table? Is Pabu happy just to be number one? I'm not seeing anything about...
That's rare, because he tweets about 15 times a
Chaz
second.
Chaz actually called him out, so
okay. There you go.
Let's see how this one goes.
I felt like Pabu was, sitting back a little bit, being more modest in his old age as the weeks go by. But it looks like Chaz is taking the reins on that one for sure. I think Chaz probably put the notifications on for that guy just to see what he's saying this week, and maybe 60 FPS issue again. Who knows?
He's certainly been saying a lot. Very vocal man on the social medias. But speaking of Pensanet, let's have a quick look into their roster and talk more in depth here on why this is the perfect 5 so far that we've seen in LCO, Skimmy.
Yeah, for me, as Drew's mentioned already, Pabu really coming into his own, really showcasing that, hey, I can pretty much play anything and always be that. I can be the guy that looks to try and, hit level 3 as quickly as possible, sacrifice my own individual power, but make sure that you guys come online. I can be that one that boosts level 6 and leads the line. I mean, I talk about the Jarvan as well as the Skarner pick. He had so much presence on the map, even I was scared, right? The fact is he's putting his flash on cooldown, always roaming, always being proactive, never looks confused, and sometimes we see that happen from teams, right? Be it they're unsure of their win condition, unsure how to shut down their opposition, unsure of how they can throw a game. He always looks like he's in the driving seat and able to do what he does best. Then you look at top lane and Biopanther, another very interesting player, because he will literally play anything, but he's incredibly willing also, it seems, to sacrifice his own individual power by TPing bot lane to ensure that Praetor can find moments like a 17-0 game. So really enjoying the individual strength of these players. We sort of expected this coming into the season, but they're showcasing that all the hype is actually warranted.
Yeah, for sure. And just to touch on, because you did briefly touch on it, Biopanther is every player's dream. Any player who plays any role except top lane wants Biopanther on their team, because he allows you to draft really whatever you want. The champions he plays in top side of the map just to do a job for his teammates, the Ornn, historically the Maokai, the Gnar, those beefy, tankier top laners, just so you can pick something else a little more crazy in the mid lane, in the jungle, potentially in the support role. He really just does free Pensanet up to have, any sort of identity that they want. And I think, just by looking at Biopanther's champion pool this year, or this split rather, it's a testament to him as a player and what he does for this team. Sometimes goes unspoken.
Yeah, good to see how many champs he's playing. You know, even Pabu, I thought that he'd played 7 different champs, but he's only played 6 in 7 games, which is still pretty impressive if you ask me. And speaking of impressive, Nat, you're down on the sidelines again. You know, you're doing a great job with the interviews lately, and now on the back half of this split, are you excited to get into the interviews?
Yeah, I think I'm really excited to try and find out what the teams are learning and what's going to be different in the second round robins for them all. So I'm very excited, and thank you again for such a lovely introduction at the start of the stream.
You know, well, take us away. Take us down to the sidelines.
Alrighty, I'm very enjoyed. I'm very lucky to be joined by Shyfrit and Decoy. Guys, welcome. Thank you so much for joining me. How are you both feeling?
Thank you. All right. Feeling good, yeah.
Just good, nothing else.
Well, a little tired, you know, but still looking to play my best.
That actually is really interesting that you say that you're tired. I don't know why it's that interesting, but you know, it's another 3-day week. Are you guys getting exhausted by the Friday? Like, is it just a lot more to take on than our first week of just 2 games? We'll start with you if you want, Shyfrit.
Well, actually, I just want to play more. I just want to get more games in as much as I can, yeah.
Okay, and what about you?
For me, it's pretty easy. Like, we play 3 games of 1, so it's less scrims, but more like on stage time. So I think it's fine for us and the team.
I also want to ask, now that we are going into the second round robin, what are the goals and expectations that you guys have for these upcoming matches over at Pentanet?
I think for us, we just want to stay consistent. Like right now, we're the best team, so hopefully we can go undefeated. But I think, yeah, we just want to keep improving and keep the consistency.
And what about you, Shyfrit? How are you guys looking to shape up in this second half over at Mammoth?
I mean, I think we're really hoping to like change it up, you know, because we're not doing that well right now. But I think we had a lot of good discussion in the team of which direction we want to take and what we want to do to get better, basically. So hopefully we can start seeing the results for that soon.
Speaking of getting better, I do want to ask, what area do you think you guys have improved on the most?
I reckon definitely our communication. Like, obviously we're a new team. A lot of us are rookies as well, and none of us have really played with each other that much before. So starting off, it's kind of hard to talk to your teammates. Maybe you're not as confident to like make calls, or maybe you don't want to like, you know, step on someone's shoes. But I think as we play more together, we're getting more confident with each other and trusting each other more. So yeah.
That is really good to hear that's coming along for you guys, and hopefully it's going to pay off soon. What about you, Decoy? Where do you guys think that you've improved on the most? I mean, you're sitting at the top. It doesn't look like there is much more room for improvement.
Probably just our macro and like laning phase. I think we have by far the best macro, but when it comes to laning phase, I think that is a weak point for us, but we're slowly improving on that.
Okay, last question that I want to know is, what are the time predictions that you guys are going to go for in this matchup? You know, we've gotten it from Chaz, we had it from Pavu in the first week. I want to hear it from you guys. What do you think?
Well, I'll say 24 minutes.
Okay,
I reckon it's going to be 20
24.
minutes. 20 minutes to Mammoth. Let's
You
go.
selling... Oh, 20 minutes to Mammoth. I was going to say you're selling yourself short, but you just absolutely flipped it. Well, guys, we'll write those ones down. We'll take note, and we'll see who comes out victor at the end and who's going to get closest to the time prediction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Well, there you have it. So Mammoth feeling like it's their day to go for the speed runs. So, you know, nice of you to get the information straight from the source there, Nat.
Yeah, I mean, it was interesting. You can see like that Mammoth is obviously such a new roster, and they're like, oh, we've already come so far with that communication. Whereas on the other side, you have Pentanet who's like, we just need to play better.
Yeah, well, look, if they need to play better than what they've already been playing, you know, well, it's going to be completely undefeated season at that point. But look, we've heard about the predictions from the players. Now let's have a look at our own predictions as well and where we think this game is going to be heading. And it looks like we are all on the same page for at least the first match of the day, and everyone's gone for Pentanet. No one wants to risk it for the biscuit, and unfortunately, none of the talent don't think the likelihood of an upset is happening today. What are your thoughts on this one, Juice?
I'm more impressed that Natty's keeping up with Skimmy. Skimmy's a League of Legends veteran now.
Oh, I'm a veteran. Thank you, bro.
You
That's
have
the
to
biggest
be a
compliment
veteran.
you've
You've done a
actually
year, and a year in esports is at
I've heard
least
it all.
7 years.
I've heard
at
it.
least
He's at
7
the
years.
universe to me now. I'm receiving the compliments. Oh,
Whereas
this is too good.
Natty's just come on in, learnt the game, you know, done very well in learning the game in terms of, you know, when we play our ARAMs, and we've got to do that, and ARAMs is how you really improve. But, you know, even footing, Skimmy. Have a look at yourself in the mirror.
Look, mate, sometimes you got to go with your heart rather than maybe what you think the end result is. Sometimes you got to take a bit of a risk. You got to risk it for the biscuit, mate.
I just also noticed Mac was like 16 or something, so I didn't want to bring that up.
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh,
I've
but
had to go
anyway.
for a couple of questionable picks to try to get back in, and then it, you know, sends me in the other direction. But Skimmy, that was a much better response than what we had from Mr. Elfish Boy the other day, who was literally just roasting Nat, saying, "Look, Nat, I gotta beat you," and that was much more humble. So you know,
I know, I wasn't
congratulations.
even here to defend myself, and Elfish guy was just like, nah, man, she's going down. I'm going to beat her in the prediction.
Yeah, that's it.
It's
The
your time
man's-
to have a jab at him.
He's got way too many competitive bones in his body, because that's really all he has in his body if you have a look at him. But look, we actually have some solid content coming out from Pentanet, so let's have a look at that.
Round 1 of the LCO, a little bit bumpy, of course. It was not the most smooth of round robins, but we came out with 7 wins, so it's pretty good. We've had some hardware issues that PGG have been pretty good at helping us out with, and just like some stuff that really limited our practice before the split. So it was a bit of a roller coaster going into it, but we've come through with a lot of wins, and it's been, you know, we've been able to handle some strange situations and fight our way out of pretty lost games. So yeah, it's been a good start. We're pretty smart about the game, and there's a lot of things that we know how to do. It's just having the discipline to not mess up the deploys, and we're kind of like dying before we can enact like our really good macro. So if we can like cut out the deaths and just get into our smart map play, it's going to be really oppressive and really hard for other teams to actually do anything against us. I think most of the teams in the league have the potential to win a game against us. Sometimes we try really hard to lose the game in the first 10 and we still win, but the player level is not as high as us, but it's still enough that we can't really disrespect anybody, and we still have to try to win.
Well, I don't see Peace getting any stronger than they are. I think that they're like stagnating from like our practice games at the beginning to now. They're the same strength, and we're just getting increasingly more and more stronger. Direwolves would be the bet that I would say, like if they're going to get their stuff figured out and come back strong, maybe they're gonna overtake us. But yeah, I don't see either of them doing it, but if I was to say one, it would be Direwolves because they have the potential still, whereas I don't see Peace getting any stronger than they are.
Being with Pentanet is pretty fun. They give us a lot of freedom in how we can, you know, act on socials and how we conduct ourselves as a team. They give us like, you know, like the tools that we need, you know, a good coach, like everything so that we can make sure that we're practicing optimally. To the other LCO players, I really hope you all step it up. We've still got some time to ramp up, and I hope that there's some competition towards the end of the split, because I don't want this win to be hollow. I want it to be hard fought and worked for. So I hope you guys step up, and I hope it's a good game in the finals.
I was to say one thing to the LCO players and viewers, it would be, I severely hope that the other teams up their game and PGG doesn't have 7 more 20-minute stomps.
It is absolutely our plan to go undefeated in the LCO, and it'll be really hype. It's really fun. Like that's kind of why like I don't want to disrespect any teams. I really want to try super hard and make sure that we're really prepared for everybody, and that we take, you know, every game as they come and make sure that we do lock in that 14-0. It'll be really hype. I'm really keen.
And no matter how often this man hovers a moo-moo, that's the exact reason why he's probably not going to lock it in, because he wants to go with the clean sweep. You know, what is it going to be? I think it's 14-0 if we get through the whole season undefeated, which is a big effort, you know, all things considered. Good to hear that they think that Direwolves might actually have a chance of pulling it back and coming second as well, you know. Much better performance in the last couple of days. What are your thoughts on that, Juice?
Yeah, I mean, I think that a team of veterans, you can't ever, diminish where they're coming from and where they're going. And I think that's something that Pentanet, obviously hold very highly. So it's going to be interesting to see the trajectory of Direwolves, but my eyes are going to be on Pentanet, especially because I find it strange, right? If I said to you, you're going to get an easy path to MSI, you're just stomping everyone, and would you take it? Yes, you would, and I'm sure they would too, but they're talking, no, we want a hard one. I don't want a hard one as a player. I just want to keep stomping everyone. I don't care. I'm going to MSI. Like, I find it weird to hear, like, oh, really hope teams can contest us. It's just like, nah, I want to win. I'm going to MSI. That's it. Stay
Look,
bad.
I'm pretty sure everyone wants to go to MSI, and you go to MSI, you got some fans. Speaking of fans, we've actually found one of Mammoth's #1 fans, #1LCO fan, and it looks like it is Blosuchu. Or Blosuchu? Am I saying that right? I think I am. Anyway, good luck tonight at Mammoth. Surely turn the tides with another win? Question mark, and that is the thing. Question mark is there. #Tusks up, and I'm sure Mia, are we going to give her a 5% chance to be happy tonight?
Oh, Skimmy, I'll let you take over here.
Look, you hate to be the one to bear bad news, but I just don't see it happening right now. The stats are too far against them. I will give credit to your setup. That's a pretty sweet setup to play games on. So hey, you got that.
That's what I wanted to say. I didn't even want. I don't like #1 fan. Amazing. But the setup, pristine.
It's clean. It's clean.
Pristine.
Absolutely beautiful. And look, if you want to be in the running as well to maybe get yourselves a Teemo statue, #1 LCO, #1 LCO fan, and tell us why you are the biggest fan of whatever team you support, and you're in the running. And if you're the #1 fan, of course, you will get that Teemo statue, and you're going to be very happy with that. But look, it is time for the game. Mammoth and Pentanet coming up right now. Jubes and Skimmy, take us into it.
Thank you very much there, Mac. Let's jump into this one. The very first game going into the second round robin. We're back to where it all started off here with a brand new chapter in OS League history. The LCO started with these two teams, and we're going to kick it off with these teams once again. No surprise with the bans. The focus from Pentanet to target that Yone, make sure that Wei is limited on as many pop-off champions as possible. Has shown us that he likes to execute on champions like this before. Hasn't been able to get the Yone, but shown that when given the opportunity, he'll go for a Yasuo. And have put in a fair bit of work on that one as well.
Yeah, and obviously Zoe being taken away from Wei. It's the one champion that he's played, if I'm correct, that they won the game. And he had a bit of a blinder, so taking that one away, not wanting to risk it. And I think these are pretty standard bans that we're getting used to seeing against Pentanet, right? The Seraphine, the Udia, and the Aphelios, because Praetor, just absolute monster. Parbu, don't want to give him the Udia. And the Seraphine, it's something that they flex, and that's the problem that you can't deal with. So, these bans we're seeing more and more common against this team in particular. Obviously, they are some power picks as well, but I think this might be the second week in a row where we see these bans targeted towards them.
This is so interesting to me, Jubes. The fact that they're hovering at Gragas right now, they banned away the Aphelios. I would have thought, okay, this is a Kaiser angle if I've ever seen it, right? You're forcing Pentanet's hand. Okay, what are you going to first pick? They went for Fresh. You've now let the Kaiser through, which is arguably Praetor's best champion right now. Yes, we know of Season 10, he's a fantastic Aphelios, but when his other options are available, like that and Zarya, he's always going to go for it. I mean, if you look at his most recent games, his last 5 games, Kaiser on repeat, he don't miss, and surely we're going to see this before it gets banned out in the next rotation.
Yeah, I know. Oh, Skimmy, big brain. The analysis from you just absolutely unreal. So the Thresh Kaiser picked up. Wondering what Chaz is going to pick up here. The thing that I wanted to touch on was the fact that they insta-locked the Hecarim and the Gnar. Yeah. Hecarim, I think, rising to more and more popularity because there's actually this chem tank, like Dead Man's Plate build that people are rushing now. So Hecarim's problem in the past is that you build damage, right? Everyone was building Trinity Force into like Sterax, into Death Dance, whatever the build was, and Urgot.
Okay.
But just on that point quickly, Hecarim now can just build full tank, be just as useful, has enough damage in the kit due to the move speed that the items give you to be able to kill a backline member. So there's more and more Hecarim priority that we're seeing now.
Yeah, and it's interesting you bring it up, right? Because, ever since the rework of Mythic items and Trinity Force kind of been changed around, a lot of those champions like, Ezreal, Hecarim that would have built it in times gone by, no longer the case. Tanking options just seem to be better, right? Which is a weird kind of complex that, hey, get incredibly tanky, but do more damage at the same time. And you're thinking, hang on a minute, that's not meant to be how it goes. As you say, Urgot comes out, the response pretty much instantaneously is a Caitlyn lane. So maybe this is starting to turn some cogs in our head as to why they're banning Aphelios, why they've let through the Kaiser. We just want to outrange you with potentially a double poke bot lane, maybe the Lux, Morgana being banned away now, just anything that's going to be annoying for early lane pressure.
Yeah, locking in the Caitlyn there does, leave the script to be read for Pentanet, right? Kate Morgana is a lane that fares extremely well into Thresh Kai'Sa. Now, it's very volatile in the sense that if you die as a Caitlyn, you're going to be rendered pretty useless for a majority of the game just because the champion needs to take turret plates, needs to have control of the lane and set up the cupcake traps. But, Pentanet are well aware of, what was going to come on through from Mammoth, so they banned that Morgana away, and they're probably just going to target another support, the Karma. So double range supports banned away, making the life of, Praedyth and Decoy that little bit easier because, they're confident if they can bridge the gap and get out of lane even CS, even footing, and just 10 CS per minute in the mid game, they'll bet their bottom dollar that Praedyth is going to carry every day of the week.
100%. And as you touched on quite nicely, I like the fact that they went for the Karma ban as opposed to the Lux, which would have been another go-to option for the bread and butter of the binding into the trap, into the CC overlapping, just making it so damn annoying to try and deal with. Karma not only would be strong for that poke and harass, but also just for the fact that it buffs up this Hecarim even more. So nice little read there as Mammoth decide, okay, we're going to go for a strong early game in the bot side. We're then going to go for a Twisted Fate as well to try and unlock the map and target those side lanes to try and keep you in check. And they've clearly got a game plan here, Juves. Pile on the pressure and try to catch up Pentanet. Yeah,
funnily enough though, it's not the traditional style that we're used to seeing from Mammoth. Twisted Fate isn't known as the champion that just 1v9s a team fight, right? Just puts out all the damage, takes all of the resources and does what, a mid laner, quote unquote, does. But Twisted Fate is more about enabling his side lanes. So obviously they've put a lot of eggs in Scheifried's basket in the sense of putting him on the Caitlyn, getting the Twisted Fate down to that lane to then enable the Caitlyn to move around the map once you break bot turret. So level 6 is going to be key, and it is just a little stylistic change that we're used to seeing from Mammoth that they're not necessarily playing. And could this be, the start of a Mammoth identity?
And I think, it comes back to our original point, right? When you're going into a match like this where there is such a skill disparity between what we've seen in the standings and how these two teams are fared right now, I think it would have been a mistake for Mammoth to try and meet them head-to-head in a standard trade of drafting. So I like the fact that they've said, this is the preparation we've done, this is what we want to bring to the table, this is how we want to try and deal with you. The Rail coming out here is the final pick, not your go-to in China pick to match with the Caitlyn, so that seems a little bit different, but what it does provide is a very solid front line for this Caitlyn to work and weave those autos in.
Yeah, but Caitlyn, again, it's not necessarily the AD carry that you want to leave lane like even footing. It's the AD carry that you pick with a support that can really bully the lane, that can push your bot lane under tower, use that priority to then do stuff on the map. Alternatively, use that priority to take like turret plates and things like that. So, maybe they're just happy with the Rel gank setup and they're going to put a lot of the eggs in the basket, have the Hecarim path down, have the TF path down, take the turret that way, then rotate around the map. But again, I'm excited to see it, right? Wei has just been on these champions that, significantly influence team fights, do a significant amount of damage, as opposed to playing the map. Now let's see how Wei plays the map and how Mammoth facilitate this Twisted Fate. Because the problem is, Skimmy, if you make a mistake, if you do not play this game out perfectly, the Victor is just going to free farm, get the Hex Core upgrades, turn into something that's somewhat unkillable, but also kills your whole team as well.
Yeah.
So Pentanet's composition scales into oblivion, whereas Mammoth's composition has the tools, the kits, and really the priority to do something in the early game, in the mid game, potentially stack those Drakes up and make things happen.
I think really, if we were to summarize it, Jules, what I'm getting from that is it sounds to me that Mammoth have a composition which is has the ability to snowball in the early game, but if they fall behind, they fall into such a big trap and such a hole that Pentanet say, well, this is a free game to play out from here, right? You talk about the Twisted Fate, first ultimate has to find value. Scheifried wants to be coming out that lane with an advantage, wants to be trading up turret plates. We've seen that, Mammoth actually have the highest percentages of acquiring the first dragon in the game, so fighting priority for that might be fantastic, but if you're looking at a trade where Pentanet go for the Herald, maybe leaving the Caitlyn down bot side, picking up as many of those turret plates as possible, because it seems to be the age-old classic, right? Really annoying in laning phase, but has that awkward stage where, 1 to 2 items, falls into a bit of a lull, needs to really get ahead. So really excited to see what Mammoth can do in this one. If they can try and catch Pentanet here, or if Pentanet are just too good on the moment, too hot in their form, and too eager to make it 8-0.
Yeah, and both junglers, just a quick note, starting off with the chilling smite. So, usually sometimes you opt in for the red smite, especially in these matchups. Auto attack champions, melee range auto attack champions that want to get in your face. You'd think sometimes the red smite is just a little bit better, more value in that. If the Hecarim ever runs into the Olaf, vice versa, then they can, trade and duel their way out. But valuing the mobility and the move speed and of the blue smite instead.
Let's touch on this Urgot a little bit as well. I know we veered from the jungle, your hometown, but the Urgot, that's a bit of a surprise. I mean, we mentioned that Biopanther is almost the ideal top lane player, right? He is your go-to. He's stable. He's secure. He's got the least amount of deaths. He'll do what it says on the tin can, right? But he'll play pretty much anything. I'm sure an absolute pleasure to coach and work with because you have so many options that you can flex around, and he'll do what is required of him. Yeah,
the Urgot's a weird one, but it is seeing a little more playtime, especially in solo queue. There's like a build now where you opt in for the Titanic Hydra as well. You see a lot of Urgots doing. And I'm a bit interested to see what type of build he goes, because again, if you fall behind on the Urgot, you still can go the tanky route, the tanky build, and this is a champion where, if he's ahead, press the attack, opts in for a little bit of damage, and then turns into a kind of a hyper carry, if you will, in the sense that, when you're in that mid-game phase, you're just doing so much damage as well as the execute, and, sometimes it's unexpected. And little all-in here in the bot lane.
Yeah, cheeky little trade, as you say, taking place between both support players right now, and the AD carries as a result say, well, I got positioning advantage. Praetor walks up aggressively, but gets met with a headshot as a result. It looks to be even, and it looks to be one where Praetor maybe bit off more than he can chew, takes a headshot to the face after that as well, and with the Q connecting, really feeling like time to unleash those potions. They hit level 2 first, and we know what this means in the bottom lane. Guardian proc, some of the heal used, and first blood is found. They want more though. Out goes the flash. Praetor hunting. One more auto, flashing on his head. And well, Juves, 2 minutes in, the dream scenario.
Yeah, dream start, and this is they first pick the Thresh, but they actually get the counter pick in the support role, right? We talk about day in and day out, Rel doesn't fare very well in the laning phase against the Thresh. Now, level 1, I wouldn't really deem as a laning phase. The Pentanet bot lane won that from level 1, and then they ding level 2, and in this time, I think it's a little bit unacceptable to die to the level 2 push. I'm going to hold that thought, Skimmy. We're going to see the invade here.
Yeah, we are indeed right now. Probably going to be jumped upon. His buff's going to be stolen away there. So blue buff picked up here by Jungle Man, much in part to the fact that Nectar was able to rotate first with Biopanther locked underneath his turret. A little bit slow to back up his jungler there, and this could result in them picking up double scuttle unless Pabu decides to retreat. So a mishap in the bottom lane, but perhaps a little bit of recovery found here in the jungle.
Look, yeah, a little bit of a recovery, but not a double kill in recovery because Kaiser's, got the cheater recall now, gets to walk back to base, doesn't really lose anything, has double longsword, has the cull. Here we see the replay, right? In competitive play, they're going to hit level 2 here. You're counting minions, it's on the second wave, and you have to just respect the level 2, but Mammoth may be a little bit nervous, maybe a little bit uncharacteristic, getting punished on that level 2 first, and hold that thought, that's another roam. Yeah, Summoner's not burnt, so I think Wei really just accepted his death.
We look at a kill, and then we fade back into another kill happening on our screen right there. And we talk about recovery, maybe that is a word that needs to be reevaluated because it looks to be those 2 key parts of the map, those 2 key areas that we said for Mammoth really had to get ahead of it, have fallen down individually right now. No chance to digress though, no chance to analyze. This is gank after gank, and everybody trying to flex their might and showcase that the first 5 minutes, it's all hands on deck.
Yeah, the Hecarim charge even ran out of juice there, so I'm not even sure if Biopanther needed to use the flash, but, that's one thing I like about Biopanther is, it's better to be safe than sorry. If you need to use your flash and just play safer for 5 minutes, then do so. Don't take the damage and then try and walk it out and then flash. So, again, good discipline play there from him. Maybe shouldn't have been able to get ganked, but nevertheless, no double crab at least. At least Mammoth bot lane's getting the crab.
They're going to pick that one up for free, so the river is locked down by them so far, as you say. Bramble Vest is there for Biopanther as his first item acquisition, just to make trading patterns a little bit easier. He's going to fare quite nicely into the top jungle itemization, both being AD, so make himself a little bit more secure and try and get himself to level 6 as easily as possible, given that he hit the bonus flash in that trade. But both will have summoner teleports available, so if a fight were to break out over one of these neutral objectives, then they can flip the map still in that regard. But hold that thought, because Decoy's been a man on a mission right now. It looks like he just does not miss these skill shots. That comes the stun. It's just too little too late. Caitlyn caught on the wave, and Caitlyn down for the 2nd time in a row.
And that's what Pabu does extremely well. He just paths towards the lane, that not necessarily needs the resources, but he finds the window in which he's able to get something done. You know, most Olafs will probably be, you know, full clearing or looking for an opportunity to just get that tempo lead on the enemy jungler. But, you know, with the wave pushing towards Mammoth, it wasn't, you know, the traditional gank setup that would be, you know, 100%. But being on comms with Decoy, I know that they're communicating. You know, this is the second year that they've been on a team together, so you can see the synergy coming on through from the Pentanet roster early on.
You certainly can, and that's going to translate into picking up the first Dragon of the game. One to definitely get out of the waters, be it an Ocean Drake, one for a little bit of extra sustain, so happy days for them. But, you know, you hate to be critical so early onto a game. You hate to be one to write things off, but the fact is you pick the priority bot lane, it hasn't managed to find its exchanges. They've been the one that fallen behind in the level advantage, and now they find themselves 0-3 in this lane. And all 3 kills, give it across to this man here. You let the Kaiser go through the draft. He snapped up the opportunity, and we know what he can do when he gets accelerated. So maybe now looking at a situation of, can I beat my killing streak of 17?
I was about to say that. Do we take stock in what we think Praedyth is going to end up with?
You just know he woke up this morning, maybe, oh, I say morning, maybe he woke up an hour ago. He's smiling at his screen right now. Hold that for 2 seconds. Another gank goes topside, capitalizing the fact that Biopanther has no summon of flash. Way comes on through, gets himself on the score sheet there with an assist. And that is the level 6 power spike they were looking for. And that's at least a kill on the board for them now.
Yeah, nice little play there from Mammoth. You know, probably before the game started, they thought, you know, we'll go bot side, we'll use these resources bot side. But, you know, with how that's unfolded or transpired this game, they've decided to, you know, flip the script, if you will, end up top side of the map, and maybe Biopanther is the one that they're going to try and put behind. Again, though, like I said to you before, Urgot is the type of champion that can build tanky if need be, and we see that with the Bramble already. Might see another skirmish here.
May actually see another skirmish, as you point out, but we can see that Pabu's hovering in the area now, providing a little bit of protection for his top laner, making sure that, hey, if you are going to now try and target that and say, look, we've given up on bot lane, we need to put all our eggs into the nectar basket, make sure that this Gnar is absolutely huge, that he can jump in, become mega, and look to try and turn the tides of war in our favor. That might be the angle for them to play around. But Pabu, far too disciplined. You caught it before. Probably the best player on this team right now. He knows to, you know, where to be at the right moments. So I have to keep tabs as to how he paths.
Yeah, and he was only doing that because Biopanther's lane was actually frozen, right? So for him to teleport back to lane, there was the window in which he'll just instantly die again. So just calling his jungler up to babysit him while he gets the wave in is you know, a very good play. And they're the little things that the really good teams do, right? You know, sometimes inexperienced teams get punished TPing back to that wave, and then all of a sudden you're in a 2-death deficit, and you know the game, all of a sudden the enemy team has a win condition. But Pentanet are just a little bit too good for that, a little bit too disciplined, and they just do the fundamentals well.
They certainly do, and if you're ahead this early, then you know they're going to be very happy scaling into this one to find those item advantages, to press their advantage, to look to try and hit this game on its head, get their, or at least get the second round robin campaign underway and finish this week on a banger. So no doubt for them, it's business as usual. As for Mammoth, I mean, this is the great concern, right, of a Caitlyn lane, that you fall into the trap where you are behind, and you may just have to sort of AFK farm for a little bit, sacrifice a number of key objectives just to get yourself that item spike. And you know, we're starting to see remnants of what that might look like, right? First Dragon going across, now you can see Pentanet picking up the Herald, and it might be an angle where they're looking to, you know, wait until a soul point contest before they have enough acquired power to really look to fight.
Yeah, even by then, you know, Praedyth is going to have 3, 4, 5 items, if you like, depending on how many kills he decides to get in this early game. So it's almost not to rest on their laurels, Mammoth. They do need to find opportunities. They have the tools to pick uneven fights, right? You have the Twisted Fate ultimate, you've got the mobility of the Hecarim. There should be no realm in which they take, you know, a standard 3v3 or a 4v4. So the onus is going to be on Wei, and more importantly, the Hecarim, to determine, you know, when Wei gets that window of opportunity, so that Victor can't also punish, whether that's turret plates, whether that's a freeze, you know, because again, ticking time bomb, if you just let Chaz freeze and you don't get anything for it, or you let him get turret plates, then the Victor is just going to turn into something that's somewhat uncontrollable. And if we look at mid lane now, Skimmy, CS lead over in the favor of Chaz, few turret plates gone down as well, and it isn't going to get better, right? Victor doesn't get weaker. There's no curve in which, you know, oh, Victor falls off just a little bit. So if you're ahead, and you'll stay ahead. And
Oh, he's looking to try and stay ahead even further right now. Instantly cleanses out that gold card, turns around with a Chaos Storm and says, don't you dare gank me in the mid lane here, Jungle Man. Don't you dare even show your face anymore. We're going to summon the Herald and counteract anything that you try to throw our way. We're going to guarantee that this turret will fall on down. Guarantee that these turret plates will go our way as well and continue this gold lead. You know, you mentioned it already, this is Chaz's most played champion. 3 games, 3 victories, and another 3 kills. Pabu disrespecting him under the tower. They had no mention really standing there with a minion wave and the Herald still topped up and healthy. Sure, the tower survived, but you fall them down as the ultimate expense.
You know, the one thing you could say there, Skibby, if you're trying to be optimistic, is that at least Chaz didn't get the kill. At least Pabu got the kill. But no, I mean, that's just really well played from Pentanet, right? Chaz calling his jungler behind him. A little bit too forced from Wei, you know, trying to make something happen. But that's the thing when you pick the Twisted Fate. You want to be hitting the side lanes. And Chaz...
Don't tell me he's gone away. He's flashed into the safety of Decoy's arms. He lives to tell the tale. He runs into the jungle with not any care in the world. And I held my breath there for a second, Jubes. I thought maybe, just maybe, Mammoth make us eat our words. But fancy feet Chaz lives to tell the tale.
Yeah, I was going to give Chaz a compliment, but I can compliment him on living there. But, you know, there's definitely 2 summoner spells down or 1 summoner spell down the flash that shouldn't be. And, ooh, hook nearly lands, but even now at this point, right, you never want to be a point in laning phase where, as a Caitlyn, you auto-attack a Kai'Sa and the Kai'Sa trades back more damage, right? And, you know, the Kraken Slay has already been completed. The 300 gold bounty is there, and...
Oh, Decoy, he just does not miss this. It's made shy for its life so damn hard in this bottom lane right now. He's forced to burn the flash again. Here comes Jungle Man for another gank. The charge runs out, but they flash forward. They force their hand. Out goes the Magnet Storm. Praedyth lives! Oh, but the Killer Instinct shield is just not enough mitigation, and the Lantern was there. But he can't run away from that one, and they needed that kill. You touched it, the bounty was there, and they collect it.
That's huge, and a very good play from Jungle Man, and again, another play happening in the mid lane. Wei might fall down. Wei does fall down. So... you know, again, it's just the experience from Pentanet, right? They lose something bot side of the map. Yes, you know, probably net gain for Mammoth until that tower fell down. But Pentanet aren't resting on, you know, someone being dead, someone being off the map. They're trying to find an opportunity somewhere else, and Wei presents them with that opportunity, and it's punished with a kill and the mid turret, Skimmy.
Yeah, I mean, just so many cross-map plays happening at once, right? We're talking about one play, we're wrapping that one up, and then we're then crossing ahead somewhere else in the map. And the opposition is doing the same against them right now. And, you know, as it stands, it's Pentanet continuing to try and trade on through and trade on up more than anything, right? The fact is that, you know, Praedyth went for that early investment in towards the coal. Yes, I've lost my bounty, but I'm soon to cash that one, and we've only another 15 minions to collect. And now I am still really, really strong. But hold that for a second, because Nectar's locked underneath that turret. Out goes the suppression. The ultimate destroys you. And that is the power of what Urgot can do.
Pabu just waltzes into lane, drops the reckless swing. Hits him for a little bit of true damage. Thank you for the assist. I'll walk back for my jungle camps. And yeah, that was almost what could have been a solo kill, right? In the sense that, you know, if Nectar took turret aggro in that situation, then may fall down there. So really good play there from Biopanther. Maybe Nectar trying to push his lead a little bit too much, because at that point he did have a lead up until that death, you know, wanting to go for turret plates. Hang on.
Destiny's here.
Teleport coming through.
Sidesteps the queue. Out comes Biopanther looking for the flip. Oh, hook to the side. Decoy continues to smurf. Flays to jump in, but Nectar teleports. They want to keep Praedyth locked down.
Okay.
14 minutes into this one, they map their assault. A 5-man squad show up in bot lane and say, this is the reason we let you have Kai'Sa. This is the reason we want to shut you down. Now we turn your attention on towards the support play. He chops the ultimate. He takes out 2. Oh no, Chaz gets a triple kill. Oh, it's gone from so much bad to worse. It looks so good from MF there. But when the cavalry arrive, Chaz gets a quad. Now he's 5-0.
I do want to say scumbag Pabu took the pentakill. There was no world after the triple kill where Chaz was not getting a penta, Skimmy, and Pabu just, you know, reckless swing, takes that quadra initially to then leave Chaz to pick up the last kill at the end there. And I'm sure they're having a few words, but you know, that was a positive play from Mammoth. You know, they utilized their Twisted Fate ultimate, utilized the globals that they had to get that advantage. But when you're behind, you have to be okay with taking a little bit at a time, right? You know, in this play here, they make a gain, they make a net gain. They have to be happy with it.
Yeah.
But they wanted to ace them, and they thought they could, and ultimately had no cooldowns left. So Skimmy, teleport comes on through. Nectar, you think once Praedyth falls here, this is going to be a sweep for Mammoth because Praedyth is a majority of the gold here. Again, Biopanther falls down for free as well. Lantern can't get it. Nice little ward on that Lantern. And here's where you reset. Or here's where you play for the turret. Instead, they dive to kill Decoy, and he honestly does a very good job.
Yeah.
A very good job to bait 3 members under tower, and it's just clean up city for Pentanet. Again,
it just
Pabu
buys so
with
much
the,
time, right? As you say,
Yeah.
right? He drops the ultimate and it just locks everybody in place. They think, uh-oh, we've overcommitted. We jump right back into the action. There's deja vu. It's straight down bot lane again. Mammoth was saying, we can't actually afford to let this game go to a cloud, so we can't afford to try and wait for a soul point trade or a Baron 50-50 flip. No, we're not burger flipping. We're gaming. We're going. And wait, he's going away from Chaz because Chaz is trying to run him down. He receives the flash and he receives Jungle Man in vicinity to ensure that he won't die. And well, these CS leads are continuing to get out of control now. 30, soon to be 40 in the mid lane, and after picking up that quad, I'm sure Chaz is insanely fed.
I was going to say too, you know, if the CS deficit wasn't bad enough, you just press tab and you see the Victor's got 5 kills. So Mammoth are starting this Dragon up, Skimmy.
Yeah.
This might give them a little longer in the game if they're able to secure this Dragon, but Chaz just ultimately forces the Dragon, you know, almost on B4.
Have no authority, right? And other 2 members in mid lane trying to collect those minions under the turret. So it was a nice little idea. I like what they were trying to do there. Deny the soul point, look to try and buy it as possible to try and scale on through, hit some item power spikes when you wanted to. But unfortunately, as soon as Pentanet walk in, they chat it up, they showcase what they can do. And
Nectar's off gold.
Yeah, there's the gold lead that you're highlighting, right? The fact that even before he died, he had a CS lead, and even still now, retains the lead over Bio.
I mean, so Mammoth really just have to hit side lanes at this point, right? You know, they're not going to win a 5v5. The comp is just too far accelerated from Pentanet. So, you know, once Wei hits this next minion wave, once his ultimate is up, which it is, he has that exhaust ready. He wants to keep his eyes on the side lane, maybe on Praedyth, maybe on Biopanther, because that is the avenue back into the game. It's just getting continuous side lane picks. You know, that don't mean much for sure, the kills, but, you know, they are something, and they may be able to swing the game in your favor and take an advantageous 4v5.
It's worth noting, though, that Wei has an exhaust, and we won't note that because we're going to see a 1v1 take place topside. Sad BMO comes on through as Praedyth realizes, yep, this Caitlyn is well and truly unable to achieve too much at this stage of the game. Capitalizing on that.
And that's when you know game state is in a very bad place. When you have Twisted Fate and you're not able to stop the Kai'Sa from solo killing your Caitlyn at tier 2 turret, right? Like, in no world is that a possibility if you're not this far ahead as Pentanet. You know, the Twisted Fate should be able to dip up topside, pick up that kill onto Praedyth, but you know, we're in a realm in which Chaz is able to just get priority versus 3 or 4 members. Praedyth's able to get priority and win the 1v1, and just across the board, Skimmy, it's just looking like a very big lead.
Yeah, and I mean, you speak about big leads right now. We got the big carry threats of Praedyth and Chaz, but I think Pabu with his itemization could probably, you know, 1v5 at this stage, right? The Randuin's now picked up, going to negate so much of that auto attack damage. And we've seen it happen before with Olaf's deceptively tanky, get very low, pop the passive, and life still their way to victory. So would not be surprised to see all this vision get cleared out, and then Mammoth, as a result, be unable to hit those side lanes and have to group up as 5.
Can I just say, I saw Pabu flare that game over emote there. There was no emotes when I was a pro player. We weren't allowed to use them.
Yeah, we never had
them.
When it first came in.
We had it on OCS. I think you and I had that.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah. How good is it? Dude, my emote wheel would be the best. The most triggering emote wheel in the world.
What would you use? Is there one, like a go-to to try and, you know, tilt people on solo queue?
The sad B emote is the best one to use for first blood, because that's what they see pop up, right? Like, and obviously you're talking in reference to them being very sad that they've died. Thumbs up is a must. You have to have thumbs up. It's not really
so
an emote,
vanilla, so
like,
basic,
per se.
so tilting.
Yeah, but you need the thumbs up, because miss a skill shot, thumbs up. Miss anything, thumbs up. So you definitely need those 2 in your kit, and then we can negotiate after that.
Those are the core fundamentals about how to really get into your opponent's head. Yeah, no, I like it. Ever since we've seen that come to life, I think Get Back, really, the previous Pentanet mid laner, was known for always spamming the B emotes. Even so much so that when Rusty asked him, he said, "Oh, not even aware of it. It just happened." So there you go.
And there's an engage here onto Praedyth.
There is.
Again caught.
Interesting. Yeah, maybe Praedyth flexing his will a little bit too hard at the stage. Maybe limit testing, as people tend to call it. Yeah, caught on mid-wave there. 1v4 whilst the rest of his team are so far separated from him, but hey, Mammoth will take that.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth in terms of limit testing. I think that's really all Praedyth is doing. You know, it's a good pick though. It was another shutdown, another bounty that going over to the side of Mammoth, and Chaz just picks up a kill on the way, and
he does.
Hecarim's diving into the back line. Mammoth is mega nah.
Onslaught of Shadows, Scheifert the focal point. Both AD carries removed from this fight now. It's a 4v4. Chaz the next one. He's still got his flash. He's already used it. Jungle Man gets him. Decoy can't hit him with the hook. Now he's going for a 1v1 and realizes, hang on a minute, this is a double buff Hecarim. I can't do anything. Please, team, come to me. I have to flash. And he flashes to safety into the welcoming arms of both Parber and Biopanther, topped up and healthy there. Well, I'm more than happy to assist and say, you know what, forget that Hecarim. We're going straight to Baron.
You know, Skimmy, after all of that, I took stock of the scoreboards. We have to give a shout out to Jungman, don't we?
He's playing his heart out. He really is, isn't he? He really is. And I've been really impressed by his performance so far. Is he going to look to try and go for the smite still? No, Praedyth's going to deny that. Killer Instincts across the wall. They had vision. Void Seeker OP. Blast Cone in. Way! It was limit testing, you could call it, but
No. Before we flame him for that, because at first glance you might think, okay, let's flame the Twisted Fate for that. He did have smite. Now,
well, I
the
missed
replay
that
here.
There you go.
Way's teleport gets cancelled by the Victor ultimate, so the Chaos Storm does cancel channels, TPs, and things like that. You know, Jungle Man in the backline here does a little bit of damage to Chaz. Pretty much the only relevant threat at this point on the team, but on the back end here, Biopanther and Parbu just doing a little bit too much damage while Praedyth walks out from base and participating in the team comms, not anything else. And it's just cleanup duties here for Pentanet, which leads to a Baron and an optimistic attempt at a steal from Way.
And this is why you're the analyst, Jude, because I actually completely missed that. Too focused on what Jungle Man was up to and how he was having that standout performance amongst a mass of chaos. The fact that Way had the smite. Respect. No chance to talk about that one though, because it is that man, the man of the moment that gets called out by the death sentence, and it's the bot lane power as they pick up a double kill for that one. Meanwhile, forget the turret. Parbu really is taking the words out of my mouth and trying to go for the 1v3. Strike breakers forward, ignore the turret, ignore everything. We just want kills. We want the ace. We'll find the ace. Double kill, and game over.
Yeah, it wasn't 19 minutes, Skimmy, but it was close enough. Again, a very good performance from the Pentanet roster. You know, not one player on this team that you could probably fault. Only thing you would say, Praedyth needs to calm down on the limit tests in game. But, you know, now he has numbers, now he has data that he can crunch for next game and he won't make the same mistakes. So, lesson learned. Lesson learned.
The Insta stopwatch buy, that's some beautiful tech right there, ensuring that it doesn't get dragged out of the fountain. The prediction from Decoy is 24 minutes. Well, they're well on track to make that a reality right now. So Nexus is exposed. It's down to 50%, but they want to get some more kills. They want to pad that KDA. A three-man Magnet Storm. Can they take out one? They try and take out Jazz. He goes golden. He survives. He comes out, and he still lives. Oh, no. One auto attack will do it. Mammoth have won their game. They've won the mental warfare. You try to BM us. Hook. We've taken you out. It doesn't change the outcome, however. The Nexus remains exposed, and it will fall down.
Very good game out of Pentanet, and you can't say it wasn't what we expected. There were signs of life from the Mammoth lineup. You know, Jungman especially playing very well.
Yeah.
Some things, you know, left a little bit to be desired, and there'll definitely be things Mammoth can look back on and work on. But again, Pentanet too strong, too concise, too clean, knowing their roles, playing to their jobs really, and just a good overall performance.
I think, Juves, if we didn't have the Chaos in mid as well as bot lane for the TF and Caitlyn, I think that would have been a much longer game, a much closer game, because Jungle Man, as you said, really was putting the pressure on and trying to match the tempo that Parber is bringing to the occasion. So, you know, there was definitely a lot of silver linings to take from that one, and that's all you can ask for, right, Mac?
It was as expected. You know, I got a little excited when we did see Mammoth really starting to try to bring it back over towards sort of the mid game there. But then there was that one fight where they got a double kill and it got turned on its head. Chaz's Penta got stolen by Parbu, so called out for that one. But look, very good rotations coming in from PGG, and they know exactly what they do to win. And also, shout-outs to Decoy. He predicted a 24-minute game, and it was 23 minutes and 49 seconds. So he was 11 seconds off.
And Mammoth did predict 20 minutes, but that didn't happen, obviously.
Yeah,
so
for themselves.
This is kind of the beginning of the end, right? You know, when you pick the Caitlyn lane and you start to lose that lane, as well as, you know, the mid lane pretty much a few, minutes later, not even minutes, really, seconds. And then it was just a repeat gank, and 5 minutes in, you're 6 kills down, 5 kills down, and there's really not much left to do except beg and hope for an opportunity back into the game. And Pablo ultimately, I think, ran from bot to mid to top and picked up kills in every single lane. So this is where we were getting excited, right? We thought Mammoth could come back into the game, but again, got an inch and they tried to take a mile, but you can't take a mile against Pentanet unless you really work your way back into it. You got to walk first before you can run. Hey, Skimmy.
You certainly do. I think it's got a little bit too overeager there, realizing that, hey, we're getting kills right now. Let's just continue to run and see what happens. And yeah, Pentanet well too rehearsed to let that one go for free, and they trade out fittingly. Still, there's the pentakill that could have been. Unfortunately, Scumbag Parbu takes it away. Jungleman once again in elo hell, popping off, showcasing what he can do. Soloing members, key members, mind you, as well, whilst the rest of his team gets soloed on out. And I think more than anything from these highlights, I really wish they still went for that Enchanter angle on the bot lane to get that priority. The rail still has me scratching my head. It just doesn't seem like a go-to pairing between that and Caitlyn.
No, they first pick the Thresh too. So it's you first pick Thresh, then you counter-pick yourself support bot lane. I mean, there's definitely champs they could have picked, things they could have done to make, you know, their life a little bit easier, but you live and you learn, and I think this is one where Mammoth definitely learn. And they take some positives away, but yeah, ultimately you need to learn from these games and don't make the same mistakes twice.
I'm still confused why they keep letting Praedyth get that Kaiser, because it's so deadly in his hands. Of course, we did see him, you know, limit test, as you guys put it, a few times, getting caught out of position. But even so, you know, still just having so much early game impact as well as, you know, mid game impact as well. Oh, it was so good. And another thing to mention that game. So you guys weren't here the other day, but we got 4 Cloud Souls in a row, and kicking things off here, that's a 5th one. So that's 5 Cloud Souls in a row. Infernal Drakes was still the most killed Drake, but now that might have just changed after this game, because I don't think there was an Infernal Dragon in that match.
I'll be honest, the game devolved into a state in which I wasn't really taking note of dragons because it wasn't ever going to get to the soul phase. So yeah, I'll do a better job in assessing which dragons are coming up next, especially when, you know, the game may make it to the Elder Dragon stage. But Skimmy, I didn't really feel a need to take stock of it.
Yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head there, right? You know, it didn't feel like a game that was going to live and die by the sword of what soul point was up there for debate. But I don't know, it feels like maybe it's carved into our mind, maybe seared into our mind with depression, that every time we see a cloud soul, we go, it's a cloud soul again, right? And if there's an ocean or a mountain or whatever it might be, we're like, you know, business as usual. I think we had a situation last year where, like, every single game, at least on like an 8 or 7 game run, it was like cloud soul after cloud soul. It was ridiculous is what I'm getting at, Mac.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. And also, Jubes, you stole the words out of my mouth. It was Rusty that actually came in and mentioned that one, and I said, haha, true. Didn't even notice because the fights, because of all the fights this game. So, you know, I'm on the same boat as you. But it was something to point out. And someone else to point out is Nat. I see you down on the sidelines. What are you doing down there? Come on up here. Get on the screen. Who do you have? Which victor do you have it next year?
I have decided that I'm going to interrogate Pabu about that win. Congratulations, you know, a nice little start to the second round of Robin. How are you feeling? How was that one? Walk me through it.
It was a bit of fun. It was definitely not the most standard game of League of Legends. There was definitely a fair few blunders on both sides, and I don't know, we just kind of got to fight. I had a good time, but it definitely was not clean by any means. It was good fun though.
Yeah, I mean, tell me about a little bit more of the fights and things like that. How was your bot lane feeling? How are you feeling going in on ganks and the communication?
I mean, most of the communication is good. It's just like individual decisions, right? Like, you know, we step up too far, we get TP'd on. You know, we step up too far, we get, you know, TF ported on. It's just like little things like that were tripping us up. But in terms of like our fight comms, like, I don't know, it's a pretty chill game for us. So we're not super like stressed out about it. So if we misplay a fight, we'll know we'll play it better next time. But I don't know, it was good fun. Everyone's just kind of joking around. Everyone's, you know, taking the piss. When I stole Chaz's Penta, you know, I was just getting roasted for like 3 minutes. Like, I'm just copping it the entire time. I don't know, it's just kind of one of those games where we're having a good time. The Mammoth boys were good sports. They had some good old chat banner. They were definitely giving it. It was a good time.
Oh, that's really good to hear. We did hear a few comments come from Skimmy and Jubes about you stealing the Penta. So as much as you got roasted by your team, you also got roasted by Skimmy and Jubes too. So don't worry, it was all around. Would you say that, you know, you say it was an individual decision making that led into some of those blunders, but would you say Mammoth has stepped up a lot as a team and they just feel like a different opponent, or was that just more coming back onto you guys?
It definitely was a better performance than their first performance against us. They really kind of rolled over in the first one. This one, they really were trying to do things, but the disparity just on a like on a player by player basis is a bit too big for it to like really ever matter inside of the game. It's really easy for us to just fight our way out of any situation, and like our mechanics are just better. Our like individual assessment of fights is just better. So it's really hard for them to find a spot in the game where they can win. But they did try and make some proactive plays, and Jungle Man was taking camps when I would show on one side of the map. So it wasn't all doom and gloom. It was definitely some bright spots, but still quite a challenge for them to get some more wins.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like that sort of game that they were really trying, but you guys just were always holding on to control of the game. But congratulations again on that win, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you. Have a great night.
Always good to hear from the man, the legend, Parbu there down on the sidelines with Nat. So good to see you gave him a little roast for stealing the Penta, of course. It was deemed as necessary, and you did a great job there, Nat.
I had to make sure that he knew that it wasn't just his team that was disappointed in him for stealing that Penta, that everyone else was also just as sad.
Yeah, it would have been that second Penta in the LCO, but alas, it was not, so only Praetor still holds that single Penta, and look, that's us holding up the show. We've got to go to a break before match number 2, so don't go too far. We'll be back shortly with the second match of the evening.
Unleash those potions. They hit level 2 first, and we know what this means in the bottom lane. Guardian proc, summon a heal used, and first blood is found. They want more, though. Out goes the flash. Praetor hunting. One more Walto, flashing on his head. Now, I am still really, really strong, but hold that for a second, because Nex is locked underneath that turret. Out goes the suppression. The ultimate destroys you. This is the reason we let you have Kaiser. This is the reason we want to shut you down. Now we turn your attention on towards the support play. He chops the ultimate. He takes out 2. Oh, no, Chaz gets a triple kill. Oh, it's gone from so much bad to worse. It looked so good from MF there, but when the cavalry arrived, Chaz gets a quad. Now he's 5-0.
Love for my name and a little bit of fame. It's the last time I play this give and take. When you're gonna bring back down to world. Thousand miles per hour. Oh, we need to slow down. 9 months, 6 days, and been 3 frowns. We've been up so highway, we can't see the ground. Love is so good in this small high town. Never too much, never quite enough. Never been
Time for match 2 of the LCO in the second round of the round robins. Of course, I'm joined by the two beautifulest men on the broadcast. Ugly side here, pretty side over there. Mostly in the middle, Mr.
Always
Jukes,
in the middle.
how you feeling?
Always in the middle, huh? Because I heard two beautiful men on the broadcast, and
Nah, bro, it's
we
all
didn't
about
say
you,
which
mate.
men. We didn't say which men.
It's all about
it
you,
could
bro.
be.
I'll
Honestly,
take the
I saw the producers the other day in the back, and there's some pretty beautiful men
Oh,
back there too.
true.
So
That's
we
true,
don't
it is
actually
true.
know who the beautiful ones are. Maybe we could get a poll going and see. I'm
True.
sure there's someone who I will not mention that's beautiful, just in case that person doesn't want to be named, and I'm not actually sure. You know, if
I
the
have no
person
idea
I'm
who you're
talking
That sounds
about
like a bit
wants
of
to
a
be named.
riddle that now Trat is just going to be spamming names at and hoping for
I
the
hope he
best, eh?
comes into my ear and says I can call him what I call him.
You're talking about Mr. Producer.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Mr. Witherby!
The faceless man.
Mr. Witherby is the guy in our ears all the time for the guys in Twitch chat that don't
He's
know.
a beautiful soul.
He's a beautiful man. I've never seen him, but I can tell he's beautiful.
It's true. It's true. Don't worry, Juve. Next time I'm in the studio, I'll send you some pictures so you
Thank
can
you.
figure out if he's beautiful or not, which he certainly is. Now, moving into a bit of discussion about the game, it's going to be Legacy and Chiefs for match 2. Now, are we going to be on the Incursio hype train, or are we expecting Dragku and the Merry Men to get this one over the line for Chiefs, Juice?
Dragku for me is a player who respects players. So I do think they're going to target ban Incursio. He is the shining, the beacon of light for Legacy. So it would not surprise me if we just see 3 bans go towards that role in particular. And I think when they do so, then Chiefs will have an easier day than most teams have had.
Okay. So what do you think Chiefs are going to be doing in that mid lane? Because Kisei has gone up against Incursio once already, and that was when we first saw Incursio playing Yone, I believe. So do you think they'll let that one slide through?
I think that's one of the ones you can't let through. In fact, to have him on Yone, I think Katarina, Yone are the two you can't let him have. Third one is up for discussion depending on what he's been working on. But I think, more than anything, more than pick ban, Chiefs are just going to want to have a solid early game, right? Zero mistakes, not dying to ganks, being disciplined, and closing games out when they get the lead. Because, again, we've seen this split, we've seen the best of the Chiefs, and we've seen the worst. In the sense that, they've been their own worst enemy, and they've never really set themselves up for success in games that they've lost. So I think a mentality shift from them, or just a slower paced game, if you will, is something that I'm looking to see from them. Because when it comes down to team fights, when it comes down to execution, they're one of the best teams in the league. It's just whether or not they can get there on even footing.
Yeah, I'd love to see Swaif get a comfortable champion that has a ton of presence, especially early game presence, to try and put the burden on towards... I nearly called him Shy, but I'm so used to spamming chat. To put the pressure on Sybil to then have to try and do something, right? We saw in that last time, Swaif was all over it, right? Really causing massive headaches. We see that they don't really put too much attention towards the bot side of the Chiefs. Really leave them to fend for themselves and do what they do best and bust at the Heimerdinger if need be. But I'd really like to see Swaif get a massive advantage in his own head-to-head, and then look to try and put Lived on either a split pusher or a tank or anything that can put Winter in a bit of trouble as well. Because we know that Winter is a bit of a loose cannon, right? He'll play pretty much anything. Azir top, Lucian top. So
Yeah.
I feel like that would be the area if I was Chiefs that I'd want to really try and target.
Yeah, we've seen Heimer actually banned a fair few times as well. People just don't want to go up against Mboma's Heimerdinger. But look, let's talk about Legacy now, the other side of the Rift, and what they're going to be doing and how they expect to win this game. Because Chiefs, well, they cannot afford to lose these matches.
No, they can't. And I think, like a lot of credit goes to Incursio, right, in this roster, but a big part of it when they have success is Sybil. Whether he can have his game that's on or whether he's off. Because there's two different Sybils, I found. It's when he's really on, he can contest, some of the best junglers in this league. He's got, a lot of kill participation in the early game. This game in particular, Sybil was on. Yes, they didn't verse an outfit that was the same caliber of Chiefs, but nevertheless, he had to put up a bit of a blinder and some big numbers to get the win for his side. So the question for me is, can Sybil have another game like this? Because Incursio, whilst he had a decent game, he didn't have a great game. And I think Sybil sometimes goes a little bit underrated or undervalued in what he does for the team. It's just that he's not on all of the time, Skimmy.
Yeah, I mean, if he's on something, he definitely will be the star go-to. And I say this is why the biggest importance really starts to fall onto him. Hopefully, it's not too big a burden to try and shoulder, right? Because he's really going to Swaif that's going to hit him with that presence. So if he's there, I feel like that could be a massive factor that will contribute to Legacy getting this dub. But I'd like to also show attention to Start and Amelg. I feel like they've been going under the radar. A lot of attention's being shown towards Sibyl and Curcio. I feel like those two also been really impressing me lately. You know, see some of their KDAs and what they've been busting out. Last time these two teams went up against each other, they went for the fasting center. I don't think that is their strongest suit. I'd love to see them have a composition that can challenge in those 2v2s, and I'd like to see them almost put a little bit more of the spotlight on themselves to maybe alleviate pressure on some of their teammates.
Well, look, it is time to bring Nat back into the conversation because it's time for the pre-game interview. So how is it down on the sidelines, and who have you managed to find down there, Nat?
Look, it's looking pretty fresh, and even though we've talked about Sibyl and Swaith, I'm actually joined by Mboma and Amelg. Guys, thank you so much for joining me. Amelg, I want to ask you, man, this is just going to go straight for it. Do you spend more time on the memes or in scrims?
That's actually classified data. I don't want to leak any of our scrim stuff, but probably around a 50-50 split, I'd say.
Okay, I mean, it's good to know that you're not putting all your eggs in one basket. But how are you guys feeling down there on Legacy coming into the second round robin?
Pretty good. I think spirits are a lot higher compared to last week, considering we're 2-0 up so far. So hoping to make it a 3-0 against Mboma today.
It's looking likely. You guys are looking pretty strong lately. But what about the Chiefs camp in Mboma? How are you guys down there?
I think we're feeling pretty confident because we played them before and we beat them last time. So I think we're pretty confident going in, even though they've been looking a little bit scary recently.
Is the play scary, or is it more the content coming out of Amelg that you're more worried about?
I think the content's actually scarier. He has actually the best content in the entire region, and I was talking to him before. We used to play on a team together last year on Mammoth for a little bit, and I don't remember him being a content king, but for some reason now he's just making the best content ever on Earth. So it's a bit intimidating, honestly.
Well, there you go, Amelg. You've pinned him to the corner on the Rift and also on Twitter. I wanna know. I want to know what sort of prep have you guys been doing coming into this one, and also what are your expectations for the rest of this round robin, if you want to start, Amelg?
I'd say our preparation is mostly consisted of just thinking of what kind of memes we want to post after we beat all of the teams in the league. It's pretty tough, honestly, to keep thinking of new ideas, but I think we got some good brains in our team, so it's going well.
That's good to hear. Mboma, you said you guys have gone up against each other before, and you're not as nervous because you guys did win last time. Were there still any takeaways that you had from that game that you'll be taking into this one?
Yeah, I think Legacy have looked a little better in their last couple games, and we're definitely not underestimating them, and we've come in pretty prepared going into Legacy, and I think that they have been changing their roster a lot, and there's been a lot going on, so I think they have a bit of momentum, but I'm pretty confident that we're going to win.
That is good to hear. My last question, oh my God. I can't even take you serious, Amelg. My last question, Mboma, I'll start with you first, is what do you think is Chiefs' greatest area of improvement? Where do you guys think that, started the split, you weren't doing great, and now you've just really, straightened it out?
I think we are all pretty good individually. I'd say that's probably our strength. I think that's probably something that wins us games more often than not. And we probably have other areas that we need to work on. But I'd say just individual player skills probably our best.
And Amelg, what about you guys over at Legacy? And you can't say memes because it's very evident you guys have upped the game in that one.
So I think I'm lagging a bit. Greatest strength is probably... It's hard to say. It's hard to say, honestly. We're just too good. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry.
That is all good. Sometimes it's like that. You think you're just so good in all the areas you can't pick one. I totally understand that. But thank you both so much. Good luck with the game. I'm very eager to see how this one plays out, and I'll see one of you teens on the other side.
Good to see that there was no leaked strats.
And nodded
in
their
the
head,
interview
and that's
there.
just like, thanks guys, cheers.
Yeah, and they're like,
It's like, all
You
right,
know-
yep, thanks, Chief. See you later.
Yeah.
Yep.
you ban the memes away from Amelg and he's speechless. He just doesn't know what he's going to do.
And I had
Yeah,
no idea he was
absolutely.
like that because I worked with him for a year as well, and he was just quiet. He never said a word, never tweeted, never said a word.
Wow.
And,
Finally
and
coming
I'm
out of his
seeing this
shell.
guy come out, and I'm shocked. I'm in awe. My mouth just open every time I watch him.
Well, look, I think I'm about to be shocked as well because I see a big damn storm cloud and some thunder rolling over.
I've been hearing that one, Mac.
Yeah, let's see how this goes.
It's coming.
We might both end up dropping out at the same time. But if not, look, at least see our predictions for how the game's going to go rather than the rest of the broadcast for us. So let's look here. It is split down the middle between the four of us, myself and Nat, both going for Legacy here. Hoping that they can finally get that third win on the board, and Jubes and Skimmy for Chiefs. So Jubes, you want to talk us through your thought process here?
I just think across the board, the Chiefs, in terms of laning phase, just better. And that can open up a few opportunities in the sense that, you know, you get prio in a lane that you maybe shouldn't. You get a little bit of leeway in the river, in the Scuttle Crab contest, in the early Dragons. And then it just has a flow-on effect and transitions into the team fights. You know, 1 to 2k lead out of laning phase. And then, you know, it's as good as done.
What about you, Skimmy? Any thoughts on your side of things for the Chiefs pick there?
Yeah, I think Jules mentions a number of really good points, right? The fact that, you know, coming into the 15-minute mark, they find themselves in leads, and then they have the sort of discipline to play things out. I think for me, Legacy have a little bit too much volatility. We talk about, you know, if Sybil's on one, he'll pop off and he'll carry. But I feel like it's too much of a burden at times, especially in a matchup like this where he is going to have a big emphasis on jungle. I feel like Swaith can execute upon that, emote spam him like Juice has coined it, right? And really put him into tilt hell.
Yeah, just let him know. And Nat, look, I think you're on the same side as me. Are you going in this one hoping that it's in Curzio's day?
A little bit, but it's also, I think, they kind of feel really on par for me. I think a lot of it comes down to draft and day for sure, but there is a lot of confidence coming out from the Legacy guys. Even just when you talk to them in an interview, you can see it. And I just don't know where the Chiefs are at in their own head. I think sometimes it's very easy for them to kind of catch themselves out. I also think Legacy have found their like trick or like exactly what they need, which is reining themselves back whilst they're playing the game to get that win. So I think it's just one of those things. Chiefs aren't confident in themselves, and Legacy seem to have found what could win them.
I just remembered that Chiefs is the team that wins one then loses one, right? And they just came out of a win, so I think we could be in trouble, Nat.
Did they just come out of win?
They did. What did they lose?
Wait, Mac, maybe it's a conspiracy. They had an FF against Mammoth. They've lost to Direwolves. They're due a win. You
Yeah,
just
they're due
outplayed
for a win.
yourself.
They're due for a win right now, so I think we might be up shit creek, Nat. Someone... Oh, this is... this is going to be a rough
Mac,
one.
you're supposed to tell me this before I put my predictions in.
Yeah, oh, I didn't think of it either, all right. Nat, we're in this together, all right. We're down the river without a paddle, and there's no coming back from that. But look, something that you guys can figure out ahead of time, or use at least to figure out how genetically superior or inferior you are, you know, compare yourself to both Skimmy and Rusty, who have done their assessments at the moment, is Esports Assessment Labs. Jump on over there. You can test your reaction time, test your cognitive ability, and see just how much of a gamer you are in terms of physicality and mentally. You know, I'm mental myself, so it's really hard for me to even consider going to the site because I know I'm going to fail every single test. And hopefully, well, I'll do it before the end of the season. But look, it is time to jump into Champ Select. So Nat, we'll see you on the side lanes and we'll see you after the game.
Thank you, guys.
And boys, time for you guys to take us in.
Here we go, Juice. It's another El Clasico, another chance for these two teams to showcase what they're all about, and an important game in the context of what this could mean for the standings, right? We talk about 5 teams out of the 8 that can advance through to the playoffs, and with the run of form that Legacy have been in, you would start to say maybe this is their journey to try and, you know, creep into that position, build upon the success of the first round robin. And as for Chiefs, you know, they've definitely been in the upper as well. They've got a clear identity of how they want to play from that. Is it a case of deviating and improving in other areas, or sticking to what's worked so far and just getting better at that?
I think not enough time to deviate, right, and create multiple identities. I think it's easier to get good at one identity and have a few champions that facilitate that. You know, interestingly enough, there's been no Katarina ban. No Katarina respect.
Yeah, that's a bit of a concern for me, right? The fact is we had one game where it got let through, Pentanet BM'd it, said we don't think it's good enough. He put on an absolute clinic, nearly was the difference maker, right, to take that victory in favor of Legacy and cause a bit of an upset. But then we've seen it perma-banned against since. So I wonder if Chiefs are now trying to present him with a situation of, we have an answer to this, I dare you.
But the problem is when you draft a Lilia this early, it's very hard to pair that with Katarina.
Yeah, double AP.
Incursio did say to me though, you can opt in for the AP build of Katarina or the AD build, right?
Sure.
The AD build, we've seen him build in the OPL, which was like the Blade of the Ruin King into a few other items. So I'll have to refresh my memory on that one. But so potentially he does lock in the Katarina and opt in for the AD build. But you know, I still don't think it would be the most optimal 2v2 pairing in the world. So we'll have to wait and see how this one unfolds. Now, Incursio is a very good Yone as well. So keep your eyes on that. Maybe that's something he's going to want to pick up before the second phase of bans. He's a very confident player too. So he's not afraid to just pick it and, hey, here, take counter pick. I'm fine. I'll play whatever I want.
Yeah, I think I remember your quote, which I'll adjust slightly, that, he brings a different kind of aspect to playing mid lane, right? That his interpretation is, I am going to play like a bit of a solo queue, trying to find an appropriate way to put this.
But no, my thing about Incursio is that he'll often roam in timings which he shouldn't.
Yeah.
In the sense that he'll have a minion wave under turret, and he could roam to bot lane and maybe get 2 kills, but he could also maybe not get 2 kills and lose the minion wave.
And it feels disrespectful.
Yeah, he'll always take the gamble. He's a gamble mid laner, right? He'll always, flip the coin and say, okay, I'm going to go try my luck roaming topside instead of farming that wave. And he'll admit it himself because he's almost been conditioned to have it almost always work in his favor, at least from solo queue. So then now he kind of does it here to a lesser extent, and it works. Like, they've won a couple games off it. So it's just about refining that process and finding the right windows to do that.
Yeah, and he hasn't fallen into the trap here of picking up Katarina in the first rotation of these picks. Worth noting to highlight the person that last time these two teams met at the start of the season, 3 bans went his way. Katarina, Yone, as well as a Zed. So expecting to see Chiefs decide to throw a few his way in this next rotation. But this is kind of the bot lane discussion I wanted to bring up, the fact that we have the Xayah. So we're going to deviate away from a more scaling option here from Legacy. They want to fight fire with fire. They want to be aggressive, pair that with the Fresh, and get in your face. Especially when you're going up against a Nocturne and a Rel that really want to come at you and cause problems.
I also think, though, the one thing I want to touch on is, like, yeah, they've got the Thresh. They've also locked in Ezreal. Not the AD carry that we're used to seeing, but I actually don't mind it here. Obviously, I would have preferred a Kai'Sa, but the reason I don't mind it is because composition from Legacy so far isn't tanky. And the way that Ezreal itemizes, it does a lot more damage to squishier health targets as opposed to the tankier ones, as we see Katarina get banned away there. So this might be a high-value game for the Ezreal, just purely based off champion picks. Obviously, you have to survive the laning phase. Having counter pick support is not easy, but, Arcane Shift does keep you quite safe. Now, Skimmy, the other thing we haven't touched on that I want to mention is the Nocturne pickup. Something that Swathe historically has played in the jungle, but something that historically Kisei more recently has been picked up in solo queue and played it in the mid lane. And I think that might have been an early pick, which is a deterrent to the Katarina of Incursio.
Yep.
So now they've just got this flex where, depending on what Incursio picks, they're able to match that with Nocturne or put it in the jungle, worst case scenario.
Yeah, and it forces out a Fiddlesticks ban as a result too, because those two combined together just prove to be so frustrating to deal with. So I like it. It's a good acquisition and another flex option to add to the table. Now, Xayah being hovered, forget the sign for a second. This would be interesting. It's not going to be the case, though, as they're going to flex through a few other picks. Just to quickly return to your point on the Ezreal, last time the Chiefs did play this, they paired it with a Soraka, and they were able to scale into Oblivion to match that of the Fasting Center. But the adaptation here allows them to be nimble and allows pretty much the Emboma brand, right? If there's no priority coming his way, if he's left to fend to himself, then it's a nimble champion, much like the Heimerdinger, that can do what it does best on its own. Yep, forget that though. Fiora and Yone, they are the talking points.
Yeah, and Yone, I think if you know Incursio, if you're watching Incursio, it's something that, the Evelyn. So I'll touch on it bit by bit. Incursio, obviously very big Yone player, made his name in solo queue after the Katarina on the Yone. So it's definitely something that he's got a lot of time, a lot of hours into, and he's comfortable on. So you'd have to say that's a big pickup for Incursio. Now, this Nocturne was kept till last pick. Now, I think Chiefs would have known that the Yone was coming and they had the Nocturne prepared. This is something that Kisei's prepared.
Yep.
Because Swaith is a very big Evelyn player. You can go back, multiple seasons across the board. Swaith has always favored that Evelyn, really likes that playstyle, farming for 6, very good pathing, and then looking to influence the map. So both compositions are actually, if you will, comfort. Whereas I think Chiefs' composition is a little more, we know what you're going to do. It's a little more predictable the picks Legacy are going to have. So let's have this prepared. And it looks like this is what Chiefs prepared for the side of Legacy.
These are our answers to it. This is how we want to deal with it. We've got that flexibility, and we know what you're going to be drafting as a result. And it feels that we're seeing this happen a few more times now, right? I date my mind back to the Chiefs Direwolves game where they left up Udyr. They said that, Swaith, this is too good of a champion to pass up, and Direwolves built a composition, built around that to try and address it. So I like the fact that we come into another game like this where you can see that Sybil loves the Lilia. It's his best champion so far that he's performed on. Yes, we know that he's a fantastic Elise, but when he's been on one with the Lilia, he's been popping off. They matched it with the Evelyn, and this is what I really want to see come out of Chief's best player, right, from Swaith, that, I can really abuse you, really get in your face and cause chaos where maybe you're second-guessing your own decisions.
Yeah, and the interesting pick for me, Skimmy, here too, is the Fiora. Sion, I think right now is an S tier top laner because A can be flexed, it can be put mid lane, but ultimately the itemization is just so good, so efficient, and it just really does a job. And it also, Sion does do enough damage to be a threat, especially in the mid-game bridge, right? Where you're able to just group around objectives, start team fights. The base damage from Sion alone is enough to be relevant. And Fiora is one of those slower starting top laners where you have a good laning phase into the Sion to a certain extent, but you don't necessarily take over the side lane or the game until 2-3 items. So, Winter always throws us these curveballs. And, you'd have to say Fiora is a far way away from what would be the Azir. So it's going to be interesting to see how he pilots that one. But Legacy obviously have drafted, the 1-3-1 type composition. Yone wants to be in the side lane, Fiora in the side lane too. So, yeah, it'd be cool to see how they navigate.
Certainly will be cool to see how they navigate as they've split decisions here on the analyst desk. Down the middle between who thinks this one, or who thinks, Legacy or Chiefs will win. And this is what I highlighted before, right? Legacy have that volatility there, able to showcase that they can pretty much play anything. Winter is that wild card. You just don't know what he's going to choose. He'll play Azir top. Now he's busting out Fiora. Continues to showcase all these unique champions. Now, worth noting, MLK put a ward in the laning brush. Didn't go that way, didn't get spotted, but he will get spotted this time as he recalls. Out comes Joker going for the flash knock-up, now looking for the Q from the side, forcing out the flash as well. Both bot laners, or both supports, won't have flash for this laning phase.
Does feel like a little bit of miscommunication there. Draku was, going in for the flash, committed to the play. He had his mind made up already, whereas the rest of the team was kind of pathing away, and that half a millisecond or a millisecond of indecisiveness probably makes ML live there. Able to flash away, and you could almost chain CC there with Sion if Liv was on the same page, but Sion very late top lane too, so this isn't something that you really want to happen when you're playing this tankier matchup. Level 2 gank.
Certainly is a level 2 gank, and as we consider if that gank were to be the case, we can check in with Legacy's coach here in Ceres. Welcome once again. We see another little fight take place here, so I might have to actually cut myself off as we're talking. But quickly, talk to me a little bit about this draft. It's an incredibly spicy one. We know what El Clasicos have been of past, but, talk me through some of the curveballs thrown this way with the draft.
Well, basically both teams actually want to do kind of the same thing. I would say that they have the advantage in terms of picking the side lanes because they have the ability for Nocturne and Evelyn with stealth-wise. But we have a lot of outplay potential with Yone and Fiora. So I think that if any one of our side laners get out of control, they're in a really, really difficult position. But for sure, if we go into the mid game with just two even mid and top lanes, then Evelyn can run amok. So yeah, it's going to be up to us to just keep track of Evelyn, make sure we're paying attention to which side on the map she's on, and have our jungler hover at the right times.
Well, I hate to be that guy, Ceres and Juves, no doubt. We're getting tons of action. Bit of a delayed interview to get into this one, but we're seeing a ton of action already taking place here. I might just leave it at that for the moment as we jump into this one, just to see what's going on here, because Juves, it's happening all across the map.
Yeah, it is really, really chaotic, and it all stems from the solo kill of Kisei. The Nocturne, you know, in theory, sounds quite good into the Yone early on at least, right? You have the spell shield, and we'll see what happened in the 1v1 here. So Incursio just opting in for the 1v1, the all-in, gets feared, and once you have that Ignite as well. Okay, so Incursio probably didn't take into account that Ignite if you had to be a guessing man, but you know, taking into account that lethal tempo in the 1v1, it's just a little bit too strong early, and Incursio, you know, paid for it with his life, and then trying to recover the lane. Sybil made a play in the mid lane, a little bit too aggressive, flashed onto the Nocturne. Spell shield was back up again and picks up the double kill. So again, Kisei, much better performance so far, and something we wanted to see out of him, right? We hyped him up at the start of the split. Had a few shaky games, had a few games where he was getting solo killed, but I think he's really coming into his own now, and we might see a counter gank here, Skimmy.
Certainly might see a counter gank right now as Liv will have that Afterlife form is so desired. Now they're trying to bait their time here with a flash. Looking to try and juggle around the arrow. Oh no! Sybil's dead! And Winter Mage's fallen down there. Oh, it's an absolute disaster. They've misplayed it horribly. And now a gank might take place in the river as well as Swaith rocks on through. He actually try and take that Incursio. He's going to slingshot back, and now Nocturne is 4-0. It's all things Chiefs on the top half of the map. Down in the bottom lane, Styles able to pick up a kill. But 5 minutes in, 5-1. It's not a good look.
And again, we talked about the shining light for Legacy, you know, going under the radar, being Styled and MLG, and they're showing us why in this scenario, picking up the 2v2 kill bot lane, but it is ultimately just collapsing everywhere. Legacy are the ones being proactive and making these plays, but Chiefs are just responding extremely well, and Dracu's the one that goes in here, gets rooted, and just walk down. So very good 2v2 there, and that's why we see the Thresh picked into the Rel 9 times out of 10, because of instances like that where you just deny the engage from the Rel with the Flay, and you're able to just walk down Rel once she uses that little bit of mobility to get on in.
Yeah, because once she's dismounted, very, very hard, right, to really get out of harm's way. You're incredibly slow as a result, and completely punishes the attempt there from Dracu, and Boma out of range, unable to really assist there. And free pickings there for the Legacy bot lane. It's the area that I love to see really pop off. They've definitely been that Undertaker in recent games, showing that, hey, it's not all about the Sybil and Curcio show. We can definitely hold our own as well, and it'll be a lane that I'd love to see continue to see favor as mid and top right now. Have been where Legacy have been pressing their advantage, or at least trying to be proactive, but the fact that Nocturne is level 6, he's got 4 kills to his name already, really going to be packing a punch.
Yeah, and the one thing that I touched on briefly before the replay came on through was that, you know, most of these plays, besides the solo kill, is Legacy being the aggressor. Legacy trying to get the early game lead. Legacy trying to force, you know, the ganks on top side, or force the gank into the mid lane. And they're ultimately just being outplayed, right? Sion living there was just an outplay. Kisei killing Sybil in the mid lane there was an outplay earlier. So just across the board, we talked about Chiefs being, you know, what would be considered superior laners, or, you know, just coming out with a little lead. They've made me kind of eat my words, Skimmy. They've came out with more than a lead, I would say. This is a gigantic lead.
Certainly is. So little into this game, right? Only 6 minutes in, and the fact that you're looking at mid lane, you hit tab and you go, hang on a minute, this is not how it's meant to go, right? The script shouldn't be like this. We've had a couple of bans shown our way towards our mid laner. He's got one of his most comfortable champions now, finding himself 0-2. I'm not too happy about this one whatsoever, but still up for debate as to how this jungle matchup can play on through. As you can see, Swaith up by a huge margin. He's got level 6. He's invisible. So hard now for Nkusa to try and disengage from this one. He flashes, but it's just too little too late. The fear goes off. Nocturne connects, and they guarantee another kill in the mid lane.
Yeah, that was really cute there, though, Skimmy, right? Kisei ulting in onto Incursio, and again, actually in the bot lane. Not much amounts to it, though. But yeah, the back on that play in the mid lane, Nocturne ultimate put him behind Incursio, was able to use the spell shield and flash forward.
And there's a flash forward right now. No level 6 is found here, except for Swaith is going to look to try and execute, and that he does. Fantastic play there and Styled. He used the flash, he burnt both sums, he has no Featherstorm, and he has no health bar remaining.
It's a day of too much happening. You can't actually digest or break anything down, because the moment you do, something happens on the other side of the map. And yeah, we talked about Swaith being able to get level 6 freely. He did one better, picked up a kill and an assist before that, and now he's just absolutely flying. And this results in, you know, the one winning lane for Legacy being punished as well. And all of a sudden, 3,000 gold lead over the side to Chiefs.
And those are huge margins. I mean, when you look at gold leads and go, who might win this one by the 15-minute mark, you sometimes see leads this big. To see it at 8 minutes in, it feels disastrous right now.
And he reset. Reset Wolves for the poke there onto Sion. Are we calling worth on that one or not?
I don't know, Jeeves. He's out of mana, he's out of hope. He's got a stick and he's hitting it with a red buff. And you're down behind already in the tempo on this one. You're now going to have to sacrifice the neutral objective too. And if Chiefs look to try and put this jungle on cooldown, they could be looking at some very early soul point too.
100%. 100%. And, you know, they'll probably have the avenue and the priority to do so now. Swaith really, you know, offering a lifeline to his bot lane. This lane was probably, you know, one kill or one assist away from Legacy really taking over. Xayah does become quite snowbally, so really good recovery there. And
the timing, right? Pre-6 before Featherstorm, it was beautiful.
Very good timing, actually, you're right, yeah. And it was right before it. Maybe if Styled could have killed a minion or two, would have been 6, been a different story, but very good engage there from Dragku, leading to the charm of Swaith and picking up a kill there onto Styled.
And now Swaith, one of the biggest benefactors, second here to Kisse in the mid lane, who's, as you say, really coming into his own right now. 4 stacks on that Dark Seal. He's looking to continue to snowball, pop off, get some very free money and free stats as a result as well. And this is really what Incursio is relegated to, right? Hitting the slingshot, getting out as much damage as possible, and having the safety that he can retreat to back where he came from. I mean, he's going to need a couple of items before he can really try and challenge this Nocturne now.
I was going to say, all things considered, he's faring pretty well in the lane. Was able to trade Nocturne down, you know, trade quite well into the Nocturne there. But then, because I looked at the items and I thought, okay, Nocturne hasn't purchased for a while, and then Nocturne full bases and picks up an item. So what was looking pretty good there is going to get a lot worse now.
It's a 9-minute strike break, and now you've been soloed by the jungler.
Yeah.
I mean, this is snowball beyond belief, right? What is the average timing? Anywhere between like 13 minutes onward for your first mythic item completion?
Yeah,
he is just so far ahead. And yes, you could, you know, hit the meme, right? Yona, Yasuo, Berserker Greaves build complete, but he needs so much more right now to try and go toe-to-toe with his laner, but that of the jungler too.
Does the 10 death power spike for Yone count? Like, are we, because, you know, he's brothers with Yasuo, right?
Sure. Same bloodline, it's all part of the family chain. Sure.
Is there a 10 death power spike that we can talk about? And here's the replay before we do talk about that. So just catching him on the base timing. Doesn't even use the charm for extra damage, for the damage amplification. Uses it for the slow rather, and might see another kill.
Oh no, Juves, it's gone from bad to worse. He's TP'd back to mid-wave and died as soon as he's got there. That is so unfortunate.
And they can't even...
They're just going to lose so many turret plates. And they summon the Herald.
Yeah, I was going to say, they can't even defend this turret, right? Like, if Sybil decided to go farm that tower, he dies as well. So, you know, he knows that, and he's looking for a bot side play. Turret ultimately takes down... the Rift turret ultimately takes down the turret, but maybe not that worth it. Could have got more Rift plates top side or bot side. There was no plates left. Yes, it executed the turret, but Kisse probably had that tower regardless. I mean, it doesn't really matter at this point, right? So far accelerated. Such a big gold lead at 11 minutes. You just pretty much putting the Rift Herald down there just for tempo at that point, right? You just want to get the turrets down as quick as possible, counter jungle all those jungle camps, and just extend your lead.
Just open up as many pathways, right, into your opposition side of the map, be it jungle camps or be it ganking angles. And now you've got 2 towers in the mid lane. 1 dead and 1 destroyed, and second rather crippled. Another angle for them to, you know, when we talk about this mid priority and how it can then translate into guaranteeing yourself a Herald and a Dragon, that much easier now for Chiefs to achieve.
The hardest thing to do in League of Legends as well is play mid lane, or play any lane rather, when your tier 1 turret is down early in the game, because Incursio was dying or having a tough time living with his tier 1 turret to fall back to, right, as a bit of protection. That turret's gone now. So if he's ever too far up, Nocturne's just going to ulti down mid, Evelyn's going to find the flank angle, and Incursio has to play even safer than before, which means his side lanes are going to get punished. So it is really looking quite grim. It's going to be interesting to see what Incursio does, if anything, to find his way back in the game. Maybe he has to do, you know, one of those roams that we talk about that he's known for, where he does just sack a significant minion wave. Because I do think this play here that they're trying to make is long gone. Kisse is too hard to kill as a 2-man. He might even 1v2 at this point, to be honest with you.
I mean, he really could, right? He's level 10 to the 8, 7, and 6 that Legacy are presenting him right now. Swaith's still invisible. They have no idea that he's here. Kisse blading and biding his time. Out goes the hook, hoping for the best. But the sheer panic of being invisible seems to be causing Legacy a fair degree of anxiety here.
Yeah, it's the hardest thing to play against, but I talk about Evelyn sometimes being a double-edged sword. You force teams to actually have better vision control, right? You know that they need to buy pink wards, hook lands. I think every team knows they need pinks, right? In a competitive game.
The double bait, I'll be fighting. Yes,
Yeah.
we are! Oh, pixel perfect. He hits the paranoia as the lantern goes out, goes for a roam from mid to bot, and then takes out Sybil. He tried to proc the lullaby. The lullaby gets cancelled. Animation went out, but it doesn't seem to matter. Featherstorm is there. He can't bring back the feathers. The recall is unsuccessful. 1 kill into 2. Snap back and get free. Swathe is huge. Mid jungle, 11 kills between them.
And they're getting proxied, Skimmy. It's not like it's just a skirmish one. It's happening in between 2 turrets, and you have to say, nice little play there from Kisei, right? Waited for the lantern, waited for Lilia to take the lantern before he followed with the Nocturne ultimate. Good bit of patience, nice execution there, and it's almost just a little too fed, a little too early, right? They're getting proxied, and the gold lead is quite significant, sitting at around 7,000 now. 2 dragons about to go down. It's hard to find a way back into this game for Legacy. They have a composition that should fare quite well in the laning phase, right? Not a composition where you fall behind early and they fall behind early, and it's a 9-death mid jungle. It is a 9-death mid jungle with 0 kill participation. You know, you can't really sugarcoat it. It is an absolute shellacking.
It certainly is. It's a game that you absolutely hate to see if you're on the receiving end of it right now. What does that mean for the opposition? They are fed beyond belief. Hextech Protobelt here on the Evelyn for extra mobility, because apparently Evelyn needs it, given the amount of presence that Swathe has in this map. But we're going to go for the Dustblade here on Mboma. A reset Invisible Ezreal. It's your worst nightmare. More so than maybe the Iceborne Gauntlet of Season 10.
I mean, Skimmy, you'd be happy if the Ezreal was your worst nightmare at this point. If you said to me that Ezreal was the worst nightmare because he picked up a Dustblade, I'd say, yeah, okay, like maybe we can deal with it, maybe we can't, but I look elsewhere and I start to see a book with a few pages in it that potentially could get a few more pages, and it could spread the word of Summoner's Rift.
10 and counting, right? He's looking to release that next book. He's currently writing it up as we speak.
Yeah, version 2.
Version 2, the sequel, as you will, yeah. Okay, well, that's Legacy looking to try and do something right now. The hook goes out, spell shields it. Beautiful there from Kisei. He will take the lullaby as a result. And here's Lift on the flanking angle to protect him. Knocks across, disengages and saves Kisei. How is he still alive? Unbelievable play there. Lift is the hero. He might fall down for this one. Hits the headbutt and pops the ultimate. Another rotation comes through on Swathe, caught in the middle of the river. That's the first kill here from Curcio. The 6-death power spike. They might get a second. They seek vengeance, they seek blood, and they'll find 2, but boy oh boy, the fact that Kisei didn't die.
Nice window Legacy were able to find to punish, and Swathe just got off the phone with his book publisher, and they've decided to scrap that book. They're not going ahead with it anymore, so you know, whether the content in there wasn't that good or it wasn't able to sell, maybe it wasn't family friendly, they've decided, you know what, we don't rate that book anymore, not being published. Again, Kisei, if you have to give a criticism to Kisei, it is this. Gets caught a little bit too often, sometimes plays with a little bit of disrespect, and Liv does save the day, right? Ultimately saves the day here, flashes forward, knocks him out, but then Liv is the one that falls, Liv is the one that gets caught, and Draku's left to fend by himself and fights a 0-6 power spike. And nice hook from ML. We keep talking about this bot lane from Legacy. Finding those windows, and you know, yes, it's nice. Yes, it's a nice kill. It's a nice bounty, but the huge thing here is that you lose those Magi stacks. You get those Magi stacks off of the Everland. So again, game's still in Chiefs' favor, of course. You know, Chiefs are still in prime seeding to win this one, but nice little punish found there from Legacy.
And it was a nice little punish, and it is also worth noting, if you saw there from the replay, that Mboma was in bot lane the entire time, pushing waves, pushing in turrets, and doing whatever he could to still put in some impact, right? The True Shot Barrage came across, clipped onto 2, ensured that Kisei had a little bit of pressure alleviated from himself, but that is the current game state, you know, on full display. A 4v5 is what we're dealing with. Swathe now being revealed. Out goes the paranoia, and now you're the one to get turned upon. They flash away, the box gets dropped, ML trying to disengage and run to the rest of his team. There's a blast gun if they need it, Guardian procs, and Guardian survives. But Incursio falls on down, and now he'll be the next target. How goes the tipping of the Fedora? Sniped through the Mystic shot!
Okay.
It's just a little bit too clean, and now both AD carries are showcasing what they can do. We talk about Legacy's bot lane, and it is starting to pick up one. But that might be all it is as they retreat back to their tier 2 mid turret instead.
Skimmy, I'm a firm believer as this tower goes down, and we might even see Mboma look for a solo kill here. But I think he's just going to be happy with the turret and getting one out. Sybil might be caught. Are you caught with Sybil, or is Sybil caught with you?
I have no idea, really. What is the riddle? What does it mean? He flashes, he dashes, he hopes he can bop that blast cone, but he cannot. Winter on the flank now. Fiora trying to do whatever she can. And a one-item power spike. The blast cone is insane. And
These
they run away. Unbelievable.
These blast cones have been MVP this game.
Yeah.
Multiple saves. And it's not every day in League of Legends in Summoner's Rift you see these blast cones have a big influence on the game, but off of the back end of this, we see Swaith just buffer the Evelynn ultimate really well there, because if Styled hits those feather rip back, Swaith's the one that goes down, and again, we talk about that Medjai's. It can become your best friend, but it also can become your worst enemy. So the fact that he's back up to 8 stacks means it is, gold efficient. Nocturne ultimate on the side here too. Yeah, just a little bit too fair.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth there. It didn't really need any glossing over. 8-1 and 2, another kill found, caught on side waves, and it's a bit of a concern that you had, right? How would Legacy look to try and play those side waves? Because they damn well can't group up and fight 5v5. They need to hit gold in some area. And, Chiefs are saying, well, what is your game plan? Because Baron's going to be spawning in 30 seconds. Herald is there for the taking. We put ourselves in sole point. But we might just continue to kill you and have fun with our KDAs. And Milk cool. And Milk surrounded by 4 will fall on down.
At this point, there's not much to digest, right? It's just players walking in, getting caught, walking in for vision when members are dead, and, Incursio pushing for farm. Everyone's just pushing for farm, basically, right? And this is the worst thing you can do. When you're versing a Nocturne, and when you fall behind, everyone starts to get in their head, I need waves, I need farm. And then that's where Nocturne thrives. You're going to push up to waves like the Fiora did, you're going to push up to waves like Incursio has been, and you're just going to get picked off consistently. And then ML, ultimately shouldn't be there, but he's just trying to get some vision down for his team so that they can collect those waves somewhat safely. And so it's ultimately, it's just a cookie crumbling. Hate when my cookie crumbles.
Yeah, a bit of a disaster, right? When I want my sugar intake, but I can't find it. And deja vu. Another cookie and another crumble. It looked like a replay, but it's the same outcome. Or is it? No, unfortunately, Winter unable to go for that all-in-play. Tried to hit the angles, but it wasn't a winning angle.
Yeah, and Skimmy, it's problematic when your Fiora can't win the side lane. If your Fiora loses the 1v1, then that is a disaster, because there's not much that beats Fiora in the 1v1.
Waiting for the solo again. Featherstorm goes in out. He's going to buffer it beautifully again, but they disengage out. They bait out 2 key ultimates, bear in mind too. A nice landing gets him out to safety, so he's able to hang on to his summoners. He had none anyway, right? So he was in a whole lot of trouble. But Juves, you hate to feel defeatist and be that guy, but if you were to play devil's advocate, really, what is Legacy's best chance here? Is it denying a soul point? Is it playing for an Elder? Is it a 50-50 on the Baron?
Ultimately, they can't give away Ocean Soul, right? That's the first thing, because you give away Ocean Soul, then you're probably never killing Kisei, let alone lived. We haven't even had lived in much of this conversation, but he's just been silently farming away, and with the Ocean Soul, see you later. He's not dying. So first things first, you need to be able to contest that, whether that's a smite flip, whether it's you win a miraculous 5v5 or find a pick beforehand. I think that's the first point of call. Then you just need to be able to win the side lane. You need to win the 1v1 against Kisei. And Fiora does have the kit to do that. Maybe Sybil or Incursio need to be there as well. So the beauty about Legacy at the moment, as Incursio is just walking... Is he walking across your screen like he's walking across mine?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, I just wanted to be sure. And
it's the 1-7 barrel spike. Oh no, Style is dead. Oh no, the sweeper comes on out. He's saying, how dare you assassinate my Eddie carry? He goes for the all-in, he hits the ultimate, hits the thumbs up as well as he turns gold, and here comes the drive-by. Hello, Kisei takes you down. And Chiefs remind you, hey, it's a 10k gold lead for a reason.
I tried to give them an inkling of hope, and I tried to tell you how I would foresee them coming back into the game, and as I say that, I think they lose the Baron here, Skimmy, so it ultimately is just too big of a gold deficit. 10,000 gold at 22 minutes, going to be hard to recover from. Now, Legacy do look like they're going to contest. Maybe this is the one window where 3 levels down, Sybil can land a Miracle Smite, and potentially stall the game just that little while longer. We'll have to wait and see.
Drake
on the
is
flank here.
positioning right now. He's in such a beautiful flanking angle. He has everything. Flashes, hits the ultimate, knocks the ball in place. Combine that with a sign. You're knocked up, you're dead, you're gone, it's all over. A three-man collapse in a choke spot like that. You couldn't ask for better if you're a Chiefs fan. And they'll turn their attention straight back to the Baron.
We love a wombo combo, Skimmy, don't we? We love just, saying that word. Sometimes we do it in different accents, but that's a conversation for another day. So, all the best supports in every region are able to find those windows, find those flanks. Dragku knows he doesn't need to be with his team on that Baron buff. Finds the angle behind blue, flashing the wall and just landing a multi-man rel ultimate. And, the replay here, he's just biding his time. He's waiting. He knows this opportunity is going to present itself. And again, just such a good team fight from Chiefs. Yes, granted, they are a significant lead. Doesn't matter what the goal deficit is. If you execute that well, it doesn't matter if it's even. If you're behind, you're going to win that.
Every player individually here from the Chiefs showing up, all having their moment in the sun to showcase, hey, this is the reason we're so far ahead. This is the reason we are the team to watch. And I suppose I beg the question, right? What has Coach Kuden over in the the house of the Chiefs been telling these guys, right? Like, what is the pre-game pep talk that shows, hey, 24 minutes in, we're going to have 24 kills, and we're just going to do things like this. We're just going to trace straight through mid lane and take out your Yona, who's going to say, I have to slingshot back. I really don't want to, but I'm going to fall on down. That's the funniest part about Yone's kit, right? It's like you dash away and you're like, oh wait, I do have to go back. So Incursio does fall down before the dragon. And to touch on your point about what Kuden's saying pre-game, Kuden's not a man of many words, okay? I've known him for quite a long time, the coach for Chiefs. Not a man of many words, but the words that he does say, the words that he does put out have impact. You know those guys? Not much, but impact. And so whatever that may be, whatever they're doing during the week, evidently working. So again, maybe a little bit of credit to the Chiefs coaching staff as well, if you have to put where credit's due. They're certainly on one, I'll tell you that much, Juice. The Charmer's out there, it's being prepped. Beautiful little buffer down the riposte. Now going to go for the 1v1 angle. Hits the ultimate, gets chased on down. Oh no, it's not going to happen. He still needs far more items than that Essence Reaver there, Juice. Out comes the Lullaby. He doesn't have a stopwatch, but he does have a Zonias. He's just going to hold on to it. He knows that Stipple just does not do enough damage. He comes out of the Charmer and he takes you to sleep instead by putting you back to the fountain for 32 seconds on cooldown. It's a three-man wombo slam here from Incursio. 1-9. He's 1 kill away from the power spike. You love to see in solo queue, but he's forced to run back to the fountain. And that bot lane inhibitor will be the first one to go.
Lift hasn't taken any damage, by the way. Ocean Soul, thank you very much. And Skimmy, while this is all transpired, you do have to feel just a little bit for the bot lane of Legacy, right?
Yeah.
Probably we're the most solid performers on the team. Not probably, you can press tab and come to that conclusion. And they've ultimately just been left out to dry, and Sayo probably starts to think, I can have a bit of a teamfight influence here, and just does absolutely zero damage to the Sion.
This is heartbreaking stuff right now. They can't even step up in their own jungle. Vision or not, it just does not matter. Too easy pickings, too much mobility, and quite honestly, far too much damage. Look at that! Oh, 1 Q and he's down to 3/4. It's crazy.
Yeah, and this is why we thought Ezreal might be a little bit of a better pick here, because the composition from Legacy isn't the tankiest, and this is where the Ezreal really does thrive, against compositions that don't build a lot of armor or have a lot of HP, and seeing that there, obviously with an accelerated gold lead, but true to the point, Ezreal doing so much damage on the squishier targets.
Swave's caught up the publisher. The book is back on 25 pages. He's writing a sequel. He's writing a bestseller. It absolutely is a rewrite. It's a remake, and it looks better in 2021. The Chiefs take down the victory, 26 minutes on the clock, and they take down Legacy.
Very clean victory from the Chiefs. No hiccup at all, really, if you had to review that game. They have to be happy with that. And the members that we wanted to see step up and we wanted to see have big games were the ones of Swathe and Kisei. And it's very good to see them to have a good game in the same game, right? Jungle mid synergy is key in a lot of teams, in a lot of victories, and they were able to synergize quite well and ultimately come out with the win in what was just the two-man show.
I mean, they had a plan, Juves. They had a plan of what they wanted to bring out in the draft, a little bit deviating from what is the go-to meta, but it paid off beautifully from start to finish. And Mac, I mean, is there any better feeling, right, when a jungler comes your way in mid lane, you suddenly say, hang on a minute, I'm now 2-0?
Look, I don't think so. The first things first, I had a chat with Rusty the other day. Oh my god. I had a chat with Rusty the other day. Sorry, I'm just waiting for food, and I think the dude's finally found it. He's been looking for the house for 20 minutes. So I'm currently in the middle of that. Anyway, said to Rusty the other day, yeah, play knocked mid, you know, it was pretty fun. And he's like, oh, you can't play knocked mid. And then lookity doody, Chiefs pick it and make it look like an absolutely stunning champion pick. Now, I'm really hoping that this trend continues and we do get to see a lot more action and, I guess, off-meta champ picks in different positions that just seem to work.
Yeah. And I mean, Natty was in my ear just then suggesting Amumu, as she always will. She's a very big Amumu connoisseur, but, you know, this was kind of the beginning of the end, right? Where you start to see the jungle mid of Chiefs just get a little bit too far ahead. Oh, we've already got 5 kills in the bank between them, so you know, it was just outplay after outplay. Here was a nice little outplay from Kisei, able to follow the lantern that Sybil took, and ultimately led to more deaths than saving any lives, right? Brought the team, the Nocturne, into the rest of the team, and if you're getting proxied in between your 2 turrets at 13 minutes, Skimmy, you know it's going to be a tough game.
Oh, I mean, by that point, right, you're just thinking, what do we do? You know, Chiefs were on something, right? They were really forcing their hands, saying, we're not allowing this game to get slowed down, allowing you to really do anything, right? The fact is, this here is probably Legacy's best chance at really picking up anything. They get 2. But still, Chiefs continue to fight up, right? Like, we've got a gold lead, we can take you 4v5. We're going to continue to push down bot side. We're going to play this map chronologically.
And I love how Kisei is just pressing S in the 1v1 there, right? Not even moving, really. Just drops the Ignite, takes down the Nocturne, and this was the last hope for Legacy here, but Dragku was just a little bit too clean. We won't mention the early laning phase. I'm sure he's going to be disappointed in that, and he's going to have a few things to say about, you know, losing the 2v2. And, you know, if there's one thing that you had to polish up as a Chief fan, maybe that's it. Maybe it's the laning 2v2 bot lane. Maybe too much Heimerdinger in the works, and they're not used to laning. They're used to avoiding the laning phase. But again, something to be super proud of and a very clean game.
Yeah, it was certainly something, wasn't it? Now let's bring in Nat down on the side lanes to talk to the champion of the match. Who do you have for us here, Nat?
I have the other half of the bottom lane joining me, Draku. How are you? Congratulations on the win. You're keeping the streak going of a win-loss, win-loss. So how you feeling?
I actually think this win meant a lot to me because I've been having a lot of problems in real life, so it was good to know that my boys really had my back, especially today. Like, everyone was comforting me and cheering me up, like and yeah, they carried me, so I really appreciate my teammates for doing that. But yeah, heading in, Legacy were, I guess, we just treated them equally, and I'm glad that my team, you know, just really carried me today.
Well, I mean, as much as you say your team carried you, you did an outstanding job supporting them and putting them in that position to carry you. But talk me a little bit through the laning phase. You guys seem to have a really strong start.
I think that our mid laner is probably the best mechanical mid laner in this region. But he's obviously, it would be like wrong for me to say he's the best, obviously, because I think Chaz and Shock are both way more experienced, but Kisei's hands are definitely really young and really good. As you can see, like, he was just smurfing on everyone. But I think the early game, it was more Swaith and Ron just 1v5ing. Like, I don't know, they came in with a really good mindset today and they were just feeling it. And, well, bot was kind of rough because I got counterpicked and I just died. So.
Look, you know, you say it's rough. It really didn't look as rough as you might say it was. But, you know, I just want to know a little bit more about, like, just the setup for team fights. How is the communication going into those ones? Because you had a spectacular team fight around Baron and your setup was just so good. So, like, who was making those calls, or tell me more?
When we're turning on an objective, I guess the support should always look for a turn. And the moment they cross a certain line, you should just go. So at that time, I was calling it and I was just screaming like, go, 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 go. But yeah, I guess that turn was me. But everyone else, they played team fights, I think, really well.
Well, look, congratulations again. You played absolutely spectacular. I hope your weekend gets a little bit better and we'll see you next week for some more matches.
Thanks, Nat.
Well, there you go. So, interesting take there coming out from Dragku, and I'm sure he was happy to get that W over the line. What are your thoughts on that one now? Are you happy with Dragcoot today?
Yeah, look, the guy is so enjoyable to talk to. As much as I rip on him on social media and in my Twitch chat sometimes, he is just really good to talk to, and such a humble guy that, you know, he's saying like his team just absolutely carried him, but they wouldn't have gotten what they got today without him. So it's just as much credit to him as everyone else.
Yeah, doing a very good job, all things considered, and it was so good to see that the Chiefs pattern continues. Lose one, win one, lose one, so you better believe next week they're up for an L. Well, let's see if that one continues. But until then, match 3 coming up not too far away, and we'll see you not too far on the other side of the break. It's going to be Order and Gravitas, so go stay hydrated, stay safe, and we'll see you in a minute.
Certainly might see a cannon gang right now as Liverpool will have that afterlife form if so desired. Now they're trying to bait their time here with the flash. Looking to try and juggle around the arrow. Oh no! Sybil's dead and Winter May just fall on down there. Oh, it's an absolute disaster. They've misplayed it horribly. And now a gank might take place in the river as well as Swaith rocks on through. He actually try and take down Incursio. He's going to slingshot back, and now Nocturne is 4-0. Right now the hook goes, that spill shields it. Beautiful there from Kissa. He will take the lullaby as a result, and here's Lift on the flanking angle to protect him. Knocks across, disengages and saves Kissa. How is he still alive? Unbelievable play there.
Throw me aside at the end of the game. Turn your back cause I call your name. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Slam the door as you curse my name. Toss my clothes on the open flame. Another love gone bad again. Bad again, bad again. Well, I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. Then it's already done. Now you're on your own, hope you feel the pain of your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again. Bad again, you're bad again. That you're on your own, hope you feel the pain of your thoughts inside, driving you insane. Now another love gone bad again. Bad again, you're bad again. Well, I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And it's already well, I'm glad that it's over, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. And I won't look past my shoulder, cause it can't hurt anymore. Hurt anymore. Then it's already done.
the mystery of the lost food continues as I'm very hungry and my food is non-existent and I'm actually really grumpy because I didn't get my burrito. Now, we've got a game. Got a game in LCO to talk about too, which is much more important than my belly and how hungry I am. But also, hangriness is a condition that I'm prone to. So, boys, you're going to have a rough time on the desk for the rest of the segment. Let me tell you that. But anyway, it is going to be Order and Gravitas coming up as match number 3 of the day, of course. This time, Order have a bit of an easier affair going up against Gravitas, but Order's form lately, you know, it hasn't been optimal, hasn't been as well as they started to play when we first started with the LCO. So Gravitas, it could be an opening for them to cause an upset here.
Yeah, I mean, we call the Gravitas Order matchup an upset for Gravitas if they win, but I don't think there's like a huge gap between the two rosters. I think that Gravitas have shown us enough to at least, you know, have this match be very competitive. But, you know, on the side of Order, while we're on them, you know, Vengeance for me has been a standout as well as Maximize, you know, but not every game. And I think that's what we want to see from them, right, Skimmy? We want to see a consistency. We want to see them performing at that level every game. Obviously, you know, Maximize being the rookie might be a little bit tough for him, but, you know, when they do play to their level, they play to the expectation that we have of them, they're one of the best teams in the league. It's just whether or not they can do that all of the time.
Yeah, I think there's no better proof than the last game, right? The fact that he was playing the GP, was making these massive combos with the cannon barrage you can see on your screen right now. In a few situations where his team is already dead, as he's looking to try and disengage and say, hey team, look, this is a very real, you know, winnable condition, right? I need to need a little bit of uptime, hit some barrels and pop off from there. So Maximize, it feels like a little bit too much of the burden has gone his way. Puma, when he's on the money, will absolutely 1v9, but a few games has been targeted and being unable to showcase his full potential.
Well, hopefully it is a different story for Gravitas today. You know, they've only got 1 win so far, and it's time for them to maybe get a second up against Order. But of course, that relies on how Order is playing. But let's speak Gravitas. So, of course, this is the lineup they're going to be running with today. Any surprises here, Jubes?
No surprises in particular. I think this is the roster that's performed the best for them. They do have, you know, a few players they can sub in, sub out, but you know, ultimately when it comes down to performance and wins, this is where they've had their most success. Again, we talk about it every week, but Azus and Kyose for me just keep impressing week after week. And again, this is those two players in particular are why I think the gap isn't too big between Gravitas and some of the mid-table teams, because they do have the potential, those two players in particular, to have some absolute 1v9 performances. And we see here, right, Kyose and Azus here ultimately falls down there to decoy. Whoopsie, but you know, having some very big outplays, and Safa getting his Camille again will be key in a lot of their wins. But it feels sometimes it's a little bit pick band that it depends on pick band rather.
Sure.
So yeah, I'm excited to see how they go, and excited to see what draft they get and if it can facilitate.
And also, Jubes, it's worth noting that both these mid laners love Ahri. So we've seen that Kyosu's been spamming a whole bunch. He told me in his last stream, he's like, I really want you to be there when it's happening, right? So whether or not that will be a ban, I'd be very surprised, quite honestly, if it was. But they both sort of fit the same mold of loving the utility in mid lane. So how they can play around the team.
I actually went to his stream and told him to stop playing Ahri, but he hated it and he banned. He actually, legit, I thought I was getting banned. I got attacked by mods and everything.
That's golden. Hopefully we do get to see some Ahri. I'm hoping, you know, Gravitas may just pull out that knocked mid again. I don't know why. Just, you know, personal preferences. But look, we do have Nat down on the sidelines again for the pre-match. So, Nat, how's the weather down there? Because in Sydney, it's terrible.
It's actually really nice down here. You know, it's a little warm, but you can't complain. It's better than raining, I guess.
Yeah, true. Well, hopefully it's not raining on the two players down there. Who do you have for us for the pregame?
I actually have Chungy and Kyose. Guys, thank you for joining me. I don't know if you heard the talent just before, but they're wondering if the Ahri's going to come out or if you're just going to straight up go for the ban. You're like, we're not going to let anyone do it. Kyose, do you want to comment on it first?
I mean, I really want to play Ahri. Like, I just can't stop playing Ahri. But like, I don't know if I'll actually be able to play it today, just depending on draft, but really want to go with the Ahri, of course, yeah.
And what about you, Chungy? What are your thoughts on the Ahri?
I just think it's a bad champion. Like, it's just conflict for against the both of us. Yeah, like in competitive, Ari isn't a good champion. There's other mid laners that are just better. So yeah.
Of course, all right, that's it. Okay, we're not going to see any Ari then. But I do want to ask, we finished the first round robin. And coming into the second one, how you guys feeling? What are the expectations? If you want to go first, Chungy?
We're feeling pretty good. I would say the first round robin, we weren't really... Like, we haven't found our identity as a team yet, but after today, we should be getting there. So yeah.
Do you think it's been a little bit of a struggle? Like, have you guys lost, not necessarily confidence, but have you guys just been like, what are we doing wrong? Because you started seemingly strong in the first few games, and it's felt like it's dropped off a little bit in terms of momentum for you guys. So do you feel that in the team at all?
I wouldn't say we're losing confidence. It's more of like we're taking it step by step throughout the split. So yeah, leading up to the end of the split, we should be feeling more confident, I'd say.
All right, that's good. I'm glad to hear. And Kyosei, what about you guys over at Gravitas? I know you only have the one win so far under the belt, but how are you guys feeling it overall as a team, and what do you expect as your end results coming into the second round robin?
Right, so like, as I keep saying, we're just like still finding our team identity too. We're really new, just a lot of rookie players, right? So just like looking to become better, and yeah, like we just need to be scrimming more. We need to be looking for more different comps, I guess. But yeah, we're definitely like improving, and that's all that matters. Yeah.
It is true. I mean, as long as you guys are improving, then it's still a win. On the topic of that, though, what area do you think you guys have improved the most in compared to the start of the split?
Definitely in our comms and our macro, right? So we've definitely learned on what like turns means and like how we should be like, reacting to plays more, and yeah, that's the main thing.
That's good to hear. What about you over at Order, Chungy? What's your main area of improvement that you've just seen so much?
I don't really want to leak too many things about, our problems. I'd just say we've improved on like, I don't know, just understanding the game pretty much, and then, just facilitating that into like mid to late game and all that.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess that's why I word it that way, is I don't want you to see it as like a weakness for you guys. I want you guys to be in that mindset that you're like, okay, sure, maybe it was a weakness, but it's no longer a weakness, right? Looking for those points where you're just like, where we can turn this around and we're like, we're going to come in really strong. But the last time you guys went up against each other, were there any takeaways or things that you learned that you're going to implement in the second matchup?
I'm not too sure, honestly.
That's all good. What about you, Kyosei? Anything on the Gravitas side?
Like, there's not much, but like we kind of know how they play. Like, you see Chungy picking a lot of like roaming mids kind of thing. Like he'll be picking TF Galio, and he'll just be playing towards like whether it be top side or bot side. So that's something we've definitely like kept an eye on. And yeah, like that's the main thing.
Alrighty. Chungy, I also just got told in my ear they want to know about your Lilia mid. If you can give us any more details on that.
Yeah, look, I just follow Trovy. I don't think I'll be whipping it out today, but I'm just a big Trovy fan, and he plays that stuff.
I mean, you never know. It might just come through in the draft, and we could be in for a special treat tonight. But guys, good luck with the game. It'll be a close one, that's for sure. And I'll see one of you on the other side.
Thank you.
Thank you. See ya.
There you have it. So thank you, first and foremost, Nat, for asking the question about Lilia mid, because that did not go well for Chungy in the Clash game they played the other day. And I've just been really wanting to know what went into it, but apparently it was a build someone else has gone for. Now let's have a quick look at the predictions, or for this match rather. And I did have a quick squiz earlier on the social media graphic, which looked like all of us went for order today. So I'm not going to be the only one left out this time.
I mean, yeah, you're not obliged to say it. So that's just a very good analytical perspective from you, I assume. I assume you're just breaking it down, and you're like, okay, top lane versus top lane, mid versus mid. Yeah, I've ran the numbers, and in fact, it is the probability that Order will win this game. So, Mac, you are a genius. You are not only a pretty mustache, but you're a genius.
Thank you. Yes, I know I am a genius. I've got a lot of brain power up here, lots of cells and stuff.
Lots of cells.
Yes.
And stuff.
Brain
and
cells.
stuff. That's
Actually,
the burrito brain coming in.
I was about to say
right
no
now.
burritos,
Give me
but
my
he's got
food.
cells.
Order. Give me order. They're winning. Cool. Next.
That's it. It's all down to the burrito. You know, it gives you the answer. Now, you know, Skimmy, what are your thoughts on this one? Why have you gone for Order? Do you quickly? Do any of us think there is a chance of an upset here?
I think there is. I think with Order in their current run of form, you know, there is an argument that can be made to try and hit them on the back foot, right? You know, as much as an individual will say, yeah, we're not lacking confidence, we're not lacking this, right? They're never going to reveal the inner workings of their roster. Why would you, right? It'd be stupid to do so. But I think, you know, given their current run of form, it'd be very real that Gravitas could hit them with a confusing angle, kind of much like what they did to Peace with the, you know, Nocturne Fiddlesticks, try and catch them off guard and, you know, cause them chaos as to maybe what they've not practiced during the week. So there is a possibility, but I think, though, if we have a standard game, I think Order to Gravitas, they match up better individually.
Well, there you go. And before we do get into Champ Select, let's have a quick look at a hashtag #1 LCO fan that has sent in for Gravitas. So thank you very much for providing the content. And this is DRizzle48, hashtag #1 LCO fan. Love seeing esports brought back to OS and local legends like Sinjubes and Gravitas back in the limelight. So there you go. You got yourself a shout out, Jubes. You want to say anything to DRizzle?
Yeah, well, I mean, I was going to shout him out, but he's obviously already been he's already got his shout out, so I can't do that. But, oh, man, thanks, DRizzle. I've met him before. I've met him at a few league events here and there, so it's good to see the OG fans, like, still following on and supporting the same team. Not jumping ship through and through. And so, you know what? I'm not going to change my tip, but I hope Gravitas win just for DRizzle.
No, I think that's Juve's changing his prediction. I think we should definitely put him down for. Sorry, mate, you said it. You've changed.
I wouldn't be mad
also
because, can I say, sorry, before we finish this, I just want to say is that I actually typed up my predictions at work. I clicked submit, then I deleted and changed because I initially had Gravitas winning. That's how close I actually think this matchup is. I think it's a lot closer, and it was the hardest match for me to decide. So I would be like, 51% Order, 49% Gravitas. Look, keep in mind, I tipped Legacy to beat Order too, and it happened. So I just want to put that out there.
Well,
I can't believe that you think this is going to be the closest one. The toughest one for me to pick was definitely last game. Like, I know there's potential for upset, but I don't know.
Oh, yeah, I mean, that's probably close too. They're both close, but anyways, you know, that's where I stand, and I've not jumped ship just yet.
Well, before you go jumping any ships, look, you did say you were typing out a storm, you know, crunching the numbers there on your phone earlier today. And I know that you can probably get better at that. And a good way to do that is use Esports Assessment Labs to see how well your reaction time is, how quickly and accurate your typing is with all your fingers and your mice and your keyboards and your bits and pieces. So head on over there and you can keep track of it. Not only use it to get better, but also just assess yourself as well. And you can compare yourself eventually with Skimmy over there. And I'm sure Nat on the sidelines just while the game's cracking, she's going to be in the Esports Assessment Labs as well. But Nat, that is time for Champ Select. So hopefully for you, we get to see some Amumu. Gents, we'll see you after the game.
I'm praying for it.
Fingers crossed. But the game looks very close, so I doubt we'll see that here today, Jubes. What I will question, though, is kind of returning to my main point before about, you know, Kyosei and Chungi. They like to play the same champions in Ari, but brushing past that, they like to be the facilitator. They like to try and aid wherever they can, be it side lanes, be it in those 2v2 exchanges as well. We date our minds back to the last time these two teams played. We had Chungi playing the Galio, so no surprise there that Gravitas is going to remove it. Same then for the Twisted Fate to remove as much impact that can be from the mid lane as possible.
And the Nocturne being taken away from the hands probably of Kyosei and Safa, right? They ran that Fiddlesticks Nocturne composition, so just a headache Order don't want to deal with, and Camille being taken away. So this is an interesting ban from me, because Safa had made his name as a Camille player, right? And now the Camille player with first pick has also just banned Camille. So maybe they have something up their sleeve. Maybe he's been working on something midweek, because again, if you had to say, for most people that do know Safa, Camille is definitely his best champion. It's just weird that, you know, they're the ones that take that away.
And it is interesting, right? Because the fact is they could choose that, but so could Maximize as well, because he loves to play the Camilla as well. And it might be a case of Gravitas saying, we don't want to invest bans to try and target top lane. We don't want to try and win through top lane. We want to try and put our, you know, resources elsewhere. And you definitely need those situations, right, where you're banning the likes of Renekton, for instance, to try and make that matchup as easy as possible. Regardless, Gravitas is going to open up their accounts here with a Hecarim, a stable jungler that offers a whole bunch, but it does mean that Order can snap up the Udyr.
Yeah. And both are power picks at the moment, right? Udyr being the one that, you know, internationally at least has the most playtime. However, when I look at the Gravitas players and I see Azus, I think, yeah, I would prefer him on the Hecarim, to be honest with you, how he's been playing lately in the OPL and the potential that he does have to pop off. And he's hovering the Nunu. Now, it could be a Hecarim top. You never know. But I think the Nunu hover is more or less just a shout out or a good aid to someone. The Thresh being picked here though makes a lot of sense. Doesn't really have a bad lane, and Kyosei maybe wants to stick it to Chungi. Mumu.
He's taunting that at the moment, the double flex.
I reckon Rust is sitting there just absolutely shivering when he sees that
He's
Mumu
molding out of control,
yeah.
absolutely. Fresh comes in there, combine it with the Aphelios, a nice, stable, strong bot lane. Guarantees you some kill pressure and guarantees that you can look to try and execute pre-6 again onto the Xayah, which we saw in the last game just find so much success and really open up a condition where, you know, if your team has a strong bot lane, you can look to punish and prevent the snowball before it even begins.
I hope we see the Blitz. Yeah, I was going to say, because historically too, Thresh lanes do struggle a little bit into the Blitzcrank, just due to the fact that, you know, think about how Thresh throws hooks. It's all like no mobility, you can't move, and it takes a little bit of a time for the hook to come out. Once the hook lands, still takes a bit of time, and Blitz just, you know, hook is almost instant, and there is a lot of kill threat in those lanes, especially when you call the jungler down. So this is kind of the one kind of punish, if you will, that is available to you when you have Thresh blinded against you. However, the Thresh Aphelios lane is as potent as ever, and like I said to you, you know, a few weeks ago, that is a bot lane that a lot of LCS players that I've spoken to do like playing and find that they have the most success. Just so much kill threat, so much gank setup, and just something that, you know, facilitates quite well. Aphelios being in a mobile... Sorry?
I mean, it just offers so much, right? It's a bread and butter composition. You talk about Xayah, Rakans, Fresh, Aphelios, multiple spring to mind, you know, even the Caitlyn as well as the Morgana. There's those go-to ideas of engage or poke or harass or just, you know, pressure and performance as a result. I wanted to touch on quickly as we get into the second rotation of bans what it really all means. Order have gone the way of removing more utility in the mid lane with the Karma. They have drawn themselves into the conclusion that, hey, Kyosei actually might play the Ahri, and we just want to remove that from the cards. The response from Gravitas, though, given that Maximize has played a fair few games in this Snar, he's definitely shown that he can play it pretty well, so they're going to remove that, and the Silas is probably the biggest head-scratcher from them all.
Yeah, Silas maybe just a target ban towards Chungi. I'm actually happy Ahri's banned, to be honest with you, from both perspectives. Get to see Kyosei play something else, maybe something with a little more impact, but obviously he's not happy in the sense that he's not going to play his favorite champion. So... Again, we get to see how deep is Kyosei's champion pool, because I don't think he's really been tested in that sense, right? He has played the Karma, has played the facilitating mid laners, but every time Ahri's been available, he's locked that in. So we probably get to see, you know, a different side to Kyosei, and I think sometimes it's, you know, you need that. You need to be thrown into a position where you're maybe a little bit uncomfortable, but it really does start to, if you have a good performance, bring you some confidence, right? Bring you, you know, the mindset of, hey, I can do this, I can play other things, and be interesting to see what he picks up now.
Speaking of that confidence, right, I was just going to quickly mention the fact that Syndra has picked blind because Order must be feeling confident that, hey, we don't think that Kyosei presents much more of a threat anymore, because every single champion that he's played has already been banned or taken, so he's going to have to show us something unique, and there's the Orianna. But back to your point with Yorn, right, you know, it's a blind pick between mid and top, so now Maximize has all the counter picking options in the world, much like a Chippy from Direwolves, right, to try and find the most desirable matchup, say, for last pick.
Yeah, but Ornn is that champion, right? It's just going to do a job. I'm going to get to level 13, level 14, be able to upgrade items for his team. So no matter how behind he is, at least he can still have an impact. I was hoping he would pick something like the Scion, as that's being hovered out right now from Maximize. And if you remember, Skimmy, when we were casting OCS, Maximize had some blinders on the Scion, absolute 1v9 performances. So, you know, can he pilot this champion? Yes. Can he have a very big impact? Yes, because there's a difference between staying safe, not really having an impact, and just participating when need be. But we saw him take over games with this Scion pick.
And I think the real key point I'm getting from Order's draft right now is it is all about impact, and early impact at just that, right? The fact is we want to go at you, we want to try and find desirable matchups in all 3 lanes, and even in the jungle as well, right? We want to put the pressure on you, we want to force those 2v2s in mid-wave, we want to try and do a bit of a skilly check between both these support champions as well. We want to say that, hey, look, if you're going to try and scale them through and give artifacts to the rest of your squad, then hey, I'm a sign as well, and I scale up pretty nicely. We just believe that, hey, our team fight translating from laning phase into those skirmishes will just play out better. So, you know, taking into consideration the drafts, I like what Order have, but do you think Gravitas have thrown him enough of a curveball? Or is it a little bit too standard for your liking?
No, I actually like Gravitas' composition. So the one thing I was excited about, and it come to my memory after it was picked, was Kyose's Orianna is actually quite good. Not many people know, you know, he's obviously name changed a few times since joining the competitive scene, but back in the day when he was just grinding solo queue and playing, he was almost exclusively playing Orianna with, I think, Lux as well being in the works. So, you know, I always found that when he had Orianna and when he was putting in those Orianna performances into solo queue, he was doing quite well. Now, I don't want to cast the Curse the Man, but, you know, when I see him locking that Orianna, I get a little bit excited because I think, you know, this is definitely a champion he can pilot extremely well. Yeah, and it is a bread and butter matchup that we see quite a bit, right? We see Syndra versus Orianna, we see the mirror matchups, and we do see Syndra edge out a little bit of a lead early, nothing too significant, but she really does roll over the mid game. Whereas Orianna just needs a few more items, a little bit more time, potentially a verdant barrier to come into the mix before Syndra is kind of negated and Orianna takes over those team fights. However, Skimmy, like I said, I really do like Gravitas' composition, especially when you consider nameplates and how, you know, they pilot their champions. But I also do like Order, so I think we're in for a really good game and some very early on 5v5s, early on skirmishes where we're going to see team fights around neutral objectives.
Yeah, I mean, without a doubt, right? And the fact is, you know, if you're looking at Gravitas, a very strong front line to actually engage first and foremost, a fantastic delivery system there for the Shockwave, and beautiful champions to get out of harm's way with the Lantern, and then a emphasis on uptime here for Piglets Aphelios to pop off and showcase what it can do. A little bit of limited range here from Order, and they'll be having to force their hand by running into things there with the Udyr or forcing out stuns from Chungy, but no doubt as this game scales, I should say, into the latter half, then they can force their hand with a Scion Charge or a beautifully timed and placed Blitzcrank hook. So a nice even draft. I'm excited to see what that all means, and I do believe, if I'm not mistaken, we do have the Coach of Order on the line. We've got Coach Omo standing by here, and I'd love to get your thoughts and feelings on this one. It's not been the hottest run of form in recent games gone by. There's no denying the talent on the squad, but you know, how do you look to really try and bounce back from those occasions? Right, you've got a few rookies, a few players that have already got that experience. Is it easier said than done just to make it as a case of let's pick up the pieces, right, trust the process, or has it been a case of, you know, business as usual?
Well, a lot of the players here, like you said, are rookies. A lot of them are younger. Even the more experienced players on this team only really have like a year of experience. So, well, the players think they want to go far, they want to do their best to split. Obviously, I do too, but I kind of view it as kind of a learning split for them as well, where we're kind of building up the pieces, getting the players some experience, letting them understand how we want to play out different team comps and different goals in game, basically. So it's been kind of rough. Yeah, we are on a losing streak, I believe, so we're going to look to turn that around today here against Gravitas.
100%, and that leads into my next question, right? We've seen a lot of unique champions coming out, especially today. Is that something that's really coming out from Scrim culture more than anything, or just a case of, hey, this is the patch that we're playing on, we're seeing the same champions time and time again, let's just run it back with a few of those, you know, OG counter picks and look to try and catch out our opposition on the night?
Well, it's a bit of both. We have some picks that we're really confident in. I think the Udyr is a pick which Vengeance is definitely super confident in. Really good in the meta as well. So we have some confidence in some of the picks. The Blitzcrank is a bit of a... Well, I'm leaking scrims a little bit here, but the Blitzcrank is something we haven't practiced too much, though we have practiced it. So it's a bit of both, where we have comfort, as well as we have picks which we think just look really good in this draft.
I'm excited to see what that means going into this one. I'm grateful that you're willing to share a little bit of that, inner workings of the squad going into this one. My final question really would be, when you're looking at different lanes to focus on, we've seen that Beats is such a versatile player that he can, role swap multiple times in his career and come into this one. Do you feel like when we talk about the League of Legends player as a whole, right, the ability to understand different areas of the map, is there a combination of, rookies and talent and hunger and desire, but just sort of the composure that, hey, we've got the mechanics, we've got the experience in other areas that we can bounce back from this one, that, it's well on our grasp with still another full, round robin to go, that playoffs is on the cards?
Yeah, I definitely think playoffs are on the cards for these players, for this roster. As for Beats, like you mentioned as well, I think it's pretty good to have a mid laner swapping over to support. Mechanics are always going to be nice for that. But other than that, I feel like Beats is also a player who has really good game knowledge, one of the better ones in the team in that aspect. So it's good to have him here in a team of rookies. Being a rookie himself, it's good to have someone who can kind of lead the team in that sense. In his new role at that.
And I thank you for... Well, thank you once again. Yeah, thank you for sharing your time with us, and I wish you the best of luck going into this one. As Juice, we've had a little bit of action.
Yeah, both junglers are pathing towards bot side of the map early on. This actually results in Vengeance getting double crab just because the Udyr cleared that little bit faster. And you have to say, Summoner Spell advantage on the side of Gravitas, only using that Ignite, whereas Xayah having to use that heal. But I was watching how Xayah and Piglet were playing the lane early on, and they definitely got the better of the trades into Puma and Beats. So we've got to keep our eye on this lane to see if it's something that remains. And as I say that,
that's what Blitzcrank can do. A hook to the face, and you're forced to dash away. Pops the Summoner heal, they get that one out. Ignite would have been burnt. And a nice little trade goes across as a result too. So an explosive bot lane to start things off here in the first 5 minutes. Very close to lethal range. And one more cooldown rotation might spell disaster here.
Yeah, and that's the thing about Blitzcrank, right? You can be losing trades for as much as you like, but you land that one golden hook and you're able to just turn the lane state around completely. And we talked about Summoner Spell advantage. Well, absolutely neutral now. Only thing is Gravitas have a good recall timing here. I don't think Puma will be able to push this lane in time. It isn't a cannon though, so depending on the mana situation and how that one plays out, they might be able to get that wave in.
You could also see that they looked, Order that is looking quite content to use that ward. It might look a little bit grief on your screen now. It's just dropped in the middle of the lane, but looking to try and not only deny the Lantern, but deny a few of those Order attack clicks to try and win out in that trade. Unfortunately, weren't able to find first blood, but small little mechanics like that definitely can add up. We've seen it happen on the bigger stage.
Good guy jungler holding the way for his AD carry, but level 6 already for Vengeance, getting the double crab early on. We seem to see this a lot. Vengeance getting double crabs, hitting level 6 a lot earlier than his counterpart, and Hecarim is suffering a little bit in that sense. Shouldn't be too big of a deal though. Hecarim will be able to ding 6 levels soon, and first dragon being picked up, Ocean Dragon. So if you're a Gravitas fan, you've got to be happy with that. You don't have the first dragon, so that means it's not going to be an Ocean Soul.
Could be a Cloud Soul again though, because it looks like the next one is going to be an Infernal one, and I really do hate to see it. I don't know what it is. I feel like it's engraved into our minds that Cloud Soul is just so bad. I don't know what it is, but regardless, it could be a possibility here. A Mountain Soul wouldn't go amiss. There's definitely plenty of tanky champions here, and that mitigation could prove to be vital in deciding which team wins and which team can survive the Wombo combo that both compositions are possessing. But very keen to see how this Blitzcrank continues to showcase and show up. You heard there from Coach Omo that Beats has all this experience, and seems to be that sort of go-to discussion right now, right? That when you talk about talent, they have multiple lanes of experience. It means a lot of things. Speaking of experience and speaking of mid lane, Kyose popping off and pulling out Chungi.
Yeah, I mean, very good laning from Kyose so far there. Chungi did well to hold his nerve. Thought he might use the flash to live there, and I wanted to talk on this before they all in the mid lane. Vengeance's pathing this game has been very good in terms of tempo, in terms of jungle camps. If he didn't go to invade blue buff here, if he just straight cleared down, he would be so far ahead in terms of tempo. Basically, a level and a half ahead. And you see Azus still too scared to clear his blue buff and his Gromp, so might even see a recontest here because the bot lane of Order is flipping. And it is just a very good pathing and use of time from Vengeance. And this all stems from the double crab, right? Maybe a little bit of a mistake early on from Azus in terms of where he put his time or the lane that he passed towards. Maybe not expecting Udyr to clear the jungle that quickly, but now we're in a game state where Vengeance is just completely taking over just in terms of pathing.
And I mean, look at the Parvic. The timing more so than anything is impeccable. Up with level 6. He's then got mid-wave priority. Orianna cannot come here. They pick the Gromp. They steal away the blue. Hand it over to Chungy. His blue buff soon to spawn. And I mean, these small little advantages. Yes, whilst the gold lead doesn't look like much, it's a dragon into that, into a steal, now into a herald. It couldn't go any better right now here for Vengeance.
Yeah, but what I'd like to see from Azus is that, you know, he knows that they're here. He can see his Thresh's vision for him, and he could have V-lined straight for the enemy blue buff, straight for the enemy blue side camps, which he's pinged on the way now. So it looks like he's pinged on the way there, but it might be too little too late because the Rift Herald's gone down. Sion can play kind of goalkeeper, if you will, on those jungle camps and stop Hecarim from getting there. So we're just seeing the Hecarim fall behind ever so slightly in tempo, ever so slightly in EXP, and when it comes to this next skirmish, the Udyr potentially just takes over.
So it does. With lanes flipped, it does mean that order to get to the Herald first and guarantee it works in their favor. And it will be interesting to see where they decide to try and drop this Herald and guarantee more tempo. It's a slightly different draft here. Yes, as a whole, we both like what we see, but in terms of mid lane identity, we've yet to see the true hard carries for the most part come out of these two plays. They've showcased that they can play if needed, but feel a lot more comfortable on the utility. So looking to see how Chungy can look to try and push that early advantage. It's full secure, so they're going through the Merc treads as opposed to the Verdant Barrier. There is a fair bit of CC, so I don't mind that whatsoever. It'd be interesting to see where he navigates from here, though, because I feel like Orianna at times can almost feel like a bit of a mid-lane Caitlyn. Needs those item advantages to really pop on off. Speaking of that, Isaiah flashes forward, hits a lance, and drags in Hecarim, forces out some cooldowns. Puma pops the Featherstorm, and he's already dead before the Onslaught of Shadow comes across. That's the first blood, taken into a second. Kills get traded back and forth, but Piglet comes out ahead.
Yeah, and I mean, before I even go, Skimmy, I'm just going to keep my eyes on here. I like this from Sapphire. Putting a bit of pressure on the mid lane here. Might see the Shockwave burn, miscommunication, or just ulting for chunk damage. So Kiyose, again, got good control of this mid lane, and he's down a blue buff too, so laning pretty well there. And just nice little lane gank into for Gravitas, rather. Piglet picking up 2 kills there. Probably a little bit of disrespect. Auto needed a little bit more vision or a little more information before they opted in for the all-in. But if your Blitzcrank lands a hook, you're going to go in every day of the week. And just a good punish. Maybe a little bit too early from Isaiah if you're being critical. But nice little lead onto the Aphelios.
Certainly is, and we know what the 2-item spike can do on an Aphelios in times gone by, so no doubt a nice little option for him to play around with. But it is worth noting that Order still have major CS leads in all the areas that matter between both Vengeance and Maximize, and it's only going to get further as they still have a Herald in their back pocket to utilize. Double buff here on the Udyr, and he can literally waddle his way into the jungle of Azus, who says, just give me a break, man, let me do something. They won't find that reprieve, but this is what the hook looks like.
Yeah, so he got hooked off really walking up into range in which the Thresh had no business in being in. Nice flash there from Piglet, flashing the root of the Featherstorm of Xayah. So doing very well there mechanically, just to pick up those 2 kills and maximize his core, but is he going to die? Big boy Sion.
Yeah, very hard to lock him down. Flash through the wall, guarantees the ult away to safety. And with the lane flip, it is Order that looking to try and trade on up. They deploy the Herald bot side, look to try and give resources into the pocket here for Puma to make sure that he isn't too far behind on this Aphelios. And the Parving continues to favor Vengeance from dropping their Herald bot sides to now picking up the second Drake.
Well, he's doing a very good job playing off the back of objectives. It's almost like he's pathing with an idea in mind, right? And obviously that makes a lot of sense. He's pathing towards bot lane because he knows the dragon's spawning. Prior to that, he made his bot lane flip for the Rift Herald contest, and they were able to pick that one up. So Gravitas are more in the mindset of we're happy to just trade farm for objectives at the moment. You know, when it gets to the 3rd dragon, maybe the soul, they'll start looking at contesting. But, you know, I think Gravitas know they definitely have the tools to outscale. So they're very happy in that sense to just trade farm, trade plates. And yeah, they're losing out slightly on those trades, or they're losing out in the bank department, if you will, where they have, you know, the safety or the fallback of the dragons, if you want to call that the bank. But yeah, I think they're just happy, you know, playing this one out, farming up a storm and fighting on their item spikes.
Very even state regardless otherwise, right? The fact is that, you know, you're looking to try and trade out turrets, hand that gold across the AD carries and scale on up to get those first mythic items. Maybe look at a soul point contest or fighting over a Baron. Otherwise, farm, forget, forgive, and business as usual. And that seems to be really the case here because, you know, those CS advantages, while slightly favoring Order, it's definitely not enough to, you know, accelerate this game out of control.
Well, the Orianna's actually up CS. And the Merc Treads has a lot of value this game, right? You know, you got the Udyr, you got the Syndra, so Kyose is doing extremely well, remaining at 10 CS per minute. Got to be very happy with that if that's your Orianna. Other than that, yeah, Order are laning, you know, a little bit better across the board. So, Skimmy, it's almost at a point where, not almost, it is at a point where it's going to come down to execution as opposed to, you know, which team has a lead out of laning phase. There's been quite a few games in the LCO where, you know, we come, or tonight at least, where we say, okay, laning phase has gone quite poorly for this team. Therefore, it's going to take a bit of a miracle to come back from it. But this is definitely a very even footing. Yeah. And it almost just going to come down to that little bit of macro, that little bit of micro that can edge you a lead. And at the moment, Order are the ones being proactive with it, consistently flipping their bot lane, playing towards turrets, playing towards neutral objectives. And, you know, it looks like the next objective is going to be that Rift Herald that they play for again.
Certainly does look to be the case right now, because it's worth noting, actually, when I had a quick look at these two teams, that they both hold the lowest record of achieving the first turret, both between 14 and 29%. Very low, always willing to forgive and, you know, also if anything, give it across to their opposition, saying, we've got our, you know, sights set elsewhere, be it CS or going for objectives instead. The turrets, they're an afterthought. They're something that we'll consider maybe 15 minutes onwards, whereas we see a lot of these teams really drive home the pressure of acquiring as many turret plays as possible, 14 minutes, and trying to get all that temporary power for a killing edge. Here we go, though. As the turret plates do fall down, Gravitas group up as the spawning of the second Herald is imminent.
Yeah, and I think, Skimmy, this is where we're going to see the 5v5, right? I saw on the way pings, obviously can't see who did it from the side of Order, but it's not an objective they want to give away. Look at the item power spikes quickly. Let's just take stock. Aphelios has the Kraken Slayer. Keep your eyes on Aphelios this fight. Oh! Hook misses.
Azai there looking for the hook, not going to go on out. Ah, gets stunned!
Yeah.
Beautiful stun there from Chungi, can't hit R2 and call it a Forge God, and then they steal away the Herald! Vengeance runs in with the flash, but he can't flash out, so he'll fall on down. The Herald is being denied, Gravitas' positioning is just too superior. Chungi once again hits a massive Scud of the Week, and a fight breaks. But it's a 1-for-1 trade.
I really think that stun from Chungi turns the fight there. It was looking very good from Gravitas, and we see their 5v5 composition and how strong it is when they're able to play a front to back end. I want to see the replay, but I think Asus might have even missed the Hecarim ult at the end there. Could have resulted in maybe 1 or 2 more kills. Misses the ultimate, I believe. And just miss execution from Gravitas. That it could have been a big game changer. They did lose the Herald, sure, could have picked up 2-3 kills, resulting in maybe a mid turret as well as a top turret. Instead, 1 kill apiece and Rift Herald going over to Order. Granted, no one got to pick it up, but you know, it's just those moments, Skimmy, those moments in a game, those moments in a team fight where you need it to go right, it just goes wrong.
I'd love to see now as we actually jump into this one. So the Hecarim ult is still there, so's the Shockwave, the Silent Charge them first and foremost. Where do we see this ultimate go?
So obviously Vengeance flashing in for the smite, trading 1-for-1 there. Maybe not ideal, but the Hecarim ult just misses there.
There it is.
And if that lands onto the Syndra did not flash that, right? That's a fear potentially just into a one-shot. And, you know, a player of Asus's quality, you have to be disappointed with that because, again, those little moments that can change games.
Certainly can. But it is Gravitas leading the line once again, despite that little blunder. They're the ones grouping up and staying grouped up as they look to now go and force a fight around this dragon. The third dragon of the game, it's a mountain dragon to play for. Beats hunting, beats looking. Walls are being deployed, but walls will be cleared on out as quickly as they can. Chem tank popped. As Vengeance tried to solo out Aphelios. Hecarim still has his, so they'll be the ones once again looking for the 50-50 start.
Need to keep our eye on Piglet this fight. Last fight, he did so much work as well as Kyose, so keep your eye on the ball and the Aphelios. Gravitas are in first. They have control of the pit.
That they do, getting lower and lower. No, too hard, but they do get a hook. They're taking out Azaya, locked away. Box goes down. Onslaught of Shadows this time hits its mark. Can they hit R2?
Shockwave.
Yes, they can. Knock the ball up. Shockwave goes across. But this is Gravitas taking the Dragon and taking the team fight win as well. They've taken down 2 so far. They're trading up 2-for-1. The rest of the squad will run for the hills. And Max Strange route as Aphelios is popping off. But Chungi, he's already burnt the flash. He's trying to buy some time. He'll find it. And Gravitas will have to be satisfied with just that.
What a team fight from Gravitas. Now, how these compositions function, Skimmy, is whoever gets control of the river or gets in there first, they're going to have an absolute field day, right? You think about Blitzcrank. What does Blitzcrank want to do? Blitz wants to play around vision, sit in a bush, have someone walk up close enough, land the hook. You know, unfortunately, if you're an Order fan, Gravitas are just getting there first, setting up, and ultimately just having the better team fights from Safa being there. His body's there first. He's able to, you know, he's sacking a little bit of CS, sure, but he's able to just offer that little bit of support so that Gravitas can get in and start the objective. And it's just, it almost just looks like a different team, right, if you're a Gravitas fan. They're just there setting up first, playing with confidence, starting the fights, and they're the ones throwing the ultimates. Like, Azus just goes over the wall there and starts the fight himself and lands a 3-man shockwave into an onslaught of shadows, and really good execution coming out of Gravitas.
A completely different story from the last time these two teams met, right? You think about the situation between Maximize and Safa. It was a Jace into a Gnar. Safa really wasn't having his moment that day. They had Piglet. Yes, it wasn't the best situation for him, but he was up by huge numbers in CS to Puma's Jhin. And I mean, that's what you wanted to say, right? You're saying keep an eye on this Aphelios. He's found those first few kills. He's got a bounty, the only bounty in this game on his head right now. He's soon to hit that second item spike as well, when, you know, with the range, with the right weapon setup and the Moonlight Vigil to pop off and, snipe from afar, it sort of drives him back to the question of, you need this Blitzcrank to hit hooks because you just get outranged. Oh, but there it is! There it is, the max range hook. I even stuttered because I didn't believe it, but it literally grazed his skin. The turret is at distant afterthought. They're just going to full stare hand and run straight through, pick up the bot lane, pick up the turret, stunning gun, and run you all down. Another hook on cooldown. A knock up from Sign afterwards, and one by one they fall, and Order say, this is our game.
And one by one, excuse me, that's it. I mean, how can you frame it any better than that? One by one, they just go in. And, I was talking about Piglet, I was like, nice juke. And then Isaiah's the one that gets hit by it, because he's juked. Obviously, you'd prefer your AD carry to juke that hook, don't get me wrong, but then, Safa decides to walk in, probably thinks he's a little bit tankier than he is, and all of a sudden, Skimmy, we're talking about all the good work Gravitas had done. It's a 3,000 gold lead now, and mostly due to the fact that Order are playing their minion waves much more efficiently, right? If you look at top side now, Sydra's pushed 2-3 waves into the top turret. They've gone to no one, and the bot side is building up for the side of Gravitas, so that's not too bad, that situation down there. But over the course of the game, a lot of the time, inexperienced teams, when they play 5v5 compositions, they forget about minion waves and side lanes. So you see Safa's down 50 CS, Piglet's down 30 CS. And these CS deficits are quite substantial and do result in a couple of thousand. And this is, when Order win a team fight, the gold lead will get quite bigger quite quickly, in the sense that because they're farming efficiently. So Gravitas need to be careful not to let this game get out of hand. They still need to remember to farm those side waves. Someone is still not in the top side of the map. That wave is, they're just losing minions.
It's just minions just dying for free, right? There's nobody picking up that gold. That is gold lost. And as you quite rightly say, right, maybe falling into the trap that experienced teams do of needing to group up as 5, needing to force your fight, sacrificing so much to force a fight over the hero, to force a fight over the dragon. You win the fight on a numbers of advantage, but all the small little leads that can be accrued here as a disciplined roster like Order have achieved, right? Of just saying, well, if we're not winning fights, we'll just play the map. And they're playing the map phenomenally.
And when you play the map well, and when you play minion waves well, you actually have a little bit of leeway to lose team fights. I know that sounds funny, but like, one member falls down, 2 members fall down. If you have that 30 CS lead, have that 50 CS lead in that lane, it's not as impactful as losing that team fight and being down in farm 2, yeah? So, Order, hold that thought, Maximize is just face check.
Yeah, they put a lot of attention into Maximize right now, rightfully so, down to 50%, out comes the Graviton, Moonlight Vigil pop, looking to try and do whatever he can, flashes away to safety, might just burn on down, not going to receive a summoner heal. Gonna survive, just for a little bit longer. And, well, Order say, hang on a minute, that's the second fight now where we've been bullied out of mid lane, and Gravitas just had the upper hand with river control.
And they're starting the Baron, teleporting in, so might see someone get hooked by Beats here. Okay, misses.
Worth noting that there are still a fair few impactful ultimates available here for Gravitas. Onto the Shadows, into the Shockwave. Dragon's being picked up, so they know now. It's a 4v5. Let's force the fight. They go straight in. A 3-man Shockwave, but it's just no follow-up. They have no DPS. Isaiah has to run away, and Order might just say, well, enough is enough. We trade a kill for a Dragon. Now it's even footing.
how funny is it? Whichever team sets up first, whichever team is in the river first is having the success in the ensuing team fight or skirmish. Azus was on the dragon, so they never really wanted to take that fight. Blue trinket does go down, Skimmy. They know he's there. They have pink wards all the way there, so keep your eyes on Beats here.
Well aware of it. 8 seconds. They're trying to buy as much time. Gravitas, he's up and available. He can TP in. He needs to be here. Hecarim stunned. Hecarim looking for a flanking angle. Oh! Hits the smite steal. Oh no, Azus has done it. TP's in, finds a kill, deletes Vengeance now looking to try and wipe as many members as possible. Azus the hero, Safa the cleanup crew, Gravitas smurfing.
Skimmy, will you forgive me if I say it?
Go for it, mate.
I think you watched a few Rift Rivals tapes from back in the day. I'm not sure who was playing or what happened, but what a smite steal. I mean, like, Azus was 100 health from falling down. I can't even get my words because that's how low he was, right? He was one skill shot, one ability, one auto attack from falling down. Order were just on different pages, weren't able to get the execute onto Azus, and he just flies on in. And I think almost mid-onslaught of shadows, he goes down, but he's able to land the smite. And again, maybe Order feeling the pressure here to force this Baron and force something they didn't need to. Look how low he is.
Wow.
When he gets on in, and the ensuing team fight, Order have no juice in the tank. They have to flash away, and they live to fight another day, but they lose the Baron. They're still ahead gold, so if you're an Order fan, still positive in that sense, but what can Gravitas get with this Baron now?
Unreal turn of events there. And I thought Order had played it so well because they'd locked him in place with the stun, then they brought him in with a hook, they'd laid the CC so beautifully, but he managed to find a split second to hit that ultimate button and guarantee himself a drive-by smite steal. Beautiful turn of events, but we're not done just there. Okay, a nice little hook there from Beats ensures that R2 once again from the Ornn ult does not connect. But with Baron buff, they're running all through mid again. Forget the side waves, guarantee mid wave.
Yeah, and you know, farm sometimes can be a bit of a foreign concept, and sometimes you don't need it, Skimmy. Sometimes, if you just go down mid, or if you just go down top lane, all the farm in the world doesn't matter, right? As long as you have the numbers advantage, you have the tools to force, sometimes it can work out for you. But, you know, again, keeping in mind, they're in a gold deficit, and that is the reason.
Yeah, I mean, let's see what they can do, right? Because the gold deficit, what 3K, is soon to be quite close, and that's in part, obviously, to what the Baron can do and achieve. And with another 45 seconds on this one, they're going to pick themselves up another turret, 4-2 now. But that might be the extent of what they're willing to put into this one. We'll get a cheetah recall and empower recall at just that, and look to redeploy themselves onto the map and get prepped for this next Drake.
Skimmy, the thing that I'm concerned about, actually, the more I look at it, in 1 minute and 30 seconds, they potentially have a full tank Hecarim and an Ornn with 3 mountain dragons. Potentially.
Yeah.
That becomes a little problematic, Skimmy.
That is a big concern, as you quite rightfully point out, because they're having trouble trying to take out the Hecarim already.
Yeah.
The fact is that, you know, Safa can just TP on in, take out 2 like an assassin, live to tell, and be unkillable. And if you're looking at who really is there to deal with it, you're putting a big emphasis right now on towards Chungi to hit him with a ton of, you know, AP damage.
Yeah. And the one thing I want to see Order do when they contest this Dragon objective, if that's something they decide to do, is I actually want to see them pull the trigger. Most skirmishes that they've lost out on, it's been maximized face checking, which is the correct thing to do. But instead of pulling the trigger and saying go, they're kind of just hesitant, getting poked, getting trunked, and then they have to make a decision to force another objective. So again, when Order pull the trigger and they're the first ones to go, they look good. But at the moment, it's all Gravitas, you know, saying, let's fight, I'm ready, let's go. We're going to use the Ornn Horn. And, you know, to the credit of Order, they've managed to deny the Ornn Horn coming through a couple of times. But, you know, how many times can you survive that?
Very good question. 3-man stun comes up. Kyose goes golden. He's wasted that one. And the Hecarim is dead. The dragon is spawning, but the horse is gone. And now they have no smite. And he's been a core key component of what's enabled Gravitas to find themselves in this position. That is the force you wanted to see come out from Order.
Yeah. And I mean, just run with that, right? You know, there's no reason you can't one-shot the Hecarim. Whilst he's tanky, he's still the jungler. And you have someone, you know, on the Syndra, 3-0-4 with the Liandry's. You know, the Zaya's not weak by any means. 40-50 CS up, has 2.5 items almost onto the Infinity Edge. So, like, the damage is there, the items are there for Order, but the trigger's not.
Well, there's another dragon in their hands, and rightfully so deny what could be the infinite sustain tanky mitigation squad of Gravitas as Safa shoots a wave, gets a lantern out, and lives to tell the tale. Now, with the current state of the game, 27 minutes into this one, it's been a very even affair, the closest of all nights. And we are now starting to see Gravitas put a little bit of attention in towards those side waves. And based on the current projection, I mean, are you looking at this being a game that's really decided over one team fight, or more so over how objectives are played out so far?
Look, obviously depending on game state, minion waves, and what buffs are up and down, this could be a game of a few team fights, you know. The next team to win the team fight, maybe it swings into a few thousand gold lead, but we've seen tonight that lead doesn't matter. So, you know, maybe this game has 1 to 2 team fights in it, obviously depending on minion waves and where they are on the map. We're probably just going to see a trade-in farm, bouncing of waves, bouncing of minions until the Baron buff spawns. As a wise man once said, how come we're not freezing side lanes? If you know what I mean.
It's true.
LS will be watching this and seeing the bouncing of certain minion waves and probably molding.
Welcome to Os.
Chungy's just pushed one completely into bot turret and no one's there to collect it, so it's probably doing the same thing as a freeze because no one's there eating the wave anyway. So
the game's playing itself.
Yeah, so the farm is being lost in that sense, but Safa just has no interest in using his teleport this game. Just straight grouping and looking to force the fight.
The ARAM begins once again. Gravitas sticking together as a 5-man squad, wanting to wombo, forgetting the farm. They feel strong together. They don't want to get caught. They don't want to get picked apart. Maybe the threat of what Beats' Blitzcrank presents them is too scary a prospect to be caught apart.
Uh-oh, here we go.
Here we go.
Oh!
Another hook again. He doesn't miss these. Blitzcrank down to half. The fresh hook goes out. And Maximizer's charged all the way into Narnia. He's dead and gone before the fight's even started. Safa lives. And they find a hook target to Zeus again. The smite target, he's gone. Down for 45 seconds. And based on the stuns that Chungy's able to find, they might just look to find a few more.
I tell you what, Chungy's a bit of an unsung hero. Having a blinder in these team fights, landing some big stuns and putting out some big damage. And Skimmy, the thing that concerns me about this game for both teams is the tanks aren't tanks. The way Safa went down there and Maximize was a little bit too quick for my likings. And, you know, the Aphelios is just at that point of no return. Desire is also at that point, as well as the Syndra. So, you know, these tanks are almost just bodies on the chopping block. You know, it's like, who can survive the longest? Because inevitably they're both going to fall down.
Speaking of falling down, this Baron will fall down very quickly between the damage that these carry threats aboard and present them with. Out come the TPs, but Zeus does not have that liberty. He's respawned, but he's going to run all the way from base. He's just not going to have enough time. The Baron's down to 3k. Will Order look to continue this one? Will they go for the smite steal? Will they look to try and force this one? They're juggling the aggro. Members distracted. Kyosei dies. The Baron goes on through. They pick it up this time. As Zeus rocks up to the party. Needs to hit a massive ult. It's on to 3. They split apart, but that means Puma is dead. He burned Flash, but it's too little too late. 2 members are dead. 2 Baron buffs lost. And as Gravitas redeploy, they've got respawn Thomas to play around.
You see on the way pings here down mid lane, Skimmy. Gravitas potentially looking for an inhibitor, maybe even the end. It is 35 seconds. If they're able to pull the trigger here, Ornhorn is up. Chungy needs to be careful.
Chungy needs to be careful. There is the Ornn ult once again. Knocks up that key target. Chungy needs to hit a massive stun to dissuade the opposition from forcing their hand here. Safa's so low. So tanky, but so susceptible to that magic damage. And Maximize says, where on earth do you think you're going? He charges on through, but he's unable to get enough uptime. They're unable to stack the CC to prevent Gravitas from disengaging.
Both hooks were a centimeter away from landing. And, you know, potentially that's Piglet falling down, and on the other end of the coin, that's a member from Order falling down. This game is just too close to call, Skimmy. And I talked about this being a close one before the game, didn't I? I said, you know, this might be the closest game of the night, and I think this is why. Both these teams are so evenly matched. And I mean, 10-10, gold practically even, and going to come down to execution again, Skimmy. And there's nothing elegant about what's happening right now. You try and digest it and break it down into something that's, you know, a little more elegant. Gravitas are just purely playing the 5v5. If you look at the level discrepancy on Safa, this is a product of... And Beat's going to look for the hook here. Oh. Nice
Ooh,
buffer, yeah, nice
beautiful buffer.
Yeah.
Huge buffer there, making himself unstoppable. But yeah, Bellow's Breath, huge. But it is the case, right? He does not want to collect sideways.
No.
He wants to stay grouped up like this, even when his TP is available. I wondered, would this be a game decided by objectives? They've stolen it! They've stolen another objective. Zeus, his smite key is absolutely smurfing. Ults to disengage away. We don't want this fight. Flashes the Blitzcrank hook as well. Just disengage, boys. We want no more chaos. Shockwave ultimate after ultimate. They're just flinging out skill shots for the sake of it now, Juves.
This is look, as much as it's not LCK League of, it's not Korean League of Legends, right? This isn't Korean League of Legends by any stretch of the imagination, but I like to call it good fun League of Legends. Like, this is a good game to watch, right? It's just consistent skirmishes, consistent outplays, lots of team fights, and it's just a 1-for-1 against Gimme, right? There's never been a clear 4v4, 4 kills, 4 deaths, 3 deaths. Yeah, it's always just like, oh, we've got one member, we'll sneak the objective. And both teams are playing this extremely well. You have to look at Chungy on the side of Order, playing these team fights to a T, to perfection. Then you look at Piglet playing these team fights to perfection. And it almost just comes down to the battle of these two, right? Is it going to be Chungy? Is it going to be Piglet? And can they facilitate around them?
Yeah, I mean, who can be the hero to rise to the occasion to say that, hey, this is a definitive team fight win. This is a game-ending play, because right now we're just seeing trades upon people sacrificing life or, finding an objective in mind and saying, this is what I'm going to do, and I'm willing to sacrifice my life if, if it guarantees us a trade. So now you find yourself in the situation, Baron and Dragon off the cards for at least another few minutes, and it's Order that are forcing their hand down mid.
Aphelios does have the ornament now. We will mention that. So that's definitely a very big power spike, and you have to, like, that's obviously, that power spike in itself is not in the gold lead, right? That doesn't include itself in how much gold you have on your team, but
I mean, it's dead even basically, isn't it?
Yeah, when you consider that, and I think he's upgrading Oriana's Leandri's now, yeah. So that's 2 upgrades which you can't account for in the gold. Now we'd have to say this game's pretty much dead even again in that sense. Team fight impact from these two are going to be huge now. And looks like Gravitas have the inside track to mid lane. Now they'll be able to fall back to the Baron or whatever objective they see fit.
Stopwatch check. Worth noting, it's only the mid laners that have actually got them right now. Yep. Stopwatch is just picked up here by Chungy, as Kies has already completed himself as zone use. That could be huge, right? Because we talk about these slim margins that these fights have been decided by. And someone to check first and foremost, right? Who has the ability to flash and outplay and pop off? But who has the stopwatch to try and bait out his engage? Because we thought this could be in a game that was decided by how beefy these tanks were with the amount of mountain souls that are being collected, but it seems to be rather evident that, with the amount of damage that these carries on both sides present each other with, that, these tanks aren't actually as strong as their items might suggest.
I mean, tanks can only be tanky if they eat farm too, but certain tanks have been allergic to minion waves for a majority of the game, and they've just let them die to turrets. So, if anything, the turrets in this game would be fairly fed and fairly strong. Unfortunately, they've gone down too now. Ornn's at 2 items, not going to be too tanky when you consider Desire at 4 with armor 10. So I think that ship has sailed, right? At this point, Safa's more crowd control than he is a tank. But maximizing the same boat. However, the ornaments for Aphelios is going to make that shred that little bit easier. And I look at Aphelios' items and Aphelios at this point in the game, and I start to get concerned, because if the front to back is there and he's untouched, you just can't match that DPS output.
Yeah.
And Sion,
as long as he's got the right item set up as well, right? He's going to hope that he can cycle through that sniper weapon, so he's just able to sit back and chill as much as possible. But yeah, talking about the Sion, once again, all to say, if you're putting so much emphasis into winning these team fights and basically AFK until these Barons and Dragons spawn, then I'll just continue to hit sidewaves, and he's up by 80.
Yeah, but I wanted to see that 20 minutes ago. You didn't. The thing about tanks, right, is yes, you have their team fight, they're 5v5. You want to put the tank in front of your carries, but you could have also just played for turrets like the Sion did there. He nearly hold that thought. I get the dance. It's the hook dance with hook champions. It's so volatile, Skinny. Oh, Safa might be in trouble. Oh,
yeah, he buffed it out there. Yeah. He was predicting, right? Yeah. But no, Beats holds his nerve.
I thought he might have preemptively used the buffer though and gets caught on the mid wave there, but I think the minion wave saved him. He couldn't get hooked or anything like that. Soul point here for both teams.
We find ourselves in a situation where I wondered, is this decided by objectives? It seems to be the case. Everybody in the river right now. Dragon Soul. Both teams can acquire it. Both sitting on 3 apiece. Up in 10 seconds.
Puma.
And Zeus is so damn low. Already zoned away. Knocked up again. Sapphire just can't catch a break on these ults. R2, it just doesn't exist.
And Puma off screen, just one-shot Azus. So that's why his health is that low. And, you know, we talk about the Aphelios being strong. Keep your eyes on Puma.
Azus very low, but we've seen him do it before. Stealing Baron on 100 HP. Needs to stay out of vision. Has a blast cone if he needs it. The Gravitas have no inside track. They're losing vision. They have no idea. Members split. Suffer in the river. The rest of the squad by their own red buff. They don't know how low this dragon is. They failed a ward as well.
Yeah.
They get a blast cone in. It's too early.
Wow.
Oh no, it's over. It's over. Too early. And it's gone. There is the Dragon Soul here, picked up by Order. And with the spawning timer, they might just rotate through the mid, pick up the raid boss in Ornn, and then maybe look to try and pick up the Baron as a dessert.
Excuse me, I don't want to sugarcoat it. That was comedic? Is that the word?
Tragic.
Yeah. Failing the ward over wall, maybe you can forgive it because you have the Orianna border check. Azus then wants to go put his body over the wall so he can check. Little does he know Kyose is there too. And then Kyose has to flash out of the pit and it's just a no contest.
So awkward. It's been so strong from Gravitas up until that point, and one small lapse of judgment and it might just cost him the game right here. Chungy popping off saying, where on earth do you think you're going? He starts it with a stun. Puma collects a double kill, and with a Baron buff and with a 39-minute respawn time to play around, they might start and finish what they did in the mid lane.
Yeah, and that was a teleport flank coming out of Chungy, and just really heads-up play from him, and a game, honestly, that surprises me. He hasn't been the primary carry for this roster. He's always been on the facilitators, not the traditional control mage mid lane. You know, Syndra is something that, a champion that needs to get stuff done, needs to do stuff in the mid game, needs to be the sole point of contention, and Ornn's looking for the horn, misses again.
Never lucky, never lucky. Can they put up the base defense to going into a Mountain Soul and a Baron-inspired Order squads? They're popping off, they're zoning key tanks away. 2 Nexus turrets fall on down, and forget the KD8 pads, forget the stat check, end the game and GG.
What a game coming out of the Order lineup, and you know, Chungy, as I was mentioning before, maybe a game in where we get to see a little bit of maturity, a little bit of growth as a player, something that he hasn't been put on the duty of doing, but he put on the big boy pants today and absolutely carried the team across the line. And again, super proud of the way that he played that game out and you know, almost created another identity as a player for himself.
Certainly did. Really strong performance there from Order. It was a very close game and one that went down to the wire, but a much needed win regardless for Order. It breaks their 3 losing game streak and brings them back into a much happier state as they come into the second round robin. Mac, good to see the boys back on a winning term, but I suppose they really had to work for that one.
Yeah, mate, I was very scared, especially after the double objective steals coming out from Smite God Azus, mate. That was something to watch, especially the Baron steal 100 HP. You just love to see it. Even, you know, Red Team managing to get the Herald in this fight. That was something no one ended up going and getting the Herald, though, because Gravitas obviously zoned them out after the fight. There's just so many things happening in this match. It was, as you mentioned during the cast, Jubes, extremely entertaining to watch. Not necessarily the highest skill level of gameplay, but damn, it was fun.
I don't even think, like, I think that it doesn't even need to be said in that sense, right? You know, skill level is subjective to like how you click your buttons and certain things. In terms of micro, obviously barring the Dragon Wood, micro in the team fights for players to survive and output the damage they were doing, the quality was there. It was a very good game to watch in terms of micro execution. But in terms of prettiness, in terms of playing the minion waves, in terms of macro, that wasn't there. But I think both of these teams should be proud about how they played team fights and how, you know, the excitement that the game brought to us. But again, Order were just a little bit too good in the end. And whilst they talk about being inexperienced, maybe a little bit too much experience in the late game setting compared to the side of Gravitas, who's another inexperienced team.
I mean, I just look at the situation. It's heartbreaking how close that game was, but the growth from, what, 3 weeks ago to now, it looks like a different Gravitas, right? They really are starting to challenge some of these rosters, and with conventional drafts as well. I mean, for me, you know, you're just looking at a lot of these situations. Yes, you can make a montage as to how many of these ultimates got cancelled here by Safa, but the fact is, right, they were grouping up, they were showcasing they are strong in these team fights, and with a few more tweaks over the next few weeks, you know, if you're looking at those side waves being collected with these checkmates being on, you've got to collect that side wave now to your opposition as well. More gold, more ornaments, more damage, and more opportunity.
Look, I think in terms of our predictions, it was a win-win even if we got our predictions wrong, because just seeing Gravitas develop as a roster and start putting it towards all these better teams in the competition, you know, it shows that the growth that they're showing is just great. They're actually making progress, and that's what it's all about, especially for these bottom of the table rosters. Unfortunately, that's where Gravitas is still going to be sitting, but Order, however, do have another W on the board, and we have Nat down on the side lanes ready for another interview. So Nat, who do you have to chat to after that 40-minute thriller?
I am very lucky to be joined by probably my favorite post-game Order person to interview. Awesome. Vengeance, how are you? How are you feeling after that win?
I mean, I'm feeling all right. To be honest, when you guys said it was 40 minutes, I didn't even realize it was 40 minutes. I thought, yeah, I mean, it was just, it's pretty tense. I didn't realize it went that long, and it's kind of rough, but we edged out the win, so I'm happy about it.
Yeah, it did seem like a really close game. Well, like, walk me through it a little bit. You know, it just felt that every time you guys seemed to be a little bit up, they just got themselves back in there.
Yeah, I mean, the early game objectives went really well. I think maybe a few mistakes, but also, you know, the two smites that I lost, even though Hecarim does have, you know, a little bit of an advantage there since he's a good, you know, champion to do that. It's like, it's still on me. It's still my fault. Not really happy about the smites. I think if we, you know, had a little bit of decision-making difference, you know, play more for the fires, play more for the hooks, play a bit slower, front to back maybe more often, we probably win more. But, you know, kind of learned that midway through the game instead, so.
I mean, it's lucky that you learned that, right, and you ended up with that win. But when you talked about that decision-making, who was making, you know, those decisions, the communications, especially around the team fights? Because you guys just seemed to really, like, be able to get a pick-off, but then objectives, it just wasn't really there.
Honestly, everyone was talking. Everyone was extremely vocal. We do have, you know, shot callers, but it ended up being that we all talked, so, you know, definitely calling needs to be a situation where we would practice in scrims. Kind of messy, but, you know, still, like I said, the communications were better later on, played smart and just won the game off that.
Yeah, it is, you know, really good to see you guys like turn the one around. Did you feel that Gravitas had like just improved like a crazy amount, or do you feel that it's more a little bit on you guys as to there's a lot of areas for improvement?
We have a lot of areas for improvement. I mean, for them, I think, you know, their mid laner didn't do too hot. I think their jungler did well, other than taking, you know, like, you know, waves of XP other than that. I think, you know, yeah, the rest of the team played well, but at the end of the day, I think my ADC was better. You know, top lane had good comms. Chungi also played well, so yeah, just a better team overall.
Well, hopefully you guys have a little bit of time over the weekend. You can work out those kinks and come back really strong for next week. Thank you so much, and congratulations again.
Thank you, thank you.
Nice humble appearance there from Vengeance, of course, knowing that a couple of the smites, that is something he needs to work on. And look, Vengeance in particular, I want to talk about a little bit of Udyr quickly, because he made it in again. And I was like, oh my god, Udyr's OP, this is going to be so easy for Order. And then it was just so close. So I'm going to throw this one over to you, Jubes. Do you want to tell me why Udyr didn't look as good as I was personally expecting?
Well, first things first, I think the team fight execution was played poorly early on, in the sense that as a jungler, when you make the decision, you need to make the decision either to play for the smite fight, but that means you can't team fight, or play for the team fight and don't worry about the smite. He opted in an early skirmish for the flash into the Rift Herald, got it, but fell down. And so like you need to realize mid-game or in-game rather what your job is on the Udyr, and that's to play either be a nuisance or something that's going to peel. But you can't be halfway in between. And I think a lot of these team fights, their fights either weren't starting the way Order wanted to, or they weren't on the correct parameters or decision-making from Vengeance, albeit had a very good early game. Like City's team up for success with the pathing, with the early game, with the objectives and the neutral, but when it came down to the team fights in particular, when contests were happening, I think that's where the execution went a little bit astray.
Okay, do you think if he was like, sorry, I want to ask, do you think if he was like more decisive on which one he was going to do, that game would have been just so much quicker? Or would it still have played out kind of similar?
Look, hindsight's 20/20. I do think I do think looking back at a couple of the replays, if he just opted in for the team fight and become a bear that just slaps people in front of his carries, potentially maybe the Rift Herald team fights earlier in the game go the way of Order, and then we don't even have the conversation of a 40-minute game. But nevertheless, your opposition forces you into those mistakes by contesting, by starting the fight. So credit where credit's due to Gravitas for making a contest of that one. Both teams put on an exceptional performance, and I think that was a very good game to set us up for what would be, you know, the match of the night for most people.
Well, let's have a look at how the next match goes, because this one certainly was a damn thriller. But before we get there, it is time for a break, so don't go too far. After the break, we are going to see the final match of the night, which is going to be Peace and Direwolves. Let's see if an upset's on the cards and Direwolves can get another win on the board, or if Peace find their 7th W. See you soon.
He can't hit R2 and call all the Forge God, and then they steal away the Heralds. Vengeance runs in with the flash, but he can't flash out, so he'll fall on down. The Herald is being denied. Gravitas' positioning is just in. He needs to be here. Hecarim stunned. Hecarim looking for a flanking angle. Oh, hits the slide steal. Oh no, Azus has done it. TP's in, finds a kill, deletes Vengeance now, looking to try and wipe as many members as possible. Azus the hero. So strong from Gravitas up until that point, and one small lapse of judgment, and it might just cost him the game right here. Chungy popping off, saying, where on earth do you think you're going?
Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights. Check off that list and stop the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Don't wanna miss the most high. We blasting through these skylights. Hey. Check off that list and stop the show. I'll savor this in stereo. Tomorrow brings a new fight. Beaming up there like skylights. Shining through the skylights, these skylights, these skylights. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights. Shining through these skylights, these skylights, these skylights.
It's the middle of the night and I'm still awake. Where to draw the line between now and daybreak? Cause we living in disguise, trying to shake it off. Time and time again, I've broken through so many walls. And maybe everything we said and everything we knew has changed, and now it's time to think things through. Everything we name, freeze the frame, pause the game. I'm just waiting for the right move. Like I wanna switch back, turn around, flip the breakers so we reset. Down through the game, face up just for a second. Just breathe, take it in, cause you know about these things all left unsaid. All these winding roads I wander so misled. And baby, everything we said and everything we knew had changed, and now it's time.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It is time for the final match of the Friday evening of LCO. And look, it's going to be hard for Peace and DW to make this look like a good affair, only because Legacy and Order is a very tough act to follow.
Was it? I think you might have your teams a little bit mixed.
What? I was like, is this a skip?
Yeah, I thought maybe the burrito was a little bit too good. Maybe the burrito hit different, but
Gravitas Order, yeah, absolute banger. As I said before, right before going into the break, Gravitas, it really looked to me like they'd leveled up from where they were a couple of weeks ago. They showcased that, hey, we can do it, Mac. I've got you, bro. It's okay. We're gonna sort this little situation out back here. But for me, I think there's a lot of positives that Gravitas can draw from this one. They fell just ever so slightly at the final hurdle, but you sharpen that one up, and Bob's your uncle.
Okay, so I know the issue. I used the same page for my notes for the Legacy Chiefs game as well as the Order Gravitas game because I was running around on the street outside trying to find my dinner. So because I wrote it quickly before the break, I just glanced over and I saw Legacy. I was like, and it wrote, and then I read and I didn't think. The brain power, you know, something I've been telling you I don't have a lot of. I'm running out of it, or I'm running out of it. But look, I did get my food eventually. Anyway, it is a tough act to follow, no matter who bloody played before. It doesn't matter anymore. I'm not going to say names because I'll get it wrong no matter what. Peace and Direwolves, though, it's going to be a banger matchup. Peace, let's talk them first. Jubes, tell me, why do you love Peace? And why is Violet so damn good at farming in that bot lane?
First things first, love Peace because they sent me a shirt, but nah, I just, all jokes aside, API has been a very solid player for this team. Appy, rather, you know, he's formed his identity in being the bruiser tank player. He allows Kevy, Halo, and even Violet and Aladorek to play the champions that they want to play. And we talk about Biopanther being, you know, that player for Pentanet. Well, Appy is that for Peace. And he gives his team a lot of flexibility in draft to draft things like the Hecarim, draft things like the Nidalee, the Graves, or, you know, whatever they're feeling. And Kevy as a player is the type of player that wants the carries. He wants the champs that do damage. And, you know, in terms of an identity, I think this is a very good mix, very good fit. And this is why Peace are just so deadly.
Yeah, I mean, I think you raised a really good point there about the highlight on towards Appy. I think Biopanther and Appy right now are the best top laners in the league, and same could be said between Predator and Violet. So there's definitely key areas where Peace can excel in. I think they're really finding fun and success in being able to flex in their junglers as they see fit. And as you sort of touched on before, right, there isn't Lisa today, it's Kevy. And Kevy was announced to be playing for the Direwolves, then went to the Peace at the final hour. And I think this, if I was to be a tin hat conspiracy theory, you know, whatever you want to call it, right, I would imagine this is a game of Kevy saying, sub me in, coach, I want to win.
I think it's going to be a very good rivalry going forward just because of this. And look, we have to talk about the other side of the rift quickly because we're running back behind on time. That last thriller went for very, very long. Now, Direwolves, let's have a look here. What do we got? Shock Only, Claire Gunkrab, and Cupcake. Juves, who's your favorite player on this roster? I know you love to pick favorites.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it'd be Only, and it sets up the narrative, right, of, yeah, we talk about Kevy in this game wanting to prove Direwolves wrong, but I think Only obviously wants to prove the person wrong that he not replaced, but he was going to share time with, or whatever the scenario was at Direwolves. So, you know, this week, and it's fitting that we have this highlight, Only had an absolute blinder against the Chiefs, and it's what we expected from him. It's what we expected from Direwolves coming into the split, and I think he's the catalyst, and he's going to be, you know, the most important player to the success of Direwolves tonight, obviously, as well as Shock, but, you know, for me, it's Only to have the spotlight on.
I think if mid-jungle gets ahead here for Direwolves, they're in such a strong position. I don't think anyone can realistically contest Shock right now. He's been stomping, I would quite confidently say, a lot of these mid laners in laning phase. He admitted himself in the interview that, hey, maybe my team fighting can improve a little bit, but if you have those core fundamentals, you pair that with only in his presence in the jungle, you know, I feel like they set themselves up for such a good standing in going into those team fights where objectives and all the rest of it come into play.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to have a damn good time with this game. And look, let's bring Nat in as well to hear from the players before we get into the action. Nat, who's on the side lanes with you?
I have Halo from Peace and Cupcake from Dire Wolves. Thank you both for joining me. Halo, I want to ask you first, how are you feeling and what are your goals coming into the second round robin for Peace?
I'm fine. I was a bit sad last match, but my goals are to win every game, obviously. Or just improve, really. Just make playoffs in a good spot, and yeah, I don't think winning in individual games matters, just improvement.
And what about you, Cupcake? How are you guys feeling over at Dire Wolves, and what are you hoping to be sitting at the end of the second round robin?
I would probably echo a similar sentiment in that we're just trying to improve week by week, game by game, and we're not looking at the standings too much. Obviously, we had a rough start and we have a little bit of a better win ratio now, but yeah, we're just trying to take it game by game and yeah, just improve as a team.
What would you say has been the biggest area of improvement for Dire Wolves from the start of the split?
I would say kind of finding our identity and giving player a bit of time to get used to the role swap. I think we were a bit all over the place with drafts and trying to find the comp that sort of suits our players the best. But yeah, we've kind of gotten a better idea of how we want to play the game, and Brandon, player, he's been popping off a lot more recently, so that's been really helpful as well.
And Halo over at Peace, what do you guys think has been like such a big improvement? You know, you talk about how you want, you know, you're only going to focus on the team growth sort of thing. So what has been that big growth for you guys?
Well, we only just lost to Pentanet, so nothing tangible yet, but discussion has started about our problems at least, and I guess this Dire Wolves game we'll see how we go with that discussion that started. So yeah, we'll see how we go, I guess.
Is that maybe a factor that played into why you guys are subbing Kevy into this game?
Not really. I think we just want Kevy to have as many games as possible before playoffs, and obviously, like, I think he's really good. So we have two really good junglers, so they learn off each other, and yeah, there's just nothing but benefit from having Kevy.
That is very true. I mean, to be able to interchange two junglers like you guys do. But lastly, Cupcake, I want to ask, you know, Kevy was announced to be on Dire Wolves before the split started, and now he's over at Peace. Now you guys are coming up against him. Is there a little bit more pressure? Are you a little bit more worried? Does this make the win mean more for you guys?
I wouldn't say necessarily. I've honestly been enjoying seeing him pop off and seem to fit well into Peace. And I mean, there was a lot of shit going on behind the scenes, and I'm just glad that we can. It seems that he's found a better place, and I'm just keen to take it to the Rift, and no hard feelings or anything.
Oh, that's really good to hear. Thank you both so much for joining me. Good luck with the game, and we'll see how it plays out.
Thanks.
Look, sick and tired of these humble players ruining our storylines. It was supposed to be a crazy battle of egos, and now it's just like, oh no, look, we're all friends here. It's
He
fine.
must have been prepped for that question. Hey, he must have known it was coming, and everyone's like saying, don't do anything stupid. It's all good. Just win and then talk. I don't know.
Yeah, we're all just like waiting for Cupcake to come in, and he's like, oh, this Kevy kid, you know, we just want to put him into the dirt. And he's just like, nah, you know, he's playing well and good on him.
No drama.
Well, let's see what we think is going to happen in this matchup, which is going to be a banger. And it looks like Skimmy and Jubes both going for Dire Wolves here, with myself and Nat on the Peace bandwagon. So, first things first, one seat on the Peace hype train. You've lost it. Sorry.
I was going to say, I feel like I've become the honorary Peace kind of mascot, but the way I just see this game unfolding is that Dire Wolves have kind of found their groove. I think that Only is too good. I think Shock is too good. And, you know, the one kind of concerning thing I heard is that Peace are now starting to talk about their problems and now starting to fix their problems, as opposed to 6 weeks before, or like however many weeks before that rather.
Yeah.
There was nothing to talk about. So I think, you know, sometimes losing can do something to a team. And so I just want to see how they react before I throw all my eggs into the Peace basket. I would still like to be on the platform of the train arriving. However, maybe my 1 foot's in the train, 1 foot's out. A little bit dangerous. Don't cross the yellow line. We'll have to wait and see.
Look, you're a daredevil if you do put 1 foot on both sides of the yellow line, all right? And don't go doing that because it's an OH&S issue. And look, us being here on the two-man desk, on two-man cast, is going to be a bit of an OH&S issue. So Nat and I are going to jump over to the side lanes, and we'll see you after the match.
Well, Juves, let's kick it off for the final game of the night, the final game of the week, and a banger at just that. It's a decider to open up things here to figure out really what the skill check was between these two teams that have been so hyped up going into another season of OS League of Legends. And with the current run of form with Direwolves, with them starting to fall into the role of understanding what they want to do, you start to wonder, will this be the time to hand Peace their second defeat?
Excuse me, I actually feel so bad that I picked Direwolves for some reason. I think it's
Where's
just
that?
because I like, you know what I mean? You know when someone's really nice to you and then they put a lot of faith in you and then now you've just disappointed them? That's how
Maybe
I
you're
feel
going to get some Direwolves merch in the mail tomorrow, mate. Maybe your allegiances just turn just like the wind.
Maybe I'm a mercenary and I can be bought. But no, nevertheless, Thresh picked up the first pick from Direwolves, something that we've seen from them quite a bit now. Cupcake obviously very comfortable in that champion. And, you know, actually prior to the few losses that Direwolves have on their record, Bard was a very early pick for Cupcake, and Bard was something he was comfortable taking into the bot lane. So interesting to see that change up in champion pool, but I like the two pickups here from Peace. Kevy being very comfortable on that Hecarim, and honestly a player that I would consider not giving the Hecarim to because he is quite, you know, good on those carry style champions. And Kai'Sa being picked up for Violet, I mean, how many Kai'Sa games has he had?
Yeah, I mean, what more could you ask for, right? You know, you got the Hecarim for that guaranteed ultimate angle to have a big high impact, potentially a drive by Baron Steel, but the same could be said there for the Jinx too, right? We've seen that Jinx, like Sever, these scaling champions that have come back into the fold of things that offer so much on so many different levels, right? Maybe not the strongest laning phase, but if we're talking about Baron Steels, I mean, Jinx can do the same too with her ultimate.
There's a lot of conversation around Jinx at the moment. How does Jinx fit in the meta? How good is Jinx? Jinx has quite a good laning phase. Like it's a bit of a misconception. Like she's weak early, but her laning phase is quite good. The problem is that there's a bit of a lull in power, if you will, if she doesn't get ahead. Like you need the two, 3 items to be relevant. But you know, in most games, she gets ahead, or you know, she gets to the 2, 3 items. So why not just pick Jinx? Like the laning phase isn't bad at all. Especially into the Kai'Sa, she's not really going to have a rough time. So I don't mind the Jinx pickup. It's just whether or not Gunkrab can space himself from the Hecarim and not get obliterated.
Well, it would be interesting to see deciding how to play around that objective in mind. Worth noting that Halo has picked up the Orianna. Syndra's been banned away, and that's the pick that we saw in this last mid lane matchup. So Shock's going to have to choose something a little bit different here today, and Peace are targeting him in particular by banning away a fair few champions, right? Karma first and foremost, Zoe into an Azir, a clear understanding that Shock is a key carry, a key figure on this roster, key figure in that role more than anything when we're talking about best players in the scene so far. But then you fight respect with respect. Direwolves identifying that Aladoric is just absolutely insane as Rakan.
Yeah, but you know what I'm interested to see here? What does Shock pick up? I feels like that's a majority of his champion pool, at least what we've seen from him this year. He's not a melee range assassin player, or at least he hasn't made his name playing those champions.
Like
So
Victor, Lucian, like
yeah,
the
Victor,
right?
yeah, it's the Victor angle here. You're right. I would love to see him rip out his Zillion. So for those of you that don't know, Shock is he's a storied Zillion player. I did hear him say, however, he thinks Zillion's really bad mid lane right now. So I'm not holding my breath, but I wouldn't be opposed to seeing the Zillion. You know, Zillion Jinx, definitely a combination that I could get used to, or you know, maybe they've tried out. Yeah, but it is the Victor, as you said. Again, nice little composition here out of the Direwolves 5v5, and Peace opting in for much of the same, but it might be a little tricky for this Jinx to stay alive if left to her lonesome, right? With the backline threat of the Hecarim, because Hecarim's ultimate creates that fear. And then Kai'Sa then gets backline access, right? It's almost like a free backline access for the Kai'Sa. And a lot of people think of Kai'Sa as the hyper carry, right? Kai'Sa is, but not in a traditional front to back sense. Yes, she can kill tanks. Yes, she has like the percent HP damage. But a lot of Kai'Sa's utility and where Kai'Sa's good comes from, she finds the window to then get onto the back line, because she'll always win that fight. And so, you know, they do have a lot of tools for Violet in this game.
And we're willing to see that this is very much a dive composition, right? With that last pick on towards Kennen for Appy there, to ensure that they can just dash and throw everything at you, press their R buttons and AoE you all down into oblivion. It's a very real threat, right? The fact is that Claire's response has been Anar. It's been his most successful champion to date since swapping to that role. He's not lost a single game from the 2 games played on that champion so far, so he'll have a big weight on his shoulders to try and disrupt this wombo combo that Peace have thrown their way.
And that's a player that I want to highlight, right? He's had some definite rough games, some definite rough weeks, and you know, sometimes even in their wins hasn't performed too well, and that's even to his own standard. He said that himself. So be interested to see how this top lane thing plays out, because the Ken and Nar matchup, yeah, well, it is a little bit of a snooze fest, bit of a farm fest, can become quite volatile. You know, you don't ever want to be the one to fall behind, and you know, Kennen gets that lead in lane, can be quite dangerous when it comes to the 5v5. So, you know, for me, that's where the question mark is. That's where I want to see Claire kind of stamp his authority on the game. I want to see him say, okay, I'm here, I'm on a comfort pick, and I'm ready to show the top laners in OSA, this is my role.
Yeah, and he wants to sort of form into that role that, hey, now bring me into the discussion as a top laner, much like you had me in that category when you're discussing, you know, some of the best mid laners, right? Exactly. So that raises my question there. He's definitely finding time being his best friend to, you know, get familiar and, you know, translate those mechanics from the mid wave into the top side. But, you know, based on what we've seen from this jungle mid matchup, do you think that either side has a clear advantage?
Yeah, look, if I'm being completely honest, the draft out of out of Peace rather, is something that I would be much more comfortable playing. Just in terms of ease of execution, right? In terms of being in our region and how I know the teams to play the game, the Peace composition definitely makes a lot more sense. Ease of execution, as I said. However, Olaf can get that tempo lead. Olaf can be a real bully in the early game. Has a lot of gank setup in the bot lane. The Jinx again has quite a decent lane, and if you manage to get a lead in really either bot lane or mid lane, they can run away with the game. We saw what Chaz was able to do on that Victor early on, and there is a lot of late game insurance on the side of Direwolf, so it's ultimately going to come down to Peace and what they can get done and what they can't versus Direwolves.
And that's what we're going to be looking to try and find out. What can these teams do? And no better to help us understand that than getting the inner workings of the Direwolves themselves. Straight from the coach of Farmer. Welcome once again, bro, onto the show as we figure out really where things are at coming into the second round robin. I mean, you guys have been in some pretty impressive form. I mentioned before that time may have just been your best friend because it's been 3 wins on the go now.
Yeah, life's pretty good. I think that our form is definitely looking up. Obviously, we're not complacent. Like, we know we have a lot to work on, a lot to improve, but we're pretty happy with our progress as it stands, yeah.
And you come into this one, obviously, knowing that Peace had been one of the hotly tipped favorites for the LCO. It was a very close game to open up your accounts in week number 1. You look back now, and you know, we're starting to see a lot of these teams level up. Do you feel like there's a clear definition or difference from, you know, the Direwolves then to the Direwolves we're now seeing?
Yeah, there's definitely a big jump in our play. I've been reviewing our previous matches on my 27-inch LG monitor, and honestly, I can say that yeah, I'm pretty happy with our performance recently, and yeah, and it's definitely a big step up. I think we've had a lot of problems early in the split that we had to go through, and now, yeah, we're just looking at optimizing, yeah.
Yeah, and no doubt the sponsors are happy with your performance as well. My next question would be, you come into this one, right, we start to talk about categories of, like, you know, who are the best in their roles, and the fact that Shock has been such a consistent go-to member right now for this Direwolves roster, even when things haven't been as, you know, going as well as you may have imagined. Is there extra pressure that these members have been, you know, finding put on themselves? Is it a case of, like, you know, trust the process, we know that we're good enough, we know what we can achieve?
Yeah, I mean, just touching on Shock, like, definitely best mid in OS, no questions there. And I think all the boys are just leaders in their roles, so I don't think the pressure, we really feel the pressure or the individuals feel the pressure. It's just about us coming together as a team the best way we can. Yeah, that's the main thing is just coming together and finding how we work best together.
Yeah, and it seems like you found that in the most recent form, right? Looking to try and capitalize on the fact that Peace
may have had that humbling moment up against Pentanet.gg. I wish you the best. I'm excited to see how this one plays out. And Jubes, anything weird and wacky in the first few minutes?
Just full clears, some good trades in the bot side of the map. You know, Guncrab having to burn through his pot. Kai'Sa still has hers, but Claire doing okay as well in this lane, managing to juke out some of the shuriken damage coming out of Appy. So just some skill checks here and there, seeing how your skill shots are they landing? Do you have the fancy feet? And yeah, really not much, just full clears from both junglers and hearthing to opposite sides of the map as well. And my man's was too busy plugging sponsors. He actually
That's
forgot
what I mean.
He actually forgot your question.
Look, I love interviewing Farmer. He always comes out with the bangers, right? If this guy's not getting paid overtime from these sponsors, I don't know what he's doing, hey?
Yeah, I mean, he comes with a plug, doesn't he? And one thing, Shock's got very big control of this mid lane. He's already burnt through all of the corrupting potions from Halo, and he's actually going to force a TP here. So what Shock will be able to do, we better get this wave in. Once he sees the teleport coming through from Halo, he'll actually be able to get like sort of a cheetah recall off. But he's teleported on the wave, so scrap that.
Yep, going to freeze that minion, lock its HP bar in, as both junglers are in the area, but both going to take opposite sides of the river to guarantee a Scuttle Crab. What's worth noting, and this was with Lisa playing, is that there was a heavy emphasis on camping Halo and getting Shock ahead.
Yeah.
Be interesting to see if that is still the same game plan. We saw multiple attempts. The first one, where Halo just narrowly managed to survive with a clutch Syndra stun, but we saw them go mid at least 4 to 5 times and guarantee that, you know, Halo just really didn't have much impact.
Might be a flash play. Yep.
Yeah, it is indeed. You called it. The Dev Center's afterwards. Exhausted, destroyed. First blood for Direwolves.
Very nice. And it's actually very hard to get away from a flash flay gank because the slow from the flay really does make you easy pickings for the hook. And that is so big for the side of Direwolves, right? That's flash burnt out of Violet. Still double sums on Guncrab. And the wave itself too managed to hit under tower, and Violet loses that wave as well as the ensuing wave that's going to slow push back to Direwolves. And best case scenario, and what a start.
What a start indeed. Former teammates, both Guncrab and Violet sharing time on the Avant roster of old. And Guncrab trying to one-up here Violet, who's been in some very impressive form on his most comfortable champion. I've got a lot of proficient Kai'Sa players here in the region, as do we have in the world, quite honestly. It's just an insane champion as a whole, but showcasing that, hey, we're going to maybe change up our game plan this time around and not put so much emphasis on mid lane, but guarantee that Guncrab is the one to pop off. And Cupcake again, you know, maybe if I am a one trick, he's making it work here.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what I talk about Jinx, right? It's not weak in lane and no flash from Cupcake, so this is the punish.
Certainly is the punish. He doesn't have any summoners whatsoever, burnt them all before. Hooks to the camp! He's received an ignite and might just die to the minions as well as Aladora to pick up the killing blow. Out come the TPs, 5 minutes and 40 seconds into this one. Forget the waves. We won a game. Out comes the Shockwave, connects onto Shock. He flashes away into the red buff. Guncrab jumps in. Summoner's being burnt and Claire is popping. He's popping. He's just doing so much. Picks up a triple. Then has the shove. Give him it all. Good guy Claire donates a kill across to Jinx, and peace. They threw everything against it, but Direwolves pick up so much more.
It's just the rotation from Jinx that ultimately saves that play, and I mean, it would look like a disaster for Direwolves, but Claire coming on through, getting the Mega in that team fight as well. And you know, if we had questions about Claire as the top laner, maybe they've been answered, and it's only 6 minutes into the game. Huge team fight coming out of him, and you know, that has to be a confidence booster, Skimmy.
No doubt about it, right? So early into this series, and I suppose it plays into what Farmer mentioned, right? You know, time has been great, and that we are finding our form, and that we are, you know, we're trusting the process, and that's what I'm always excited to hear on, you know, when you've got these high expectations of you, of players as a whole, when you start to think, you know, why isn't it going as it might, you know, be expected? You see Cupcake here, get caught, get punished because he's, you know, out of position with the vision that Peace have. But in a bit of an overcommitment, perhaps, you know, the quicker rotations here from Direwolves.
Yeah, I mean, we always had this saying back in the day. It wasn't back in the day when I was a player. If you TP first, 9 times out of 10, the play is going to be in your favor. And Claire TP'd so much earlier than Appy in this play. And, you know, members are just falling down before he can even really have a team fight influence. And Claire again with the flash Mega into the wall. Halo still has flash, but no chance he's living it. He even gives the kill away to Guncrab, you know. Some players to say, oh, quadra kill, I'll take that every day of the week. But passes off the kill to Jinx. So now you got a 2-0 Jinx, 3-0 Nar, and Direwolves with a 2,000 gold lead pretty much.
Yeah, shared economy in all the right places, right? You have an insanely strong Gnar that can jump in and make plays just like that with the Gnar ult will guarantee success, will be the disrupting factor, and could be a game-changing moment. But the fact that GunCrab's able to pick up a kill in the laning phase, then pick up a kill in that little skirmish around their Raptors, and then say, well, fantastic, you know, I'm going to go into this matchup now and continue laning with such a sizable item lead.
Yeah, and that is a very big item lead, right? You know, look at the double longsword and the dagger from Violet. Going to have a rough time in this lane, and we may even just see a 4-man here, Skimmy.
Yeah, Hakkinen looks to try and navigate this one. He needs to juggle the turret aggro beautifully. Out comes the exhaust first and foremost as Cupcake then tanks up one, tanks up two, switches to GunCrab, he gets another. Olaf picks up a double kill. It's so beautifully executed.
And I don't even notice these direwolves from the start of the split, right? You know, you could tell they were lacking confidence, but it's just such a well-executed dive, and it takes a lot of communication, right? GunCrab, Cupcake get back to lane. They say, we have item advantage. We'll be able to build a wave up, and we'll be able to dive on that wave. Only paths towards that. Steals the blue buff for good measure. Look at the wards bot side of the map for direwolves.
Yeah.
And that play was just inevitable. And there was ultimately nothing Violet and Aladora could do besides leave tower. But they find themselves in a hole already that they weren't willing to just, you know, give up that easy. And sometimes you just need to give it up, Skimmy, and they didn't. So they give away 2 kills as well as what they would have had to give up before.
Yeah, they just run that side of the map, as you quite nicely highlight, right? All the vision in the world that they can make that play with confidence, and with both TPs being down, having been burnt only moments prior, there's just no counterplay that Peace can even look to try and assault them with. So, you know, play from play, and it is the confidence as you mentioned, right? It's just so much confidence coming out from Direwolves, and this is what we expected in week 1.
And now we're looking for a play here from Peace. Maybe they're trying to recover some losses, but Halo sees the pink ward in the bush and maybe trying to bait this one out. Ooh. I mean, that's a little bit of an ego there from GunCrab, right? He knows Halo's there. He saw him on the pink ward, and he still opts in to juke the hook. Like, that's an ego play if I've ever seen one. That's an ego check.
Yeah, you've got emote checks, and we've got ego checks. We've got all the different checks to try and get that little edge in these games here so far, and that's exactly what Direwolves find themselves with. At the 10-minute mark, they still continue that 2K gold leads. And it'll be interesting to see where things progress from there. As Peace forced the all-in, the drive-by ult. Yep. Here comes Kevy. He showcases that, hey, don't forget about me. I am a Hecarim, and I can do a fair bit. And they'll hand across their AD carry with a double kill as well.
And I mean, that's pretty much a 2v2, right? I know Kevy was there to get the assist at the end there, but I mean, it's the quality of the Peace bot lane now.
For sure.
No matter how far you put them in a hole, they will be able to find that window. They'll be able to find the angle, the window of opportunity to just out-macro you. And that's all that was. That's just a beautiful hook from Aladoric, completely outplayed in the 2v2, and, you know, a little bit criminal because, you know, with the lead that they had, shouldn't be getting 2v2 killed like that because not only is that a 2v2 kill, Skimmy, that's a turret.
Oh, it is. You know, that's retribution. That is the best equalizer that Peace has made all game so far, right? They guaranteed the gold. They equal up that 2K deficit. They put it all in the hands of Violet and say, sure, your GunCrab, or I say GunCrab, your Jinx GunCrab is fed, but so is ours. And we're back to an even game state.
I mean, all of a sudden, I think Kaiser's up gold, if you consider the plates and the turret. Kraken Slayer picked up, so yeah, 400 gold lead now to Violet in a scenario in which I think he might have been down 1,000 like before that, even more possibly. So, I mean, Violet Aladoric just coming up big, and it was no more than just individual brilliance.
Certainly was some individual brilliance, and that's what they'll need to show to us. This is the reason why they're the second place team. That's the reason why they've only faltered once and up against the first place team in Pentanet.gg. They are the team to beat, the team that everybody's, I suppose, chasing onto to assert themselves. Are we good enough to be in that top 2 discussion? Supports are roaming. Kaiser has left their own devices in the bot side, and with Appy sniffing around too, he has flash, doesn't have a proto belt, but might be looking at an ultimate angle with the second dragon up in 30.
Yeah, looks like they're posturing for a fight. Direwolves don't look like they want to give it up, but you have to look at the item disparity in AD carries and relative strength of champions. You'd have to say in this scenario, the Kaiser is going to be way more useful than the Jinx, but I guess you pair that with Claire on the Gnar, has the first item completed. Face check.
Face check by Aladoric is going to look to fall on down, but not if Kevy can say something about that. The ultimates get stacked on through. Maelstrom pops off, and so does the Onslaught of Shadows. They do what they can, but it's a 2-for-2 trade either way. Members are falling down. Mid and top, but both junglers die, and now that dragon becomes much less of a prospect than it was before.
And I mean, you'd have to say, all in all, probably worth for the side of Direwolves. They're the one with the health advantage. the key cooldown still being up. Jinx has been untouched, so you have to be happy if you're a Direwolf fan, especially when you're trading kills onto the likes of the Jinx, onto the likes of those key members. Victor, more importantly, picking up a kill there, as well as the wave in the bot side of the map. So, again, really thought that was a worst-case scenario for the side of Peace, but they managed to turn that one with the shockwave into the Hecarim, so...
Yeah. They certainly managed to salvage what looked like a bit of a weird and wacky, face check angle. And, Shock continued to say, well, we'll keep Halo at bay. 0-2 now. I've got myself a Darksteel, up by 9 stacks. I'm a Victor. I will scale like you would not believe it. And if I'm ahead like this, then we have multiple threats in multiple different angles. Speaking of Devil, and we've had a we've had a bot tier 1. Shock could be cool, but here come the cavalry. The reinforcements are there. Peace grouping up as 4. They have no ultimates. They could be very weak as a result. They've taken out Halo. He had Shockwave in just a second, but it's not enough. He's already gone. They find 2. It's Hecarim gone again. And Peace forced to fight, but then don't respect the TPs.
Yeah, the aggression of Peace, sometimes it's their best strength, right? It's something that you really say this benefits Peace the most out of a roster, but sometimes it's to their demise as well. In that scenario, the aggression's just not needed, right? The neutral objectives up, they had set up, they had posture in the river, and ultimately they could have fell back to that objective, taken the dragon. Instead, they saw Shock, they wanted to kill him, thought he was in a little bit of trouble, but you have to know Shock knows his limits a little bit better than that. He would know the TP be coming on through. His teammates are close enough to collapse. Watch the hook from Cupcake onto Halo here. Absolutely just gets one shot, yeah. And it's pretty much just cleanup crew after that, isn't it?
I mean, it's pretty much as simple as that, right? The fact is they went in with a game plan. They said we can target this one. And the TPs come back to haunt them, and Cupcake continues to showcase, right, if I get this fresh, I'll find those options. I'll find those angles. I'm willing to sacrifice my life for the greater good, and that greater good has definitely been paying off big time.
And it just feels like, at the moment, the Direwolves are playing for an objective. They're setting up with something in mind, whereas Peace is setting up with seeing nameplates in mind. And that's the key difference here. If you set up for an objective, you then talk about how you want to initiate fights, how you want to start fights, and you get vision down accordingly. At the moment, Peace is saying, okay, this guy's stepping up a little bit too far for the minion wave. We'll engage on that. Or we'll walk in here and start a fight, and it's just not working for them, right? The setup and the plan will beat the aggression, 9 times out of 10. And I think Peace needs to start thinking about what they're doing a little bit more.
They do need to, as they'll be the ones looking to set themselves up and think about maybe going for a Herald play. Cross-map action happens here as we see Clear going for a side wave instead. And Aladoric actually getting caught out of trouble. Out goes the Chaos Storm, then the hook for a second. And he dies mid-animation. Unfortunate for them, it's the jungler dead again. And they start the Heralds, but only can pick it up.
Yeah, and it's just getting bigger and bigger, the gold lead, right? They managed to close the gap with one of those... Ooh. Fight in the mid lane. Shock actually kills him here with the flash if he wants it.
Oh! Oh, no. Oh, no. He'll want to forget that one in a heartbeat.
Oh. Ooh, the Jinx ulti. Just misses.
It's an ASMR channel now. It's not even a cast. We're literally ooh and ahs and
yeah, just sounds.
all the different sounds to describe the intensity of the fact that Halo pulled off the Great Escape.
Yeah, and Shock is, for me, at the moment, and it's probably a little bit not the right timing to talk about this. Shock, for me, is putting on a little bit of a clinic. 12 kill participation on a champion that isn't necessarily known for an explosive early game, being the Victor. Yet, he's able to get his, he's able to get a taste of the pie in the early game. And ultimately, just accelerate himself. Look at the Darksteel, 10 stacks already.
Surely that's a Magi's if I've ever seen one right now. Only might actually just look to try and solo this guy. Violet has double summoners. He can flash. He's popped the Killer Instinct so far on Filmos. He's got the Cracker Slay. Needs uptime. Okay. Ooh, gonna take him on down. It was close. One more auto. But Violet managed to run away and secure a red buff for himself too.
But this is what I talk about when I compare Peace and Direwolves. If you're going to skill check them and take the 1v1, you're probably not going to beat Peace. But if you set up and you play around your vision control, play around the neutral objectives, you're probably going to win that. In the sense that's what Direwolves have been doing this game. And there's just no need to take that 1v1 there. And Violet shows us again, if we needed any reminding, why he's one of the best AD carries in the league.
Worth noting, though, that he did actually have the burn double summoners to just survive in that situation. So if you try and extrapolate the layers of what that play might have mean,
Yeah, sure. A big skill check there from Violet and showcasing why he is the one of the go-to AD carry figures in the region right now. But that could come back to haunt him with these next Dragon fights. Oh no, he's juked! He's juked into the hook, and he falls down again. And it's the same game plan here from Direwolves. Target Halo.
Yeah, I mean it's just a good old-fashioned timing of the summoner spells, right? It's fundamentals of League of Legends. You time summoner spells and you punish accordingly. Halo obviously thinking he's safe there in the mid lane and wasn't able to do so.
That's rough. When you're juking into a skill shot, there's no better feeling, I suppose, if you're the one initiating, but what a tragic moment there as the second Herald charge goes on through. Really starts to open up these turret options.
My apologies, I believe Halo had flash. He just tried to skill check it. He just skill checked Yeah, he just skill checked the flash and come out on the worst for wear. It was shocked that flash earlier in the mid lane. That's why I confused myself there a little bit. But yeah, Halo saving the flash there, losing the mid turret in the process. 4,000 gold lead to Direwolves, neutral objective spawning. So Skimmy might be sole point here if Direwolves are able to pick this one up.
Certainly could put it into that situation. Magias is being picked up here by Shock, so looking to try and continue his run of hot form. But it isn't all doom and gloom for Peace right now. Sure, there's item advantages and gold leads at the close to 20-minute mark, but Peace still have a composition that can present such a massive wombo combo threat. Look at the TP angle coming in here from Appy. He's completely blindsiding Direwolves. They have no idea that the Maelstrom couldn't come on through. Exhaust, Maelstrom, damage to Leak, and they find the killing blows clear on the flank. It's a 1-for-1 so far. But the Direwolves, they're just too strong. They continue to hit skill shots. They continue to find angles. And they continue to pop off.
Claire is here, Skimmy. Claire is here and he's found it in the way of the Gnar. Absolutely smurfing in that team fight. His second triple kill of the game. Created so much space for Gunkrab in that team fight. You know, it looked like it was going to be such a bad team fight for the side of Direwolves. Shock falling down early. Gunkrab getting down quite low, but Claire managing to pop that mega. Killed 3 people in the front line while Gunkrab was able to just clean up on the back end. And you have to say, that was possibly best case scenario for Peace, and they weren't able to get anything off it.
100%. I mean, I'm so concerned. I'm seeing Appy on the flank right now, and I'm just expecting damage, huge numbers, and a 1v5 Violet cleanup angle here. And the fact is, we just didn't see it.
Look at Claire.
He's so
Megas
good.
On the peel, and then jumps over as well and says, oh, I'm not done yet. Lands the rock, lands the stun, throws another rock, and it's just the cleanup crew here now. Such a good team fight out of Claire, and I'm super happy to see him playing this well in this game, right? You know, we talked about, not to keep harping on it, had a rough few starts to the LCO, but this game in particular, you know, in a game in which you probably needed to step up, Skimmy, right? There's no weak links in any of these games when you're versing teams like Peace, and he's ultimately put on an absolute carry performance.
He's showcasing that, hey, I am no longer that focal point. We want to try and, you know, target the weak link. I've had my moments. I've been solo killed. I've, you know, tried to find, you know, is it a case of me playing champions that may have worked in the mid lane and bringing it up to the top side, or do I want to be a support with the Karma, for instance? And today said, you know what, enough is enough. Triple kills back-to-back on his name, 6 kills to his name as a whole, right? And he knows his job in these team fights. That was a very much Violet cleanup angle, but the Gnar ult denies everything, and moments prior, I'm starting to say, what can Peace do? They had that wombo combo angle, and that was their best moment yet.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, you could just say Claire's had the full top lane experience. He's just said, you know what? I'll go for the full top lane experience. We'll start off being left on an island, be isolated, get solo killed, do the solo killing, and he's just, you know, he's had a good time. Baron started up here. There's a ward on it though, so this is questionable from the Direwolves.
He is questionable. They haven't cleared it out, and they don't look like they have any intention of clearing it out anytime soon
50-50.
right now. Kevy can look to try and 50-50 this one. Don't do it. They've stolen it! They've stolen the Baron again! What on earth is happening here in the LCO tonight? A 1-for-1 trade. Shock starts things off convincingly. Now denies many Baron buffs as possible. A piece. You just can't keep getting away with this. Is Hecarim the most broken champion in the game? I think it is. It just does so much, Juves.
I mean, they stole the Baron, but they may not have anyone live to tell the tale. Actually, Halo is safe on the back end. Now, the question here is, will Kai'Sa go down?
Oh!
Yeah, he does.
Oh, it's not enough. It was literally fractions away.
Yeah. Look, optimism here. Halo still has the Baron buff. Could have been worse. Could have been Direwolves picking up that Baron. So, again, maybe a little bit of respite, using the Baron minions to just get some farm under your belt and take a fight that's favorable to you. But, you know, Jinx is so far ahead now. Look at Shock. He has, in fact, picked up the book, and it is actually a New York Times bestseller, if you must know. 20 pages in that book. You know, some say the pages on how to play mid lane fundamentals 101. So if you're ever in a bookstore, look for that one.
Look, I can't actually wait until Shock and Swaif link up, right, for the book club. That two together, I mean, that is a book that I would definitely not put down. I would be reading that more so than playing the game. These guys are just, they're showcasing why they are, you know, best in their category, rising to the occasion. And I mean, this team fight, once again, the fact is they jump on in. Kevy secures it a little bit earlier. It's like 66 HP.
And again, another player I want to highlight. Look at Claire here. Lands the Mega Gnar, two-man into the wall. Violet can't do any damage past him. And the most fed member and the beacon of light for Peace is just completely nullified in that whole fight because of Claire. Claire's just playing goalkeeper. Says, I can't kill you. I don't have enough juice in the tank to kill you, but I've got enough to keep you out. And then Claire decides to switch targets here and says, oh, you know, Aladori? Why not?
This for me, though, this got me hyped. The fact is that was so close to completing, but they managed to pick up another. As you say, only one Baron buff remains, a minute left, and it will expire just as that Soul Point Dragon spawns and is there for the taking.
And look, as much as I'm on the Direwolves hype train right now in terms of how they're executing team fights, you look at the composition of Peace, and you have to, you just hold your breath and say, okay, they have that wombo combo, right? They have the Orianna Ball onto the Hecarim, cannon flank flash. Like there's windows in where Peace can win a team fight. The problem that you have is your mid laner 0-5, right? Yeah. And you know, there might not be enough juice in that tank, if you will, to clean up the team fight. Yeah, Appy, huh?
Scries, it doesn't reveal. Appy very, very lucky with his positioning, but there is a ward now. That'll spot him at least. Might be too little too late by that point, however. They're going to try and run it back with the same play, but I echo your same statement, right? Halo Shockwaves just aren't going to have that same impact.
No, they're not, and it could be the difference between 100 HP and, you know, not... And Appy's been caught here. Can he get to the blast cone in time? Yes, he does.
Okay, he's been zoned away. Direwolves might look to force the hand now and try and go for a 4v5. They're turning attention straight on towards Halo. He flashes away, not going to overchase that one. Ragnarok has to be used, though, as Kevy pops Ghost as well. So something's being traded and Ultimate's being burnt. All in on the Soul Point Drake.
Yeah, they need to wait out the Mega Gnar. There's no world in which they win this team fight versus a Mega Gnar. The stats for that Mega Gnar gets is just so inflated, especially when you're this far ahead. Now that their Mega Gnar is exhausted, they've started to Dragon, so very good identification from Peace. Now, do they flip it? Do they risk the 50-50 smite? Appy is with the team, so it's just going to be a straight front to back, and, you know, it's going to be hard for Kennen to find the way in.
Claire in the pit, not Mega, so can't hit those massive ultimates right now. Bops them way out. Kennen in the backline, 1v3, gets exhausted. They take the Dragon. A Mountain Soul has been acquired here by Direwolves. Not a single member falls on down, but they'll take down 4. They leave Halo. Forget him. He does no damage. He has no impact. We'll run him down. We did it topside. It's a full 5-man flawless ace. And they can go straight through mid at the 26-minute mark and look to end.
I mean, no one falls down on the side of Direwolves, and what a team fight coming out of them, just as a collective. And there's too many players to highlight. You know, I find in games like this where everyone plays so well, what do you do? Who do you highlight? Because at the end of the day, for me, and Skimmy, I'm just going to hold that because the Hecarim goes in.
It's close. 2 members surviving. It's getting lower and lower, but they have gun crab. It's an 80 carry angle if I've ever seen one. So easy to take that one down. It's going to be GG. Direwolves find retribution for week number 1. They take down Peace and hand him their second defeat of the split.
26-minute victory for the side of Direwolves. How do you do, Skimmy? So, you know, very clean victory. And again, I can't stress this enough. The members that needed to step up for Direwolves stepped up, and for me, that's a big showing heading into playoffs, right? Who can you rely on? Who's going to be there, you know, when you need to stand your ground and dig into the trenches and get those hard-fought wins? And for Direwolves to show that sort of character after a rough few weeks, I'm super excited to see how they're going to close out this split. And maybe there's a few Pentanet players watching this game with a little bit of a, ooh, the season just got interesting.
100% right. Pabu made the call at the start of this night. Look, I want this region to level up, to get better, and we're seeing that.
we've seen that on multiple occasions tonight, be it stomps or be it evolutions of teams and individuals. And Mac, I mean, what better way to sort of welcome in or usher in the second round robin?
Yeah, that was crazy. You know, I feel like, Jubes, you're going to be very happy that I ripped up the ticket just so you could get that extra prediction correct, because that was a match, man. The Baron steal at the end as well. I was like, oh no, this is when Peace turned the game, and then it didn't seem to be the case. So absolutely crazy game, all things considered. I left for about like 2 minutes, and I walked back in, and there was like 5 kills, and I was just like, what? When?
Yeah,
how?
It just exploded at the 5-minute mark, actually, Max. So 5 for 5. Claire just teleported in first, right? And he was just key to influencing this fight. Gunkrab also came down, and not many AD carries do this. Gunkrab walked down, and look how big the bot wave is that's about to crash. He valued the fight, the skirmish, and helping his team over the minions. Sometimes that can backfire, but trusted his team enough to turn that around, and that was just the beginning of the hype train for the Direwolves, and just methodical from here, Skimmy.
I mean, this showcases, right, that wasn't a fluke by any stretch of the imagination by Claire, that he is comfortable, that he continues this 100% win rate on this champion of Nah, and that he knew exactly what his job was. Play zone, play defense, and get Violet out of the equation multiple times. If you keep an eye on him in particular, his first identity, his first job is, where is Violet, and what can I do to ensure that he can't try and turn this game around and against us? So really want to highlight the fact that while Shock has been popping off and been doing it consistently, that Claire has finally found his moment to pop off and showcase that, hey, I've gone through the induction of what it's like to be a top laner, and now we're here.
Yeah, and it's crazy as well. It's every time he's played Nah, it's just been so damn impressive. He's had so much impact on the game. So maybe he's finally found the champ that he needs to focus towards. I wonder if that's going to turn into some focus bans, going into the next games for the second round robin of the split. I'm worried if he gets targeted, that's when Direwolves look like they're a little bit weaker. That's what was happening really early on. But that being said, of course, he has managed to really find his feet on this Direwolves lineup.
The problem is you can't target ban Claire, because okay, best case scenario, you target ban him, he doesn't have anything left to play. But then you're leaving stuff open for the other members.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you want Shock to get his comfort champions. I don't know if you want Gunkrab to get it. I don't know if you want Cupcake to get his Thresh. There's too many threats. And that's what happens when you're a good team. You can no longer be target banned. You can be banned according to the meta, or banned according to what you don't want to play against, but you can never target ban an individual. And Claire's just too good mechanically. At the end of the day, at the end of the split, he'll be there ready with a few champions to play. It was just a slow build, and it's going to be a slow build. It's not all, it's done. I'm never going to have to worry about having a bad game again, because ultimately it may happen, right? It happens to anyone, to everyone. But
really does.
If you're a Direwolf fan right now, you've got to be very, very, very happy.
Yeah, of course. And look, let's hear from the horse's mouth as well about how he thinks he's done. I think we have Claire for the interview today, and that means we're bringing Nat T back from the sidelines. How'd you enjoy that one? I know we're both probably a little bit sour that we didn't get our Peace prediction right, but that was such a great match.
I'm not going to lie, today was probably the hardest day I've ever had in choosing predictions. I felt really torn with almost every team or matchup that I had to pick. So for me, it was a win-win, My heart really wanted Direwolves to win, but my brain was like, you got to go Peace. And yeah, I mean, I think...
Oh, that's right, you and me.
I'm pretty sure we've had 8 broadcast days, and Jubes has gotten 5 100% days. But
that's ridiculous.
It is. But I do have the superstar Claire down here with me to interview. Claire, that performance was just absolutely phenomenal. You have clearly found your feet up there in the top lane. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I think this game is probably the best game I've played so far. I'm definitely really comfortable in playing Nah, and I think I'm overall getting a lot better at top lane. At the start of the split, I would think I was pretty terrible. I was losing every lane. I was getting solo killed every game, but now I'm kind of learning the fundamentals and being able to express my individual player skill more. And also, I don't know if you guys noticed, if you guys are loyal fans of me or the LCO, you'll know that this is a new background. So I'm playing on my Missus' setup, and it's really OP. It's the reason I won today.
So really, it was just absolutely nothing on the team or anything like that. It was just all down to what computer and where you were playing from.
It's, okay, one, it's the champ. It's Nah.
Na's a range champ. I'm a mid laner. I'm gonna do really well on a range champ. 2, yes, the setup's really good. My setup at home is pretty good too, but here it's my girlfriend's setup, so it's the best. And then yes, my team has been supporting me so much because like at the start of the split, I think I struggled so much, and they kind of stuck with me. They always like reassured me, gave me a lot of like insurance that, you know, that I'm gonna power up, I'm gonna get better, and I'm really grateful that they've like kind of stuck with me and like kept pushing me forward.
Oh, that's so wholesome. It's so good to hear the support that you are getting from the rest of the guys over at Direwolves. Jubes whispered in my ear that it was the girlfriend gap that won you guys the game. But actually talk me a little bit more about the talk me through a little bit more about the game with those team fights. You guys just never really seemed to take the foot off the gas there, but it looked a little, not worrying, but you know, interesting when Kevy got the Baron steal.
So yeah, we were pretty much winning every skirmish from the first moment. I remember the first skirmish went really well because I got like a really early recall off, and then I TP'd in with completed boots, and then I got level 6 first. And then yeah, so every fight went really well, and then the Baron, I remember we started hitting it because we saw that like we had so much vision and they weren't showing, and then we got it really low, and when it was 2k, we were just like screw it, we'll just flip the Baron because we don't really care if they steal it. If they steal it, we're gonna kill them, and the Baron's not a big deal for like us losing or winning the game. So yeah, it wasn't a big deal for us. Kevy stole it. It was like, it would have been nicer to have Baron, but we didn't need it to win.
Yes, of course. I mean, look at you guys. You just absolutely stomped in that game. You guys are just really looking good. You were on the 4 win streak now, I do believe, if my memory is right. What do you guys? Yeah. I think it's 4. It is 4, right? Yeah. You know, what else are you guys looking at doing, like in terms of preparation, and like how are you guys going to keep getting better?
We're just gonna stick to what, because like we have a lot of experienced players in the roster, so everyone knows what a good team environment looks like. So I feel like we just stick to what we know is good. Like focus on improvement. It's not all about the result, as you can see. Like at the start, we weren't too concerned that we had bad results. We just knew that as long as we find our groove, as long as we use our systems that we know works, we're gonna improve at a faster rate than these other teams.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing how the rest of the split plays out for you guys. Thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations again. Enjoy your weekend.
Thank you, thank you.
There you have it. So good to hear that Claire realised that he is powering up, and, you know, thanks his whole team for enabling him, because that's really what you want.
So happy. He actually just like, you could just see that he was proud of his performance, and I mean, just even other games that they've won, he's been like, yeah, you know, we won it, but like it was a game. But he just absolutely loved how he played that game, which I'm so happy for him.
For sure. Very proud of the girlfriend setup as well, I must say. He was.
Yeah.
Girlfriend buff OP, and a performance that he can be confident about, right? That was a pop-off if I've ever seen one. So, you know, credit to him. I'm really stoked to see that he's found that form. Finally, we're here.
Speaking of form, there was one particular play that has become the play of the day. Yes, you can guess today. Thanks for asking, or I wouldn't have thrown the question out there. So we'll go, you know, Jubes to Nat across the board. What do you think the play of the day is going to be?
I'll be honest, I got a goldfish memory.
Okay.
I'm trying to think as well.
I don't even remember who you interviewed like the last few seconds. So if I had to guess, no, I remember. I know Natty did the interview. Of course, can't forget Natty. But I would have to say the play of the day. Skimmy, start it off.
Look, I'm just going to go for recency bias and just say the TP in from old mate Claire, jumps in, gets a triple, hands across a kill to his AD carry, and says, yeah, we're here.
What about you, Nat? What's your thoughts?
All right, I reckon it is from the very first game, the Pentanet versus Mammoth, where Mammoth seems to, I'm pretty sure they took out 2 of Pentanet, or 3 of them.
Dive into the turret?
Yeah, the dive into the bottom, and they turned back and they got the ace. I reckon that's the play of the day. I'm putting my money on it.
Oh, you got yours?
I've got mine now.
You got yours.
My play of the day would have to be the time Mac ran out of the house and chased his driver down with his burrito, then got the burrito in his hand and just mauled it down and came back and was happy again. For sure, play of the day.
He was so angry in our ears as well.
Guys running away with his burrito, like trying not to give him his burrito. Of course, play of the day. Tackled him, get the burrito.
We're not even playing League, we're playing rugby.
Absolute bastard, that guy. You know, I'm going to have a word to his delivery service provider. But look, you're all wrong. The play of the day was actually a Zeus with that Baron steal on 100 HP. So fast with the fingers and the god of smites, it seems. Look at this. He got fully targeted as he tried to make his way in. And then look, Blitz even helped him. Send him a little bit closer. And there you have it. Just running on in, hitting that smite. And it was the perfect play to get our play of the day.
I like this play a lot, actually, Juves. Like, for the fact that, first of all, you know, Zeus is so low when we jumps in, has everything thrown at him. But the fact that then Sepha joins the fight after being picked apart, runs straight into the pit. It's a playground for him to hit knockups, picks up a double kill and says, all right, boys, maybe this game is one for us to win.
In those scenarios, too, it's very easy to panic smite. The panic smite is the biggest killer in those scenarios, right? Because you've made the decision to go in, so you may as well let it get a little bit lower. And ultimately, Azus just got it down to, you know, what? I don't even know how much health, but it was low.
Yeah, I'm more looking at Azus in that play more so than the Baron, you know, and then the smite's kind of the bonus at the end. But look, that brings us to the end of the day, and it's time to have a look and recap the standings, because we need to see where everyone is after all these victories, you know. You got Pentanet still undefeated on top, and look at Direwolves up there, tied in third, 5-3. They are climbing this ladder like there's no tomorrow. Order with another victory there, 4-4 as well. And you've got Legacy still 2-6. Gravitas almost snatching that victory away to separate themselves from Mammoth there. But at the moment, they are still 7th, tied with Mammoth.
I'm pretty sure if... Oh, sorry. I was pretty sure if Direwolves get one more win and Peace lose their next game, the standing is exactly what Rusty predicted at the start of the split before any games were played. Yeah, it's just the Direwolves Peace swap around.
Yeah.
Big Rust dog.
That'll be pretty crazy if that actually ends up happening, you know, tied up there and then maybe even some extras. So Peace, it looks like they really need to pull themselves together, because now they're losing to a couple of teams, not just Pentanet. And you could see that they thought that they did very well against Pentanet the other day, and they thought they did, I'm assuming they thought they did very well against Direwolves. But something I've noticed is it seems like they're getting a bit complacent, and if there's these teams with this experience, they're just punishing them for that. But look, we're not here to keep talking about games. We're here to hear from you guys at home, from the fans. You've sent in some quality memes, quality content, quality questions for us. So let's bring up what we've managed to gather for you guys, or from you guys rather. And we've got the Chiefs. You see this Nocturne approach your lane, what you do.
I imagine that's the face Kisei also had at the same time, right? The fact that like, we're chilling, you know?
That is the Ronald face. That is the standard Ronald face.
Full poker face for that one. Legacy with, lose. Oh my.
I don't know what that...
I think I saw a Legacy Twitter post that was like, Chiefs, please end this ASAP.
Okay.
It was something along those lines, so...
This was the response to that meme from the Chiefs. So there you go. All right, a bit of context.
And they've also got ML's face as the profile picture.
Yeah, that's from the interview. That's from the interview we did literally earlier. His little cheeky smile when he was talking about his memes.
Well, there you go. And now we have one more to have a quick look at as well. And it is going to be casters for the day. So another beautiful masterpiece from Davo Erlo. I honestly have no idea what I'm supposed to be. Is that some country's flag?
I love it. It's so
What country is that? I'm not familiar with that.
No, I'm not. Might need to get clarification, but just in case you guys didn't know, yeah, I did open up a pizza and pasta, so so yeah,
that's sick, man. Oh,
what it's worth, dude.
Mates race or what?
If we ever come see you, are you going to be hooking us up with the pizza and the pasta?
For sure. Listen, I'm a firm believer in mates rates, and I will charge you guys double for sure.
Beautiful. Just what we love to hear. Skimmy, you're looking great there, nice and white and skimmed
nice
as
and trim,
per
mate.
usual.
Skim milk, you can't go wrong. Pretty in pink. Living life, living my best life.
What's that one on the right? I know it's Natty, but
if you
It's just
squint,
sideline reporter.
you can see Nat hidden between everyone on the sidelines there. Yeah, you got to squint
just
real
jammed
hard.
in there. Yeah.
Wow,
in there somewhere.
We were very smart.
Absolutely crazy. Now let's bring up the next one and see what we've got. And it, of course, is the viewing party at GG Easy Bar. So you've got Nigel Cheats, and this one is Nigel Victus. This is Tag. And what's better than Juves lol at GG Easy Bar? Well, probably if Juves was actually there, I think you'd be having a greater time. But look, I'm sure watching's almost as good.
I did reply to that and say, in fact, I wish I was there. But then also I thought, well, if the producer sees that and then he's thinking I'd rather be at the GG Easy Bar, I'm sacked. So I won't see you guys next week. In fact, I'll be at the GG Easy Bar where I wish I was before I got sacked.
Well, maybe you can go and have the after party there. It's only 10 p.m. The night's still young, Jubes. And we do have one question coming in as well, which I believe we may all have seen. This, of course, is from the big man Pabu. And it is, can I get everyone on LCO to tell me their burrito order and favorite Mexican food and what their favorite flavored beverage is? Coffee, soft drink, whatever is acceptable. And then also whether you think I'm more like a hot drink or a cold drink. And I think he followed up asking if he was more like a some kind of normal hot, piping hot tea, or if he was more like an iced coffee with a bit of caramel in it. And mate, I feel like you're ice cold, so I'm going to go with the iced coffee on that one.
I think Pabu is more like a Milo. You wear your jammies, you get your jammies on, get your socks on, snug as a bug in a rug, and then you just you snuggle up on the couch, chuck on a movie, and there's Pabu there. And I've actually done that with Pabu, funnily enough, because we were like, he was in my gaming house once. So, I mean, that's why I know the answer.
Oh, there you go.
I think Mac, Pabu is a cappuccino because, you know, you've got this layer on the top, right? A layer of all these European memes and Twitch memes where he puts on this European accent.
Yeah.
You get past that and you realize, oh yeah, he is an Aussie after all. So
Yeah.
I think he's a cappuccino.
But I thought he was going the angle of Pabu's a cappuccino because he's a full cap.
Oh, I could have. Hey, but I wouldn't throw the boy under the bus like that.
Mans is a full cap.
You had to do him like it. What about you, Nat? What do you think Pabu is?
I could be a little bit biased here, but I reckon Pabu is a steaming cup of tea, you know? Sometimes you just want to... It's nice and comforting. You just want to relax with him. Other times, man, you tilt him the wrong way and he's going to burn you. So he's definitely a cup of tea for me.
I do think about that. But before we get in too much further into it, we didn't answer the burrito question.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to quickly run this.
Mexican.
We'll go across. Well, it's Mexican. I'm just going to say, look, burrito, barramundi burrito, you know, beans, rice, all the good stuff, bit of cheese on there, brown rice if you can, add guac, and spicy as you can make it with a little bit of coriander on the side. I think I actually answered this one last night on another show. Anyway, going across, Jubes, you next.
Did you say barramundi?
Yeah, barramundi, you get the fish.
Where are you from, dude?
The coast. I live on the ocean.
That's I've never heard. That's weird. Is that weird?
You never heard of fish tacos?
No,
just
fish
like that.
tacos, yeah, I guess so, but I don't really eat burritos because I'm on a diet. I've lost 8 kilos, but thanks for noticing. You guys never said anything about that, so
I compliment you every day, Jubes, how good you're looking.
We do.
Thanks, Nat. You too. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
But I don't really get the burrito because the carbs in the wrap. So I usually just get like grilled chicken, guac, and then like the beans and guac, and that's it. Like it's just trying to lose weight, no carbs.
All right, look, I need everyone to voice their opinion quickly. Skimmy, give us your speed run because the producers in my ear telling me we've got to speed things up.
Absolutely, mate. Chipotle chicken, the works. Put everything inside it. Make it spicy, make it clean, make it tasty. Drink probably a fruit juice. I love a little bit of OJ. Yeah, why not? Give me some of that. Maybe a Powerade. If I'm feeling a little bit groggy in the morning, why not? No dramas. And nah, mate, just give me some food and off we go.
All right, mine's not even a burrito. It's full nachos, grilled chicken with sour cream and guacamole. I like it nice and simple. That's it.
There we go.
Sounds great. Tell me what else sounds great. More LCO. So let's bring up the schedule for next week, for Tuesday. And it is going to be Legacy having the rematch against Gravitas. So another one of these games where it's like, cool, Legacy could get another win on the board. But this is also a good chance for Gravitas. 7 p.m. Order taking on Mammoth, which you think Order should win. But of course, Mammoth looking better and Order not looking so hot. So who knows how that one's going to go. 8 p.m. Peace and Chiefs could be another banger matchup. And Pentanet and Direwolves, that's actually going to be sick at 9 p.m. What are your thoughts on this one, Juice?
Oh, it's a barn burner. I've got the fire extinguisher ready just in case it starts a little bit of flames here and there, you know what I mean? Because it has potential. Has the potential to just, you know, light right up. So obviously we've got to be safe with, you know, having the fire extinguisher ready and whatnot. So just be careful, guys, huh? It'll be fire smart.
That entire day, Mac, that entire day is incredibly stacked just from all the mini narratives of like skill checking to see, hey, are you a first place team or not? Who's going to look to try and put that run into 5th position for the final playoff spot? Maybe Gravitas can sneak themselves into that discussion. Juves, what is it?
What are you doing?
Dude, the meme was Mac's shirt.
Oh, because it's got the orange on the side.
Right, well, oh, maybe it's a bit, we've got the colour slightly coming off.
You need to dip down a little bit more, mate,
red.
and then we're
it is
meme
red,
complete.
unfortunate. So, Davo, calling you out on that. Maybe you're a little bit colourblind. Should probably get that checked. But that brings us to the end of the day. Finally, that was a long one. Some banger games, and it looks like we've got some more bangers on Tuesday. So, ladies and gents, thank you very much for joining me on the desk and at home. We've had a whole lot of fun here on the LCO, and we'll see you on Tuesday for much more.
14 minutes into this one, they map their assault, a 5-man squad show up in bot lane and say, this is the reason we let you have Kaiser. This is the reason we want to shut you down. Now we turn your attention on towards the support play. He chops the ultimate, he takes out 2. Oh no, Jazz gets a triple kill. Oh, it's gone from so much bad to worse. It looks so good from MF there, but when the cavalry arrive, Jazz gets a quad, now he's 5-0. Certainly might see a counter gank right now as Liv will have that Afterlife form if so desired. Now they're trying to bait their time here with a flash. Looking to try and juggle around the arrow. Oh no! Sybil's dead! And Winter Mage has fallen down there. Oh, it's an absolute disaster. They've the double bait. Are we fighting? Yes, we are! Oh, Pixel perfect. He hits the Paranoia as the Lantern goes out. Goes for a roam from mid to bot. And then takes out Sybil. He tried to proc the Lullaby. The Lullaby gets cancelled. Animation went out, but it doesn't seem to matter. Featherstorm is there. He can't bring back the feathers. The recall is unsuccessful. 1 kill into 2. Snap back and get 3. Beautiful stun there from Chung. He can't hit R2 and call all the Forge God. And then they steal away the Herald. Vengeance runs in with the flash, but he can't flash out. So he'll fall on down. The Herald is being denied. Gravitas' positioning is just in. He needs to be here. Hecarim stunned. Hecarim looking for a flanking angle. Oh! Hits the smite steal. Oh no, Azus has done it. TP's in, finds a kill, deletes Vengeance now looking to try and wipe as many members as possible. Azus the hero. Exhaust, Maelstrom, damage, delete. Can they find the killing blows clear? On the flank, it's a 1-for-1 so far. But the Direwolves, they're just too strong. They continue to hit skill shots. They continue to find angles. And they continue to pop off.
You know, it's going to be hard for Kennen to find the way in.
Clear in the pit, not Mega, so can't hit those massive ultimates right now. Bops them way out. Kennen in the backline, 1v3, gets exhausted. They take